Hello all my dear followers, welcome to a new fanfic for the channel. Welcome to the second season of What If Naruto Was Trained by TOBIRAMA and Fell in Love with INO. Remember that if you want a third season, you just have to hit the like and subscribe buttons. Now I'll leave you with the fanfic.
The next day. The ringing of his doorbell woke Naruto up from his deep and well-earned sleep as he groggily sat up in bed and looked around hazily. I haven't been sore like this in a while. I guess that training with Sasuke was more serious than I gave it credit for. That or fighting a platoon of Umbu, he spoke aloud to himself as he got out of bed and began to get dressed. Meanwhile, his doorbell continued to ring periodically as he ignored it without a care in the world. About 10 seconds later whoever was pressing it began to spam the button repeatedly, causing an annoying sound to ring around his apartment. Naruto finally answered the door, annoyed. "Can you stop that, please?" He quickly realized who was at his door. It was INO of all people, and she was by herself, much to his confusion. Naruto blinked at her several times in bewilderment before looking over at the calendar next to his door. It's Sunday. What are you doing here? We don't have any training or missions today, I thought. Also, how do you know where I live? Geez, Naruto, I thought you were never going to answer your door. Were you really still sleeping? It's almost noon. INO complained. Yeah, I probably should get to training. I was out late last night and guess I was tired. You're right, I can't be lounging around even on our day off. Guess I better get back to the grind, he remarked with a yawn before closing his door behind himself and locking up. His complete disregard for INO's presence there annoyed the other blonde as she leered at him in disbelief. Her face almost went aghast as Naruto walked right past her and made his way for the stairs. Are you seriously ignoring me? INO called out as she followed behind him in a fit of annoyance. Why are you here, anyways? Did Sensei send you over to get me or something? Naruto asked as he continued walking down the stairs. I can't believe you, we're teammates and you think it's weird I'm visiting you at home. You're the worst, you know that. INO complained. He then stopped in his tracks as they reached the street leading away from the apartment and looked back at her. So why are you here then? I can't imagine you'd have any interest in visiting me on our day off unless Sensei asked you to. That's not it at all. Stop being such a jerk, Naruto. I just thought that, well maybe, you know what, never mind. I'm out of here. INO sassed before storming away. She didn't make it far before Naruto called out to her, hey, wait. INO stubbornly kept walking away, but was shocked when not even a moment later, Naruto moved in front of her at unbelievable speed. She stepped back shocked as his blue eyes met hers again. I'm not used to getting visitors, sorry for blowing you off. What did you need, INO? He asked. Oh, so you do remember my name, and now you want to talk. Humph, INO crossed her arms and looked away in frustration. Look, if you're gonna be like that, I'll just leave. Obviously, this is something important if you'd go out of your way to visit me at home on a Sunday. So, what's this all about? Naruto sighed. INO finally conceded as her mood lightened and she answered, I wanted to talk to you about some stuff, in private. That doesn't sound good, but I'll humor you. Where do you want to talk? He asked. Our Team 10 training grounds. Come on, let's go, she said, almost embarrassed as she grabbed his arm and practically tried pulling him along. He reluctantly followed her, and after a short trip through Konoha, the two genin teammates found themselves at the Team 10 training grounds. Neither one spoke to the other during this time, and after finally reaching an isolated corner of the training grounds, INO stopped and looked back at Naruto. She seemed gravely concerned and it was obvious that she had something important to talk about. The blonde girl then broke the silence. Use your sensory skill to make sure nobody else is around first. Got it, Naruto nodded as he placed his hand on the ground to check if they were alone. He then stood up and responded sharply, nobody's around, you can tell me what this is about now. INO took a deep breath before speaking. The other day, I missed my mind transfer on Asuma-sensei, and I hit you instead. I saw some weird flashes of your past and there was this dark voice that told me to get out. There's something weird about you. I mean, you're ridiculously powerful for someone our age, the Hokage knows you personally, and my dad seems to think you're evil. Is there something I should know? I wouldn't tell her about me. Brats like this can't keep their mouths shut, and if she finds out, then it won't be long before everyone does, Kurama stated skeptically. Like it really matters, I'm in Umbu now. Besides, her dad might tell her himself, anyways, Naruto thought dismissively. Naruto sighed as he looked away. I almost forgot about that. I was actually going to ask you about it myself. What exactly did you see? What does your dad tell you about me? He just says you're dangerous and that I should avoid you. He was pissed when he found out about me being on the same team as you. Also, I guess I sort of saw some of your childhood memories. All the adults were glaring at you, and someone threw a fox mask too. I even heard the word demon. What does it all mean? How do you know the Hokage so well? Just what's your deal? INO asked with genuine concern. Naruto looked away. The Hokage knew my parents really well. He promised them that he would look out for me after they died in the Kyuubi attack years ago. I don't really see a point in keeping the truth hidden from you since you're bound to find out eventually. Your dad hates me because I'm a Jinchuriki. What are you doing? She's going to tell everyone, idiot. Kurama protested. I know, but I didn't really care about being close friends with her anyways. Her dad is bound to tell her sooner or later, and I'd rather just get this over with now so that she'll stop trying to talk to me. We don't need to worry about this Genin squad if we're in Umbu, Naruto explained. I suppose you're right. At least this will give you a taste of reality finally, Kurama huffed. INO blinked in confusion as a long silence passed. Finally, she responded, Jinchuriki. What's that? Naruto then lifted up his shirt showing his stomach to INO. She initially looked away almost disgusted by reflex, but her girlish reaction evaporated after seeing the seal. A Jinchuriki is a human vessel that contains a tailed beast, a bijou inside of their own body. The Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sealed the Kyuubi inside of me when I was a baby. He didn't defeat him, he sacrificed himself to do that. Apparently only someone from my clan had a strong enough body to contain the 9 tails. Your dad and a lot of the adults think I'm a monster because I contain the 9 tails which killed a lot of people in the village back then. They direct their hatred for the fox towards me, and some people think I'm possessed by it. All of the adults know, but the Hokage made a law where no one is allowed to talk about it. That's why nobody our age knows. I suppose the Hokage hoped I wouldn't be ostracized by keeping it from the younger generations, but most of the adults have already turned their kids against me, so it doesn't even matter. I already know I'm going to regret telling you about it, but I figure your dad was probably going to tell you soon anyways. I'd rather just get this crap over with now. I don't expect you to like me or for us to be friends. If anything, I expect you to be afraid of me and keep your distance like everyone else does. That's fine, but for the foreseeable future, we have to work together. With that said, I'll do my best to make it as painless for you as possible so long as you cooperate as my teammate, Naruto answered with blunt and dismissive honesty. INO stepped back almost fearfully as her mouth went agape and her eyes widened to the size of coins. Why, you have that demon fox inside of you? That's impossible. So that's what it was. Yeah, and for the record, that's the main reason the Hokage and the village elders keep close tabs on me. You see, Jinchuriki are usually seen as potential weapons to their respective villages. Most people don't know that though. They just think I'm a ticking time bomb who will turn into the Kyuubi one day, or that it lives in my skin or something. Obviously, he doesn't have any control over me, but my body does contain him. My mother was the former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi in case you're curious, and that's why I was chosen. One of the Uzumaki clan's duties was to contain the Kyuubi's power. Are you satisfied now? Sometimes it's better not asking questions to things you don't really want the answers to, Naruto stated coldly. His emotional walls were all the way up and he braced himself for the predictable worst reaction imaginable. To his confusion, INO didn't scream or run away. She looked shaken beyond belief and extremely wary of him now, but she stood her ground as she stared in silence. I don't believe it. That's why my father told me to stay away from you. Because you're a living seal containing that evil demon fox. And your mother was a Jinchuriki too? Ino uttered as she shook her head. Naruto nodded as he kept a stone-faced stare on her. Yeah, and I'm not going to bother telling you to keep it a secret. Go ahead and tell everyone. I'm already an outcast, so I don't really care if the other people our age start resenting me too. Now that I've answered your questions, I'm outta here. He then walked past her with as much stoicism and apathy as he could muster. It obviously pained him having to tell someone his own age the truth about the Kyuubi, and he could feel a whirlwind of emotions swirling in his head at the thought of drawing worse contempt from the other genin. They already didn't like me, so it's probably for the best. I don't think Sasuke will take it badly though. At least I hope he doesn't. He's the closest thing to a friend I have right now, besides Kurama. Naruto thought a bit sadly. Pfft, I'm the only friend you need around here. These people are fickle and shallow. Let them fear us, who cares? That full girl and Nanabai can be your friends after we get them from Taki. We don't need these people. It's what I keep telling you. I hope this finally wakes you up to reality, the Kyuubi scoffed. W8. Ino called out as she turned around. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath before turning around. He braced himself for whatever horrible thing Ino was probably about to say as he solidified his stoic demeanor even further. That's it? Ino asked somewhat emotionally as her expression seemed to radiate distress. What else is there to say? I'm a living weapon and your dad is right to be afraid of me, he responded blankly. Ino scoffed at him. What do you mean by that? You aren't upset about this. I mean, I can't even imagine how horrible that must be for you. I had no idea you carried such a terrible burden. Naruto gave her a disbelieving look as his stoic demeanor cracked slightly. Huh. So, you just see yourself as some kind of sacrifice or weapon then? Geez, no wonder you started acting weird a few years ago. How long have you known this? Since back in the academy when I started acting differently, Naruto answered calmly. Ino looked down as she visibly began to shake. My dad hates you for something like that. It's not your fault the Yondaime sealed the Kyuubi inside of you, right? So that's why you're so gloomy and serious all the time now. I never would have imagined something like this. No wonder you don't have any friends. I think your dad is just concerned about your safety. He doesn't really understand it. I don't expect you to either, but I'll say this much. I'll die before you die, and if it makes you feel any better, I'll even tell your dad that myself, so he'll calm down. All I'm expecting from you and Hinata is professional tolerance. When we get promoted to Chunin, you never have to deal with me again. I'm probably going to try out for Umbu once this team crap inevitably falls apart anyways. I think I would do better in that front away from normal people, Naruto stated emotionlessly. And Naruto, Ino looked like she was struggling to find something to say. To his absolute disbelief, she then began to start crying as she clenched her fist and looked up at him angrily. Here it comes. He thought knowingly as he didn't react. She then slapped him as hard as she could across the face, which only caused his head to jerk. His body remained completely motionless as he took the hit without reacting. Are you serious? So, you're just going to isolate yourself from us because you think I'm dumb and I don't understand this situation? Why are you being so cold right now? You don't feel sad or lonely? You really think I'm that shallow and that I don't feel bad for you? She shouted emotionally as tears streamed down her face. He felt his resolve waver slightly as a bit of emotion crept onto his face. The last thing he expected was for the shallow and girly Ino of all people to show him empathy. In fact, it seemed impossible that this girl in particular would feel that way. Naruto blinked in confusion. You feel bad for me? Why? Nobody else really does. Those adults are ridiculous. Don't they know you're a person? An annoying jerk of a person, but you're still not a monster. So our sensei knows too. Ino shook her head. Of course he does, and his job is to make sure nothing happens to me. Jinchuriki are valuable assets to the villages that have one, even if they are hated. Like I told you, I'm a weapon to the village higher-ups. The Hokage has some liking towards me, but the rest of the village leaders don't. I don't expect you to either. Let's just get through this genin crap and you never have to deal with me again, alright? He shrugged. No. I don't accept that. You might be annoying and mean at times, but we are teammates now. I'm not cool with treating you like all of the adults do. That's crazy. I'm honestly offended that you think I'm not willing to be your teammate. You offered to go back to the academy for my sake, and you even had the courage to tell me this stuff knowing full well how bad it sounds. If anything, I actually kind of respect you for it. I had no idea you carried such a terrible burden, and I feel bad for all those times I laughed at you. I can't believe my ridiculous dad, he'd condemn a kid for something that you had no say in or control over. That's stupid. I'm not going to be like everyone else. INO Yamanaka is not a shallow girl. INO ranted almost hysterically as tears continued to stream down her face. Why is she crying? Naruto wondered as he stared blankly at her in disbelief. Naruto could not believe what was happening. INO wasn't rejecting him like he expected her to. If anything, she seemed moved by this whole conversation. She was one of the last people ever expected to accept him being a Jinchuriki. He held in his own emotions as he spoke slowly, trying to keep his voice from cracking. I'm surprised you feel that way. To his shock, INO then moved closer and hugged him. He stood there in complete bewilderment and half expected to wake up from this trippy dream any second now. She's hugging me. What the hell? Naruto thought as he looked down at her long blonde hair. INO then punched him. Hug me back, jerk. He slowly moved his arms down and ever so lightly embraced INO back for a brief moment. They stood like that for a good few seconds before INO backed away. Her tears had stopped falling, but her face was stained with them, and her blue eyes seemed to shine with approval. I really appreciate you telling me the truth about everything, Naruto. I know it couldn't have been easy for you. I won't pretend that it doesn't scare me or that I fully understand, but I'll do my best to be a good teammate. You deserve that much at the very least. To hell with my dumb dad, I'm glad we're on the same team now. You're really strong and I feel like your willingness to trust me shows that I can trust you too. That means a lot. Nobody's ever shared such a personal secret like that with me before, INO stated as she then smiled lightly. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting you to take this so well, Naruto said, looking away. He had to avoid looking directly at her so that he wouldn't start crying. Just the idea of someone else his age understanding his plight as a Jinchuriki was truly emotional. Kurama's silence on this impossibility also spoke volumes about how surprised the fox probably was as well. Hehe, well, I'm not lame like Forehead or other people are. INO Yamanaka is a cool kunoichi and she's going to be part of the best genin team. INO announced proudly as she put her hand out. Naruto slowly moved his hand towards her hand almost skittishly as if expecting her to recoil or seek him out the last moment. He didn't like showing vulnerability or trust, but he heeded Asuma's advice from yesterday and went through with it. To his relief, INO didn't recoil as he placed his hand over hers. They then met each other's gazes again as INO smiled. For Team 10. For Team 10, Naruto repeated slowly and less loudly than INO. After their little acknowledgement as true teammates, INO then changed the subject. Well, since we're alone out here, mind if I ask you some other questions too? Might as well. What did you want to know? Naruto let out the breath he was holding. He felt truly stressed in this situation, but at the same time there was this massive weight lifted off his shoulders by having INO accepting him after learning the truth. In a way he almost felt guilty for not seeing the value in her character for all these years. Was INO actually a really good person? He always thought she was shallow and airheaded, but apparently, she wasn't. She might actually be a good teammate. He wouldn't take her acceptance for granted though. If INO was this understanding, then he was going to make it his mission to elevate her along with himself. You said something about how I should become a medic the other day. You really think I'd make a good medic? INO asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah, you and Sakura both have really good chakra control. I know a decent amount of medical ninjutsu, so I'd be willing to teach you if you wanted. Hell yeah. I'm all for it. By the way, I should have mentioned this sooner, but I think you're pretty cool now. Well, not as cool as Sasuke-kun, but you were impressive against Sensei in the bell test. I'm glad to have such a competent teammate. INO looked away almost embarrassed for praising him. The Jinchuriki ignored her compliment almost reflexively as he got straight to business. If you have time, I could start teaching you medical ninjutsu today. I got nothing going on. Let's do it. INO exclaimed eagerly. Sure thing. We'll start with the basics. Medical ninjutsu is primarily a yang release since it's a physical manifestation of manipulating chakra. Some people aren't suited for it if they're more yin aligned, but anyone with sufficient enough chakra control and a strong understanding of anatomy is capable of learning it to some degree. Everyone has yin and yang energies, but everyone has different ratios which makes them more suited to certain kinds of things. I'm more aligned to yang than yin by a lot. It means I'll never be a true master of genjutsu. I imagine you're probably more yin aligned since your clan abilities are all yin abilities that affect the mind. So, to start I should see what your alignment is. Naruto nodded as he lifted his hand up. INO almost looked shy. How can you tell? I'm a sensory ninja, remember? He answered. She looked amazed. I didn't know sensory ninjas could detect people's chakra affinities. That's crazy. How did you learn how to do that? My clan member taught me. It's not something everyone can do. You probably could learn it since you're also a sensory ninja, but I'm not sure if you could reach my level with it. It's apparently a specialty of certain members of the Uzumaki clan. Here, grab my hand, and focus your chakra. I'll assess it right now. It might be worth seeing if you have any elemental affinities as well. You'd be extra helpful if you had some offensive ninjutsu I can teach you in addition to medical and sensory stuff, Naruto stated. INO slowly reached up and clasped hands with him. For whatever reason, she felt her heart flutter from the touch. Naruto felt a similar embarrassment holding the hand of his fellow genin. He had never really looked at her this closely before, but INO seemed a lot prettier than he ever recalled thinking she was in the past. Why are you staring at me like that? Come on, this is getting weird. INO looked away shyly. Sorry, give me a moment here. Naruto regained his composure as he closed his eyes and focused on INO's chakra. After a few awkward moments, he let go of her hand and opened his eyes. No way. What? Is that a good no way, or a bad no way? She asked anxiously. You have most the same elemental affinities I do. Water and earth. A minor affinity for fire as well. You also have an aptitude for yin and yang energies and abilities. That's crazy, you might actually be the most latently talented kunoichi from our class. Combining that with Hinata's taijutsu, and we'll be a tough team, Naruto announced. Whoa. Seriously? I have that many affinities. My dad only has an affinity for water as well as our clan's mind techniques. INO asked with gleeful excitement. She seemed quite proud, but not in a smug way. It was as if she was happy that she could potentially become a great shinobi. Yeah, you're seriously the most latently talented person I've seen since Sasuke. His main affinities are for fire, lightning, yin, and earth. Though given that he's an Uchiha, he could learn any jutsu with his Sharingan that isn't a bloodline ability. That aside, with proper training, you would be able to do most of the stuff I can plus your own clan abilities, Naruto nodded. You're not just blowing smoke, right? I'm actually latently talented. My clan never seemed to think I was special like that. I mean, they think I'm great, but not great like Sasuke-kun. That's amazing if it is true. INO seemed elated despite her skepticism. Her genuine glee and gracious reaction to this validation seemed quite pure from Naruto's perspective. It led him to believe that INO was probably insecure and not nearly as arrogant as he always thought she was. Your only real weakness seems to be your smaller chakra pool and your lack of proficiency in taijutsu. Sakura usually beat you in melee fights and she's not even from a clan. Just improving that alone will make a huge difference in your versatility, Naruto noted. INO crossed her arms. Well, what are your weaknesses since we're being so brutally honest right now? I'm not the greatest at taijutsu either. I'm also horrible at genjutsu. That's not really my thing. Maybe Hinata would be willing to help us get better at taijutsu. It's hard to practice by yourself, so I've been stagnating a bit in that area. Naruto admitted. I remember when you couldn't even make a clone. This competent version of you that doesn't ignore me is way more likable, INO chuckled. Yeah, that was because I had an enormous chakra pool and poor chakra control back then. It took a lot of training to get good at it so I could learn sensory and medical ninjutsu, Naruto nodded. INO tilted her head surprised, you have a huge chakra pool. I suppose you did mention that once. Is the Nine Tails the reason for that? Yes and no, people from my clan naturally had massive chakra pools and strong, resilient bodies. Obviously, the Kyuubi gives me more, but I don't know that much about its power, Naruto answered and sort of lied at the end. He was still wary about the idea of telling her that he could use the Kyuubi's chakra. Given how uncertain he was about her acceptance of him still, he figured it was worth holding back on that detail so he didn't ruin this unexpectedly good dynamic they had just built. The blonde girl gave Naruto a quizzical look. Wait a minute, how do you know what Sasuke-kun's affinities are? I was so excited by all of this, that it almost slipped my mind when you mentioned it earlier. Sasuke and I are, sort of friends, I guess. I trained with him all day yesterday after we finished our mission to rescue that stupid cat, Naruto noted. Ino's eyes widened in disbelief. Why you trained with Sasuke-kun? I thought you two hated each other. He considers you, his friend? Not exactly, but we have a mutual respect now. I'm not sure if that'll last once he finds out about me being a Jinchuriki, but I don't imagine he's the type of person to misunderstand my situation. He's a lot of things, but he's not shallow or fickle. Naruto shrugged. Oh really? And you thought I would be? Ugh, I swear I'm still mad about that. Also, for the record, I'm not going to tell anyone about that Jinchuriki stuff you told me. It'll be our shared secret, K. Ino sassed. You're not going to tell anyone? Naruto asked surprised. Ino nodded, yep, and in exchange, you're going to train me in all this ninjutsu stuff so that we can be the best genin team in Konoha. Once I'm super strong and awesome, even Sasuke-kun will have to acknowledge me. Plus, I can't wait to humiliate Forehead when she sees how strong I get. She'll be so jealous. Yeah, okay. Whatever motivates you I guess, Naruto rolled his eyes. 2 weeks later. The aftermath of Naruto telling Ino the truth about Kyuubi was truly a change of pace in the dynamic of Team 10. Every single day since their conversation, Naruto had been spending an overwhelming majority of his free time training Ino. His training wasn't nearly as intense as what Tobirama put him through and it was obviously slower given the absence of Ino being able to do shadow clones, but Ino actually had a surprisingly good foundation and was decently talented. For the first few days, he would teach her all of the basics about sensory tracking, chakra analysis, and chakra control. Given the fact that Ino already had good chakra control, it wasn't too difficult for her to pick up on a lot of it almost immediately. To add difficulty to her training, Naruto would transfer his own chakra to her and make her relearn chakra control with a larger pool. He quickly discovered that she also had a latent ability to transfer chakra, and it made it easy for him to supplement his own to her periodically so she could keep going. Chakra transfer was also a fundamental part of medical ninjutsu, and Naruto made sure to put her through the ringer with it. Given Ino's young age, she was still capable of growing her chakra reserves a bit more and Naruto prioritized doing that for her by overloading hers with his own and forcing her to relearn control. They did everything from water surface calisthenics to back and forth transfers. Given enough time and work, this would naturally increase her reserves and improve her already excellent control to a nearly perfect level. In addition to that part of the training, Naruto also taught Ino actual medical ninjutsu and he even forced her to learn anatomy and physiology to a ridiculous degree. She seemed utterly bored and uninterested in this book learning work, but she took it seriously after Naruto explained the importance of how this knowledge played a role in medical ninjutsu. He did not expect her to master it overnight or even within a year since it took him years of learning to get to his level with it, but Ino did manage to learn enough to be able to start practical training with it before long. Naruto chose to give her a taste of the practical training so that she would be motivated to keep learning without extra motivation. When they got to the practical training, Naruto would actually cut his own hand and use himself as a live training dummy for her to work on her medical ninjutsu with. At first INO seemed concerned about it, but seeing Naruto regenerate faster than humanly possible changed her mind about allowing it. She was a bit spooked at first, but it seemed apparent to her that this was a side effect of Naruto being a Jinchuriki. Eventually she managed to get some basic training wins as she effectively learned how to mend cuts. Naruto wanted to progress to more serious wounds, but INO drew the line in objection when the idea of Naruto hurting himself significantly for her training became too unbearable. They put a hold on the practical training after that, and Naruto assigned INO homework to study in her downtime afterwards. The past few days, the duo had been working on helping INO manifest elemental ninjutsu. He had her learn the basic water and earth ones that he first learned. Obviously, her novice aptitude and lack of skill in them was apparent, but INO was beyond proud of her progress and pushed herself harder each day to practice everything Naruto taught her. Given his willingness to transfer her more chakra endlessly so that she could keep going, INO actually learned them way faster than he was expecting. After finishing their daily training, INO collapsed on the ground and looked up at the sky as Naruto walked over. "I finally got it, this is awesome. I'm really getting stronger," she said aloud almost in disbelief. "Yeah, you're really picking this up faster than I thought. I guess that's a clan kid for ya," Naruto nodded. She then looked over at him and smirked. "It feels kind of weird, the two of us spending so much time together every day. You should have seen the look on my dad's face when I told him I was training with you. He's been all worried since I stay out so late all the time now." "Well, you shouldn't worry him like that. Also, I probably wouldn't have told him you were spending time training with me." Naruto sighed. INO shook her head. "Why's that? I'm not ashamed about training with my teammate. I haven't shown my dad any of this stuff you taught me yet. I'm kind of looking forward to showing him how helpful you've been to me. Maybe that will shut him up finally. Suit yourself, I'm gonna go get some personal training of my own in. You should probably go home and get some sleep," Naruto replied as he began to take his leave. The blonde girl then got up and followed him. "Hey, wait up." He glanced at her as she caught up to his side and walked with him out of the training grounds. "It's kind of late. Don't you have to go home? I don't want your dad thinking I abducted you or something." "Ha ha ha, let him worry. Where are you going to train?" "Our training grounds are back there, Naruto," INO laughed. The other blonde shook his head. "I sometimes go a bit further out of the village. I'm kind of a private person, as I'm sure you've noticed." "Yeah, Mr. Mysterious has to go have his edgy solo training session, huh? Why don't you take the night off? You look pretty tired, and we do have missions to do tomorrow." INO shook her head. Naruto frowned. "I guess I am a bit tired. I transferred a ton of chakra to keep you going all day." "Oh ho ho, so you got jokes now?" "I never asked you to do that, but you just insisted on helping me. Don't go blaming me over your boneheaded decision. I was fine on my own, I'll have you know." "I'm not some damsel," INO countered. "Yeah, that's why you kept collapsing. But whatever, I'll go home if you go home," Naruto chuckled. What time is it?" 9 p.m. Why don't we go get some food or something? I'm not in the mood to go home yet. Also, I don't believe you when you say you're going to go home too. I'm going to make sure you do." INO stuck her tongue out at him. Naruto rolled his eyes. "Don't you have some big important social life outside of training with me? I thought you said you had stuff to do tonight. The past 2 weeks, all I kept hearing was, 'Oh, but I have to go to my friend's house that day, Naruto.' Or my favorite one, 'The girls and I were going to go shopping on Saturday, so I can't stay late today.' Oh, give me a break. I did not sound like that. Besides, it isn't easy maintaining this beauty, I'll have you know. I can't let forehead get ahead of me in trying to impress Sasuke-kun. A girl needs her amenities." INO stated sassily. "Well, I'm gonna go home, I guess." Naruto shrugged at her as they made their way through the streets. "Oh come on, you dense idiot. Weren't you going to treat me to dinner as thanks for hanging out with you all day?" INO protested as she grabbed his arm. "I don't recall saying I was going to do that. Plus, everywhere is closed this time of night. Not to mention, I don't feel like breaking the bank just to feed you, he scoffed. Ino narrowed her gaze and glared, what's that supposed to mean? I don't eat that much. Look over there, an open ramen stall. Time for you to pay up for all that torture you put me through lately. Come on. We're going. Naruto reluctantly allowed Ino to drag him along to the ramen stand. It was Ichiraku Ramen, his favorite place. Upon getting there, Naruto noticed the daughter of the owner, whose name was I am working the counter as her father cooked in the background. Hello. 2 tonkatsu ramen bowls please. He's paying. Ino announced as she successfully planted Naruto in a seat before sitting down next to him. I'll have a miso ramen instead. Naruto corrected. 2 tonkatsu ramen bowls please. 1 for each of us, Ino repeated before sending him a sharp glare. I am looked surprised by Naruto's presence there and greeted him warmly, hello Naruto-kun. It's nice to see you came back. Is this your friend? We're teammates. Goofball and I here are genin on Team 10, Ino announced proudly. Goofball? I am chuckled, I've never heard anyone call Naruto-kun that before. Well, we'll give you guys a discount. We always give Naruto-kun one since he's such a loyal customer. Her father then poked his head out and beamed happily, Oi, Naruto. Haven't seen you in a week or so. You getting the usual miso ramen? We're getting tonkatsu ramens please, Ino insisted once again. Naruto sighed, I guess I'll go with her recommendation and get something different. Good to see you guys still open, Ichiraku-san. The man focused his attention on Ino briefly, I don't recall seeing you before young lady. Are you a friend of our top customer? Ino then glanced at Naruto and started laughing, I didn't realize you were a regular here. If I knew you got discounts at this place, I'd have made you take me here weeks ago. She's his genin teammate, Dad, I am added some context. The man nodded in approval, such a lucky boy, being a team with a beautiful young girl like that. Don't worry kids. I'll make you the best tonkatsu ramen I've ever made before in celebration of your new team. The man then went back to cooking and seemed to be in a good mood after his interaction with them. Ino then leaned over and whispered to Naruto, these people really like you, kind of weird. Just how much money have you spent at this place? More than I'd care to admit. I try not to eat here every day, but usually I come by 5 times a week. I burn a lot of energy training, and the calories are good for me. It's been about a week though, and they usually get concerned if I don't show up periodically, he shrugged. After doing a few minor tasks to help her father, I.M. then came back to the counter and smiled, I'm really surprised you're getting the tonkatsu, Naruto-kun. I didn't really have a choice apparently, he shrugged before looking at Ino. The blonde girl jabbed him, shut up. You're going to love it. I have a super refined palate, so obviously anything I like, you surely would as well. Just because we have similar affinities, doesn't mean we have the same taste. I mean obviously tonkatsu is good, but I wanted the miso, he shook his head. If I have to get out of my comfort zone to do your little boot camp, then you're going to get out of yours. Teamwork 101. Equivalent exchange. Ino laughed. Naruto then looked at I.M. Anything you guys make is good, so I'm not worried. I'm glad to see you have such a close friend your own age. You two are really cute together, I.M. smiled before getting back to work. Cute? Ugh, what you mean we're cute together? Don't go getting the wrong idea. We're just teammates, Ino responded with embarrassment as I.M. turned around. Yeah, that's right, just teammates. She's a really cute girl, but Ino likes Sasuke. Whatever, someone like me isn't cut out for that kind of stuff right now. Tobirama-sensei told me not to even think about girls until I grew up anyways, Naruto thought as he pushed aside his subconscious thoughts that this almost looked like a date. So, tonkatsu ramen? You're a pork fan huh? Is that why Sakura always calls you Ino pig? Naruto broke the awkward silence as they waited for their food. Ino's eyes shot open in horror as she turned to punch him, hey. That's not funny, and don't go telling Forehead about this. Just because I like pork ramen doesn't mean I'm a pig. Jerk. Ah. Naruto lightly rubbed his shoulder and sighed, yeah I got it, I won't say anything. Not like I talk to Sakura anyways. Hey, Naruto. You used to have a crush on Sakura, right? Why if you don't mind me asking? What did you like about her? INO broke the following silence as she nervously avoided his gaze. I thought she was cute, I guess. Sakura is also pretty smart and is surprisingly competent for a non-clan kid. I don't really know what I saw in her back then other than that. Maybe I just liked the idea of trying to win her over since she was into Sasuke. Maybe I just had some kind of delusional idealization about her. I couldn't say, he answered candidly without any shame. That or I liked the fact that she didn't ignore me. He voiced internally. He used to care a lot about that, but not as much anymore. These days he was mostly comfortable in his isolation and found his solace in training and getting stronger. That was probably why he grew out of his crush on the pink-haired girl. He didn't need her validation or attention anymore, he found self-fulfillment in his goals and making his dead sensei proud. Ino's eyes widened as she turned her head towards him surprised. Oh, so you don't really like her anymore? I don't really think about her anymore, let alone harbor feelings like that. Hopefully she turns out good and can grow being around someone competent. She's lucky to be on a team with Sasuke, though he'll never respect her unless she takes being a shinobi seriously. Personally, I think she's too sheltered, but that's not her fault. Her parents are civilians, and she doesn't have any good mentors to look up to. She has potential though. Whether she has ambition or willpower, I couldn't say, Naruto answered as he looked away deep in thought. He doesn't seem embarrassed or uncomfortable talking about this at all. So, he really doesn't like Sakura anymore, no way. Who does he like then? INO thought surprised. She then shook her head, I still can't believe you think so highly of Sasuke-kun now. Weren't you calling him team all those years? Sasuke and I have a lot in common considering we're both orphans with rough pasts and we both have lofty ambitions. I hope we can be friends. It would have been awesome if he was on our team, but that would be a bit overpowered and unfair. Besides, it would probably distract you. I hope Sakura and Kiba aren't annoying him, Naruto noted. I swear every day you surprise me more. Well, at least you've finally seen the light and can admire Sasuke-kun like I do, INO nodded. Their meals then arrived moments later as the two focused their attention forward. Itadakimasu, they both said almost in perfect unison before beginning their meals. Naruto ate in silence as his mind focused on urgent things he wanted to work on. Ino's progression has gone pretty well, but I definitely need to find some way to convince Hinata to train with me. I don't know why it's so hard for me to ask her if she wants to come along. For such a meek girl, she's a bit unapproachable even for me. She kind of just rushes home immediately after our missions and training. Maybe I hurt her feelings by being too blunt the other day. She probably didn't respond well to me trying to toughen her up. I wouldn't mind talking to her, but it would feel too weird to visit the Hyuga compound. They'd probably crap a brick if they saw me show up there. Maybe I'll ask her tomorrow. She keeps saying she's busy. A bit of recon wouldn't hurt either, but the last thing I want to deal with is getting noticed stalking a clan heir. Lost in his thoughts about how to approach Hinata, Naruto didn't even notice that INO was staring at him the entire time they ate. She watched him almost like a hawk as she examined his expression and his features. She almost got lost in thought herself as she tried to wonder what he was thinking about. Why did he stop talking to me all of a sudden? This is getting awkward. Did I say something wrong to him? At least he seems to like the tonkatsu ramen. What's wrong with me? Why do I care what that oaf is thinking or what he likes? Is he ignoring me? I told INO about me being a Jinchuriki. I'm surprised she's kept it to herself. A part of me wants to tell Hinata as well, but I don't know. She seems too soft-hearted and might not be understanding. I'll hold off on that. At the very least, I need to get her involved in training. She showed a lot of potential in that bell test. More than I was expecting. I wonder if she's noticed INO and I training together. I haven't sensed her in over 2 weeks. I guess she stopped stalking me when I called her out on it. I should apologize to her. A team is only as strong as its weakest link, and I'm positive I can help her out. The only problem is getting her to trust me and making her comfortable with us, Naruto brainstormed. Is he seriously still ignoring me? What's his problem? Ino thought, annoyed as she leaned over a bit. Is something wrong? Naruto snapped out of his mental daze as he turned to look at Ino, perplexed by her proximity. She immediately recoiled and huffed in annoyance as she looked away and started to ignore him. He looked at her confused. Look, I'm not a mind reader. What is it? Clearly you have something you want to say. Ino reveled in ignoring him now as he looked at her perplexed. Her inner self was shouting though, how do you like that, Uzumaki? Have a taste of your own medicine. Not fun being ignored, is it? She waited a few moments before stealing a glance back at him, and her eye twitched when she saw Naruto lost in a mental daze again as he began to start drinking his ramen broth and stared blankly at nothing. Is this guy for real? Ugh. Ino fumed mentally before slurping down the rest of her ramen bowl. Finally, she couldn't bear the silence any longer and spoke, it's getting late. I'm going to go home. Later, Ino, Naruto waved as he put down his money to pay before standing up and walking away. The girl was furious at his casual disregard for her leaving and couldn't help but follow him as he departed. She then scoffed, actually on second thought. I'm going to make sure you actually go home tonight. You were just waiting for me to get bored, weren't you? Okay, if you really have nothing else to do, Naruto shrugged as he kept his gaze forward and walked back to his apartment. Ino felt her heart racing as she caught up to his flank and walked alongside him. What am I doing? What's wrong with me? Why am I chasing him? They walked in silence for a moment before Ino coughed. I was thinking, we should really try including Hinata in our training sessions too. Good idea, Ino. I was thinking the same thing. She's been a ghost lately, going home immediately after missions and our training with Sensei. I was going to ask her tomorrow. Naruto nodded in approval. Assuming you actually get some sleep tonight. I swear if you show up tomorrow with circles under your eyes, I'm going to be pissed. Don't go sneaking out to train after you get home, got it? Ino complained. Chill out with the yelling. I'm too tired for that anyways. I definitely want some sleep so I'm fresh for training Hinata, he shot back. Ino crossed her arms and frowned. Good, it'll be nice to have her around. I don't want people to start getting the wrong idea, Abu. The blonde girl immediately silenced herself when she realized what she was about to say. Not only did she not want to spitefully offend Naruto with her comment, but it was beyond embarrassing to say aloud what the perception might have looked like seeing a boy and a girl hang out together all day. Yeah, I don't want to ruin your reputation. I get it. The adults might think less of you for being seen alone with me outside of team stuff. No need to be coy about the situation. I'm not offended, I understand, Naruto replied a bit densely. Ino couldn't respond as she looked away. She wanted to say that she wasn't embarrassed to be seen with him, but ultimately decided it was best to keep her real thoughts about the matter to herself. She considered herself a bit fortunate that Naruto was too dense in his social mannerisms to understand what she was implying. People might have thought they were dating if it was just the two of them hanging out all the time. As that thought crossed her mind, Ino mentally recoiled. I can't believe I even thought of that. I'm glad he didn't. I might have died of embarrassment if he got the wrong idea. Besides, Hinata likes him. She would really hate me if people started getting that impression. I guess I'm lucky this oaf doesn't see me as a girl. That'd be so weird if he was into me like he was into Sakura. Night, Ino. Good job with all your training today. Let's go kick some ass tomorrow. And remember, the only easy day was yesterday, Naruto remarked as he walked up to his apartment door. Yeah, later Naruto. See you tomorrow, she waved. Ino watched him go inside, but instead of leaving right away, she decided to test out her new sensory skills to detect if he was actually going to stay. She waited around for a few minutes and eventually realized that Naruto wasn't leaving. Finally, she decided to go home herself. Her mind was racing more than usual as she walked home to her family's flower shop. The past 2 weeks had been a bizarre but welcome experience. All of her dreams seemed so attainable to her now, and she had Naruto to thank for it. I never would have considered the possibility of us being friends before, but he's really helped me a lot. He shared his darkest secret with me too. It feels so weird being close with him of all people. The annoying oaf is somewhat cool, I guess, not as cool as Sasuke-kun though. Still, if those two are friends, then I could certainly get closer to Sasuke-kun too. Ha! Forehead won't see me coming. INO reflected. Despite her thoughts on how beneficial it would be to become closer to Sasuke through Naruto, INO couldn't help but think back to her earlier thoughts. It would be so weird Naruto started chasing me like he did to Forehead. She then briefly imagined the scenario in her head of Naruto chasing after her and declaring his affections. The blonde girl swiftly jerked her head in dismissal as she banished that thought to the darkest corners of her mind. What's wrong with me? Why did I imagine that? You look flustered, INO. Did you have a rough day? It's concerning to see you getting home so late. Your father was worried sick. The voice of INO's mother drew her from her thoughts. INO sharply looked up and composed herself immediately. I was just training. I'm going to become the top kunoichi in Konoha and I can't let Forehead get ahead of me. By the way you were blushing, I would have thought you were on a date. INO's mom giggled as the girl came into the shop and threw her stuff down. A date? Don't go saying embarrassing stuff like that, Mom. The only person I'd want to go on a date with is Sasuke-kun. She protested. The mood immediately got tense as Inoichi, her father, came into the room. INO, you're home at this hour? Thank goodness. I was about to go searching for you. INO crossed her arms and sighed at the sight of her dad in his full shinobi attire armed for battle. Seriously Dad, I didn't get kidnapped. I was just training at the Team 10 training grounds. Was that boy there again? Inoichi asked almost dangerously. As a matter of fact, he was. INO sassed back with preteen defiance. Your sensei told me that you've been spending a lot of time with him lately. I'm concerned. I don't ask much of you INO, but please listen for once. That boy is dangerous and nothing good can come of you being around him more than necessary, Inoichi sighed. The blonde girl narrowed her gaze. Dangerous how? Be more specific. He just is, alright. I've been around a lot longer than you, and I don't like you being around a deviant like Naruto Uzumaki, Inoichi stuttered. INO's mom frowned. Honey, INO says that boy is a good teammate. Surely you're getting worked up over nothing. Against her better judgment, INO then rolled her eyes. You're ridiculous Dad, I should be scared of him because he's a Jinchuriki. Inoichi and his wife both looked horrified hearing INO mention that. INO's mom dropped a vase in shock and Inoichi went paler than the moon as he stepped back and gasped. INO, who told you that? Inoichi broke the tense silence a moment later. Naruto told me himself. I missed a mind transfer on Asuma-sensei like 2 weeks ago and hit him instead. I asked Naruto about what I saw, and he told me the truth right away. He said it's why all of the adults hate him. He's not a demon, Dad. It's not his fault the Yondaime Hokage sealed the Kyuubi inside of him. INO shook her head. INO. Why you can't talk about it? I can't believe this. Inoichi seemed to almost start hyperventilating as he paced around in distress. INO's mom finally recovered from her stupor as she walked over and placed a hand on INO's shoulder. INO. I'm not a dumb kid, so stop treating me like one. Honestly, I respect Naruto for telling me himself. He actually assumed I would react like you guys and was talking about going to Umbu or something. He's not trying to deceive me and he's not a demon. A jerk maybe, but at least he's honest and he takes me seriously unlike you two. Before you have a heart attack, Dad, you should know that Naruto is actually super skilled and competent. He's been teaching me medical ninjutsu. Wanna see? INO shrugged off her mom's hand as she walked over towards her father. Inoichi calmed down a moment later and went wide-eyed. What? That's crazy. You're way too young to be learning advanced stuff like that from another genin. INO's hands then glowed green causing her parents to go wide-eyed again. I've been getting better at it each day. He also taught me some water and earth jutsus. He said I have a slight affinity for fire too. How would he know all of that? Inoichi asked skeptically. He's a sensory ninja like you and me. Honestly, I think he's better than you are, a lot better. The guy is as good as Sasuke-kun. Better in some ways unbelievably, Ino stated factually. There's no record of him being a sensory ninja. How does he know all of that stuff? Does he possess the intellect of the demon fox? I'm going to talk about getting you swapped to another team. That boy can't be that knowledgeable at his age. It's inhuman. Inoichi assumed the worst. The blonde girl crossed her arm, I'm not going to another team, period. If you're that worried about him, then come watch us train. Come talk to him, he's not all that bad. I mean Asuma-sensei likes him, and the Hokage seems to as well. Ino's mom then sent a concerned look towards her husband before sighing, Inoichi, it's her decision to make. Ino isn't easily fooled. She would be able to tell if there was something malign about the Kyuubi boy. Asuma told me he knows wind release, and you're saying he taught you water and earth styles as well? Inoichi asked after a tense silence. Yeah, come outside, I'll show you. Geez Dad, Ino rolled her eyes before walking into their backyard. Inoichi and his wife slowly exchanged doubtful glances but followed her outside a moment later. Both watched quietly as Ino flashed through some hand signs, earth style, rock throw. The Jonin watched with disbelief as his young daughter performed the jutsu. She looked back at him and smirked proudly before flashing through another set, water style, water pellet. Afterwards, Ino dusted her hands proudly before striking a pose for her parents. See, I'm learning ninjutsu from Naruto. You're wrong about him, Dad, he's been really helpful. I'm glad he's my teammate. I'm going to be the best kunoichi in Konoha, just wait and see. Inoichi's jaw was as wide as it could possibly go, and he was staring in utter shock as the revelation of Ino's claims began to dawn on him. He couldn't believe it, the Jinchuriki boy was teaching his daughter who was barely out of the academy elemental ninjutsu. Ino's mom then clapped proudly, my word. That was impressive dear. Your training certainly seems to be working. Inoichi looked at his wife a bit surprised by her support, but he then took a deep breath and sighed, I suppose with results like that, he actually is training you. Wow, I don't know what to say. I didn't start learning elemental jutsus until I was a chunin. I'm telling you Dad, he's not what you think. Seriously, just, come by and watch us train tomorrow. I won't even tell him you're coming, though he'll probably sense you before you get close. He always knows when Asuma-sensei is coming, the man's daughter insisted. He's that advanced at sensory detection. That's concerning. Inoichi thought surprised. Finally, Inoichi conceded as he nodded, alright, I'll see what this boy is really like for myself then. I'm also going to scold him for telling you about the Kyuubi. The Hokage passed a law that forbids anyone to speak about it. I expect you to keep that to yourself or I'm going to get in trouble. Understand, young lady? I wasn't going to tell anyone anyways considering how you two overreacted, Ino groaned. She then haughtily walked past her parents inside, almost proud of herself for winning the argument about her teammate. After she went upstairs to her room, Inoichi's wife then spoke to him, I understand your concern, darling, but you know how she is. When she makes up her mind about something, there's no changing it. Maybe that boy isn't so bad if he's willing to teach her advanced ninja skills. Did you see how happy she looked? I haven't seen her like that since she was still friends with Sakura. Asuma seems to think Naruto Uzumaki is gifted. I guess he really is if he could teach Ino this much stuff in such a short time. I'll go have a talk with him I guess. I need to look into his eyes and see if he really is a good person, Inoichi said distantly. If nothing else, at least try to appease our daughter. She's going to be very upset with you if you go and make a scene. Ino's a good judge of character and I know she's in good hands with Asuma looking over her too. I mean obviously Naruto Uzumaki is dangerous, but he's clearly looking out for our daughter. Besides, I haven't heard about any discontent from the Hyuga clan about their heir being on his team. Surely, they would know better than us if the boy was a danger to his teammates, the man's wife reassured him. You make a good point. The Hyuga clan seems to be tolerant of him. I guess I'll go by after work tomorrow when they're done with their genin duties and see for myself. If that boy gives me any weird vibes though, I'm going to demand her transfer to another team immediately, the man announced before walking inside. Meanwhile upstairs, INO was lying in her bed and felt a bit of glee in finally being able to shut down her dad's obnoxious complaining about Naruto. She felt vindicated telling her parents to their faces that they were overreacting and were wrong. She felt relieved that she didn't get in trouble for it either. INO stared anxiously at the ceiling as she thought about the next day. For whatever reason, the last thoughts in her head before finally falling asleep were of her and Naruto training. It was strange, but she looked forward to it every day now. The next day, after doing 2 ridiculous D-rank missions for most of the morning and early afternoon, Team 10 finally made their way back to the training grounds. Asuma seemed to be in good spirits as he lit up a smoke and laughed, "Good work with that paint job on the roof, Naruto. You're a man of many talents, I see. I might have to hire you to paint my roof one of these days too." Naruto slumped behind him unamused as he shook his head. These D-rank missions should be illegal. Making kids do hard labor for old people is inhumane. I feel like we wasted a whole day. Now, don't go getting gloomy on me, Naruto. They're not that bad, Asuma chuckled. INO then shook her head, "I feel like we're being hazed. The roof job wasn't that bad, but you must think it's funny making me weed gardens half the day. Just because my family works at a flower shop, doesn't mean I'm Queen Green Thumb. I'll bet you chose that mission on purpose, didn't you? Did my dad put you up to it, sensei?" "He did, didn't he? I thought you kids did really well. You definitely get these missions done faster than most genin do," Asuma chuckled. Naruto then looked over at Hinata, who was being oddly quiet. Well, truthfully, she had been quiet for the past 2 weeks. "Hey, how are you feeling, Hinata?" Naruto asked. She looked at him and smiled weakly. I am just tired, Naruto-kun. "Thank you for asking though. I noticed she's stuttering less these days. Maybe she's just getting used to me finally," Naruto thought. INO then walked between the two of them and jabbed Naruto in the shoulder. "I'll bet you snuck out to train last night. You looked awfully tired when you were painting that roof." "I went to bed." "Geez, you need to mind your own business, INO," Naruto replied. "Well, you need to work on your stamina then. You aren't going to become Hokage if roof painting tires you out." "Just saying," INO sassed. Naruto shook his head. "We would have been done 2 hours ago if you didn't decide to redo that lady's whole garden and were there to help me. I swear you got some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder. If I get hired for a job, I'm going to do it right, not quick. Besides, I didn't see you trying to help with that." "Hinata and I did most of the work there," INO shot back. "Yeah, well, that old guy wanted me to freaking wash his house too. Cut me some slack. I was doing manual labor while you girls just played around with flowers in the garden," Naruto noted. "Oh yeah? Well, next time, I'm gonna make you do the weed picking," she said amused as she pushed him. Naruto then pushed her back. "Don't go biting off more than you can chew. You're the one who needs stamina training. You kids are awfully feisty today." "Good, you can work off all that extra energy with team training," Asuma laughed. As INO and Naruto continued to banter, Hinata meekly looked between them and the ground. It did not go unnoticed to her that INO and Naruto were closer now. She knew they had been training after the workday, but she didn't dare stick around to watch since she now knew Naruto could track her. She would use her Byakugan to spy on them though. The Hyuga girl couldn't quite describe the feeling as anything other than pure, suffocating jealousy. In spite of that feeling, she didn't have the courage to say anything and felt a bit excluded from her team. Nobody had ever been this close to Naruto before, and it made her feel sick seeing INO of all people doing what she wished she could do, bantering with Naruto. "She knows I like him, are they?" "No," but she immediately interrupted when Naruto-kun was trying to talk to me earlier. "I thought INO-chan liked Sasuke-kun, why are they so close now? Is she Naruto-kun's type?" "I guess so, he said he didn't like shy people, and she's bold and assertive." The complete opposite of me, Hinata thought sadly. Things would continue on like this for the next few hours as the 3 genin did some training with Asuma before their sensei finally called it a day. He would then thank them for their hard work before leaving. As he left, he looked back briefly. Inoichi's daughter has really taken a liking to Naruto lately. I noticed they've been hanging out a lot more and training together. Hopefully they don't neglect Hinata as well. She seemed a bit out of it today. Well, I'll trust the kids to work it out. Glad to see Naruto took my advice though. He is a good kid. After Asuma left, Hinata immediately bowed her head to her teammates. I'll see you two tomorrow. Thanks for all your help today. Wait, Hinata. Naruto called out as he ran over to block her from leaving. She shrunk back nervously at his proximity and seemed surprised by his interest in her, especially given the fact that INO was the only person he even paid attention to lately. Why yes, Naruto-kun. She asked meekly. I've been doing a lot of extra training with INO lately, and it kind of slipped my mind that we were unintentionally excluding you. Do you want to do some extra training with us today? I'd really like to build our team up some more, Naruto stated. Hinata then looked over at INO almost expecting her to have a disapproving face. To her surprise, INO was smiling. Yeah, this dense jerk over here didn't even think about you for 2 weeks. Can you believe this guy? I mean, how insensitive can one person be? Oh, I can be a bit forgettable at times. I'm quiet and not as outspoken as you two are, Hinata replied looking down. Naruto then took a deep breath before placing a hand on Hinata's shoulder and trying to meet her avoidant gaze. I also wanted to apologize about that stuff I said to you a few weeks ago. I'm not the most socially keen person, as I'm sure you know. I was a jerk calling you out for being shy, and I might have gone a bit overboard. With that said, you actually have been more impressive than I thought you'd be. I mean, you were really awesome in the bell test, and I think you'll develop just fine. We're willing to help you out. INO and I want Team 10 to be the top genin squad in Konoha. You down to train with us, Hinata? The Hyuga felt a light flush in her cheeks, but a newfound courage all of a sudden. Normally she'd faint or shrink into her shell immediately upon being this close to Naruto, let alone having him touch her shoulder. Why, you really think I'm impressive? Hinata asked, barely stuttering at all. Naruto nodded. Hell yeah, you are. You're a Hyuga, and we need a good frontline fighter to round out our squad. I noticed you're innovative and good at making adjustments in combat. Besides, you're probably better than we are at taijutsu. Plus you're remarkably tough for such a meek girl. I mean, I rarely see you tired. You got way more stamina than INO probably does. Hey! I have good stamina. Just because I don't have superhuman endurance like you do, don't go thinking I'm some dainty damsel, Naruto. INO protested. Hinata felt a weird combination of anxiety and elation. She was truly happy that Naruto personally asked her to train with them, but she felt awkward and worried about being a third wheel or making herself look bad to her teammates. I don't want you to feel like an outcast, Hinata. Trust me, I know how that feels, and I'm not going to put you through that. We're a team, so let's train together. I'm sure you'll be blowing INO out of the water after a few weeks, Naruto laughed. If I didn't want to scare Hinata away, I'd pummel you for saying that, Naruto. INO shouted. Naruto shook his head at her antics. Anyways, let's start with a quick spar, if you're up for it. I've heard a lot about Hyuga Gentle Fist, and I want to see it in action in a duel. If Naruto-kun wants to spar, then I suppose I can. I'm not very skilled, but I'll do my best, Hinata nodded. Her heart was racing. Was this actually happening? She was going to spar with Naruto. The dark-haired dame fortified her willpower as an unusual confidence came out. This is my chance to impress him. I can't mess this up. I have to prove I'm strong, and maybe we can spend more time together. Naruto-kun respects strong people. I have to be strong for him to notice and acknowledge me. Hinata thought seriously. Her shyness was a part of who she was, but Hinata felt a wave of purpose washing over her. She was not going to mess up her chance to prove to Naruto that she could be a good teammate. For whatever reason, she felt her jealousy from earlier coming back, and in a strange way it boosted her mental fortitude and got her in the right headspace to properly spar. This feeling was beyond strange to her. Unlike the training she did in the Hyuga compound where she feared making any little mistake and her primary motivation was fear, she instead felt like her dreams depended on her to succeed here. Instead of negative reinforcement, it was a bit more like a positive incentive. She could truly feel a burning motivation to fight when it was about something she actually wanted or cared about. "You ready, Hinata?" Naruto asked as he got into a taijutsu stance. She nodded, "Ready, Naruto-kun." Her lack of stuttering and serious tone caught INO off guard as she stared at the Hyuga girl. Whoa, I've never seen her make a face like that before. She didn't even stutter either. Hinata briefly glanced at INO before the fight could start. Though they only met each other's gazes for half a second, INO could actually sense a bit of goading in them. Why'd she look at me like that? INO thought confused. She didn't have long to ponder that thought before her two teammates charged in to brawl. To say Naruto was not expecting Hinata's relentless flurries was an understatement. The normally shy and sweet girl seemed like a different person as they exchanged blows and danced around each other in a ceaseless onslaught of taijutsu. Since when has she been this fast? Geez, she's almost as relentless as those Umbu guys I fought a few weeks ago, Naruto thought as he took the brawl more seriously than he was expecting to. Nothing about Hinata's personality gave any indication that she had this type of ferocity in combat as the girl did not once cease in their bout. Over 2 minutes of endless punches, dodging, and feints happened as the two shinobi pushed each other back and forth, neither one ever gaining the upper hand. Damn, if I was fighting her for real, I'd have backed off to start using ninjutsu by now. I seriously underestimated her. She seems pissed at me, Naruto thought as Hinata began to start panting and increased her power and speed. I can't believe you're actually able to fend her off, Naruto. Aren't you guys tired yet? INO called out. Erg. Arg. Hinata gasped between breaths as she managed to break through Naruto's defenses and hit him several times. He leapt back briefly as the Hyuga girl charged before flowing around her and tripping Hinata. He didn't stay close for long as she flipped back up and ceased momentarily. Both of them caught their breath for a moment as Naruto spoke up, "Remind me not to get on your bad side. You're better at taijutsu than Sasuke is. Trust me, that's saying something. Be a Kugen." Hinata shouted as her Kekkei Genkai activated. "Oh crap." Naruto remarked as Hinata charged in again and went as hard as she could. She's fighting him like her life depends on it. I've never seen Hinata this intense before. She looks angry. I knew she was tough being a Hyuga and all, but damn, INO thought bewildered. Knowing how bad the situation could get if Hinata managed to seal more of his chakra pathways, he started treating her like a genuine threat now as he formed wind chakra around his hands and feet. INO looked amazed at the sight, and Hinata seemed concerned as the added wind chakra caused him to start moving faster and his blows to land harder. His speed then doubled as he flurried around Hinata using his keen eyes and instincts to dodge and weave through all of her gentle fist strikes. He didn't bother trying to hold back hitting her now as he supplemented all the kicks and punches he could into a whirlwind of alacrity and grace. Both of them received cuts and bruises from it. Hinata then surprised him once again as she spun ridiculously fast, repelling his strikes and nabbing him a few times in the exchange, causing Naruto to go sliding away on his feet. He then looked at her shocked. What was that? 8 divination palms of the hand, the heavenly spin. That's the first time I've ever done it right, Hinata answered without stuttering. Okay, seriously, you're actually a badass. I was not expecting that. Damn. Naruto remarked with genuine admiration in his voice. Hinata was out of breath now and slouched over as she began to start coughing. She finally seemed to be at her limit. Good job, Hinata. It's not easy to impress him. Trust me, I know. He rarely ever compliments me, INO noted as she walked over. Hinata then stood up straight and looked at INO. I'm not done. Naruto-kun isn't even tired yet. I can keep going. Are you being serious right now? He's a freak of nature. You've done more than enough to impress us with your taijutsu, INO remarked. Hinata then looked at Naruto after catching her breath. Fighting you feels like fighting Niji Oniai-san, Naruto-kun. Niji Oniai-san? Is that your brother? Naruto asked. My older cousin. was all she said in response before getting into a fighting stance again. Okay, I had no idea she was a battle maniac. Meathead over there is probably loving this right now. Look at that stupid grin on his face, INO thought annoyed. If you want to keep going, I'm all for it, Hinata. I almost never get to fight someone as good as you are at taijutsu, Naruto said approvingly. Hearing that validation from him fueled Hinata's insatiable will to keep going and to ignore the pain and weariness building up in her body. This was nothing like the training with her father. She wanted to keep going. She felt good seeing Naruto paying attention to her. It was more motivating than anything she could ever remember experiencing in her life. This was pure euphoric validation. This would be her reason to get stronger. For moments like this, Hinata then charged again as the two genin went on for another few minutes. Even Naruto himself was getting worn down and tired and started getting a bit careless near the end, paying for it with some gentle fist strikes. Nevertheless, he kept his battle composure up and treated Hinata as a true opponent until the bitter end. Finally, she couldn't go any longer and tripped as she collapsed halfway in her last charge. To her disbelief, Naruto managed to catch her before she hit the ground. The Hyuga girl looked up in disbelief as their eyes met and he lowered her to the ground. He then knelt next to her as he cradled her head and spoke proudly, "Now that's what I call stamina. Take notes, INO." The blonde girl then walked over and shook her head, "Forget what I said earlier, you're both freaks of nature. I didn't think that fight was ever going to end. Also, didn't you say taijutsu was one of your weaknesses? It sure didn't seem like it. Well, I did kind of cheat using wind chakra. Plus, it would have ended a lot faster if Hinata was actually trying to use her clan techniques to shut off my chakra. In a real fight against a Hyuga I wouldn't even want to use taijutsu against one. If she's this strong, I can't even imagine how tough her dad or cousin is. I'll definitely have to work on some better strategies for dealing with fighters like them in close quarters combat." She hit slightly harder than Sasuke too, was not expecting that from a girl, Naruto laughed. Hinata then started coughing, "Why, you're really incredible, Naruto-kun. I went all out, sorry if I let you down. I did my best." It was clear to Naruto in that moment that Hinata was not used to being complimented. He actually hadn't given that much thought before now, but considering the grim way she spoke her cousin's name, Naruto was keen enough to pick up on the fact that the Hyuga clan must have been a bit too hardcore and rigid for someone kind like Hinata. They probably didn't respect her and thought she was weak. He sort of thought the same thing prior to this bout and felt bad about it now. "I have something I wanted to ask you, Hinata. You don't have to answer if you don't want to," Naruto trailed off. INO perked up a bit seriously and immediately wondered if Naruto was going to ask about Hinata's obvious crush on him. She felt her heart flutter for some reason at the thought of it, but didn't focus on those odd concerns as she stared in anticipation at the two of them. "Go ahead, Naruto-kun. I'll answer anything you want to know." Hinata nodded. She's been stuttering way less today. Hell, she just got a whole sentence out without doing it, and she's not blushing as much. What does she see in him anyways? She's incredible, why would a Hyuga be into Naruto like that? Whatever, at least she's not chasing Sasuke-kun. She'd be way more dangerous competition than Forehead. INO complained in her head. "What's your relationship with your clan like?" "From what I've heard, Hyugas are pretty hardcore and strict, and they're not believers in positive reinforcement. I get the impression you have low self-esteem, and them not believing in you would be the most likely cause." Naruto asked her a deeply personal question. Neither INO nor Hinata were expecting Naruto to ask something like that, and both seemed a bit shocked by his lack of boundaries and prying into someone's personal feelings or family matters so insensitively. INO however did feel a bit of relief that he didn't ask about Hinata's crush for some reason. As usual though, she expelled those very brief thoughts out of her head almost in denial as she stared at Hinata hoping that Naruto didn't offend her. To her surprise, Hinata looked a bit vulnerable emotionally as she tried to avoid Naruto's gaze. You don't have to answer it, Hinata. Listen, I don't care what those uptight Hyuga clan members say or think about you. I think you're pretty good and I'd be more than willing to help you get better. I wasn't sure about you and INO at first, but you girls are really exceeding my expectations. I appreciate the bout. Why don't you recover for a bit, and we'll work on some other stuff afterwards, Naruto said optimistically. Hinata then stared at his face. She saw the flash of genuine goodness in him that she used to always see. Being a professional Naruto observer, Hinata had been worried about Naruto's drastic change in personality a few years ago, but the light and warmth was still there. He was still everything she used to like about him deep down, and more. Her cheeks then got flushed as she sat up and pretended to be wiping her face off. Naruto was completely oblivious to this as he turned around and started talking about what he wanted INO to work on. The blonde girl was tuning him out as she stared at Hinata. The Hyuga girl then glanced at INO a bit shyly as they locked gazes again. Only a master of female body language could have possibly understood the extremely brief and odd tension between them. INO then smiled as she offered Hinata a hand up. Good job, Hinata. A shame you couldn't pummel Meathead's face a bit more. Don't go letting him get a big ego just because he roughed you up. No boy should be proud about beating up a girl anyways. Thank you, INO-chan, Hinata nodded. The blonde girl then examined a few of the bruises and cuts on her before smirking, perfect chance to test out my medical ninjutsu. Hold still, Hinata. The Hyuga watched disbelievingly as INO's hands began to glow green as her bruises and cuts dissipated. How long have you known medical ninjutsu? Hinata asked concerned. Oh, this? Naruto taught me. I'm still super novice, but I can treat light stuff like cuts and bruises, INO practically boasted. Naruto then turned around and saw INO working on her healing and walked back over to observe. Hinata felt shy and embarrassed at his proximity as her normal personality began to creep back a bit. Move your hand up here, INO, and remember to gradually regress in output. Think about the blood flow and clotting. You're going to leave a scar if you don't repair it from the inside out and decrease the chakra flow near the surface. Hinata can't regenerate like me, so be careful or you'll leave a small keloid, Naruto instructed as he physically moved her hands further up on Hinata's cheek. I remember all of that. It's just a minor cut, so relax, INO protested. Treat every injury the same way no matter how minor or insignificant they seem. You'll develop bad healing habits if you try to take shortcuts on minor injuries. Being a medic takes discipline and patience, Naruto shook his head. I'm doing it now, okay? I got her, so back off, will you? INO shook her head. Naruto then looked down and saw Hinata's fingers were bleeding and quickly grabbed one of them, causing the Hyuga girl to go crimson and gasp briefly. She willed herself to calm down and act normal, but Hinata couldn't look directly at him as she felt Naruto's hands envelop one of hers. A green light then surrounded her hand and his as Naruto began to heal her. INO rolled her eyes and spoke in protest. I was about to get to that. You're not helping me get better if you do everything for me. Next time, deal with the more serious injuries first. When healing multiple people, you have to also remember to triage properly, he reminded her. INO scoffed, she's a girl, Naruto, and a clan noble. I'd consider healing her face more important than her hands. Last thing we need is the Hyuga clan getting mad at us. Good point I guess, Naruto nodded as he let go of Hinata's healed hand and grabbed the other one. Her hands are very calloused. She clearly trains a lot, and she definitely has a high pain tolerance. Most girls her age would be writhing in pain from bleeding knuckles like this, Naruto thought as he healed Hinata's other hand. Thank you both for healing me, Hinata managed to speak up as her two teammates finished. INO then gave Naruto an annoyed look, of course it was a good point. You see everything so pragmatically and logistically, but you have to factor in the emotional side as well. So long as her life isn't danger, I think a girl would rather have her facial beauty or aesthetic features tended to first. I mean, if I was hurt, I'd rather have my beautiful face healed so I wouldn't look deformed. I mean, if this was a serious healing job, you have to consider the patient's feelings and who they are as well. If I ever get injured, you better heal my face first. Sasuke-kun would forsake me if I got all scarred up. Also, try not to be so rough with Hinata, she's practically a princess in Konoha. Her clan would be pissed if you ruined her beauty or sent her home all beat up. I suppose there is some logic to that. It would ease any mental trauma on the patient and alleviate stress or social stigmas in the aftermath. Still, we are shinobi and not models, so make sure you remember priorities in actual scenarios that require it. I think your clans would rather you be alive than dead with a perfectly preserved aesthetics, Naruto sighed. You don't understand girls' feelings at all, meathead. I think I would rather be dead than ugly. I guess it's a good thing I'll be a medic too so that I can compensate for your insensitivity. Don't worry, Hinata, I won't let this brute ruin your girlish aesthetics with his careless, hardcore attitude, INO scoffed. I'll trust Naruto-kun to do what he thinks is right, Hinata remarked. INO crossed her arms, don't let this guy bully you, Hinata. You don't need to be hardcore just for his sake. Personally, I think you're already impressive. I'll make sure he remembers that you're a girl. I had to set him straight on that myself, but he likes to forget all the time for some reason. You made your point, INO. I'll keep that in mind for both of you so that I don't ruin you for your pretty faces for future marriages or whatever. Naruto rolled his eyes. The blonde girl glared at Naruto. Pretty faces? Don't say gross stuff like that to me, please. I thought you'd be happy that I agree with you on that. I didn't mean anything by it. It's just a simple objective fact. I mean you said it yourself, Naruto shrugged almost cluelessly. Given his poor social skills and lack of insight into girls, he didn't even realize the implications of how his words would be received. Obviously, Naruto understood that girls liked being complimented and might assume someone was hitting on them if they were called pretty, but to him it was just an objective observation that he agreed with. It wasn't like the times he called Sakura pretty because he didn't show much emotion or intrigue when stating this simple fact. Given the tone of how he said it, Naruto simply assumed it wasn't a strange thing to say. I'll forgive you just this once because you're obviously socially inept. INO crossed her arms again and looked away a bit flustered. And Naruto-kun, you think we are pretty? Hinata stuttered. He then looked at her simply, well you're definitely more regal looking than INO is. She has a point, you kind of do remind me a princess. Anyways, sorry to make things weird. Don't mind my intrusive thoughts leaking out. I didn't mean anything by it. My bad. And no, I appreciate it, and Naruto-kun, Hinata managed to say despite the crippling anxiety it brought her to admit. She was screaming in her head for saying something so bold and felt a shiver run down her spine as INO sent her a sharp look. Naruto really got her to come out of her shell in record time. How can someone as smart as Naruto not realize she's totally into him? Of course, Naruto is as clueless as always. Whatever, I'm actually glad he's as dense as a rock. It would be annoying if the two of them started getting all lovey-dovey and I became a third wheel on the team. Ugh, look at her just smiling like that. INO thought annoyed. Hinata then looked at INO a bit nervously when she saw the blonde girl staring at her strangely. INO-chan seems a bit upset. I suppose she doesn't want us getting closer. She was concerned about being a third wheel on the team when she called me out 2 weeks ago for liking him. I am glad she still seems to like Sasuke-kun. Things would be awful if I had to compete with her for Naruto-kun. I guess it's best if I don't make things more awkward. Still, Naruto-kun thinks I'm pretty. That makes me really happy. Hinata then smiled weakly before looking at Naruto again. I hope we can be a great team, Naruto-kun, INO-chan. Not even a second later, Naruto snapped his head around and immediately placed a hand against the ground. He closed his eyes and quickly identified the chakra signature, definitely a shinobi, Jonin level at least. Maybe an Umbu spy? No, the signature isn't faint enough for an Umbu. Maybe one of their parents? It's similar to Ino's, must be her dad. Naruto then stood up and turned his attention to where the presence was approaching. The hidden presence landed in a nearby tree shortly after and stopped. Whoever it was, they were clearly there to watch him. Naruto immediately looked over at the tree before throwing a kunai towards it with remarkable accuracy and absurd wind-infused velocity. Further away, Inoichi could barely believe how quickly he was detected as a kunai whizzed his way. He then almost fell back in disbelief, as Naruto practically appeared next to him and grabbed it right before it could pierce his flak jacket. What the hell? He sensed me and got here before I could even move. How? Inoichi thought fearfully as Naruto stood across from him on the branch and put his kunai away. Hey, you must be Ino's dad. You look a lot like her, and your chakra is almost the same, Naruto addressed him almost nonchalantly. How did you get over here so fast? The man asked disbelievingly. I'm guessing you came here to make sure I wasn't doing evil and corrupting your daughter. Naruto replied before sending the man a blank look. Inoichi backed away a bit as he gulped. He was not expecting the Kyuubi kid would actually be able to catch him off guard. If Naruto really wanted to kill him, he probably could, and that was terrifying to consider. I just came here to check on my daughter, Inoichi said a bit warily. For some bizarre reason, he felt intimidated by the Jinchuriki. Even hearing from Asuma and his own daughter that Naruto was skilled and mostly nice, he could not fathom how intimidating the kid was or how easily the genin intercepted him. He really is a sensory ninja, but how did he move so fast? This kid can do elemental ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu on top of that as well. At this rate he'll be a jonin in 2 years, Inoichi thought concerned. Alright. Sorry for the aggressive interception. It's kind of a reflex. I'll go get Ino for you, Naruto shrugged before leaping out of the tree and back to his teammates. Inoichi followed behind him and could feel his heart beating quickly as he noticed a confused-looking Hinata and Ino staring at Naruto and himself in disbelief. Naruto, how did you just move so fast? Also, is that you, Dad? Ino demanded. I can move quickly with wind chakra, Naruto lied. Part of him was still surprised that nobody was keen enough to notice him using flying Raijin. He'd have to be careful doing it this casually in the future, but he wanted to make a point by scaring Inoichi. The jonin let out a breath he had been holding and nodded, yeah, sorry to interrupt you kids. Did Asuma go home already? Ino nodded, yeah, sensei left like 20 minutes ago. We were just training, Dad. Naruto wanted to spar with Hinata and see the Hyuga gentle fist style in action. I was also working on my medical ninjutsu. Hinata bowed her head politely at the jonin, hello, sir. Did you need anything from us? I just came to check in on Ino. She's been training late the past 2 weeks, and I wanted to see how her team was doing, Inoichi mostly told the truth. Naruto nodded, well, you're welcome to come by any time you want. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, but I assume you already know that. This is Hinata Hyuga. We're Team 10, and we're gonna be the top genin squad. Ino says you are kind of on the fence about me, but I can promise you that I'll keep her safe and help her career, sir. Inoichi then looked at Naruto as their eyes met. Blue eyes peered into blue eyes as the older jonin man stared at Naruto in a brief silence. There doesn't seem to be anything inherently malevolent or dark about him. The kid is definitely terrifying for someone his age, but I don't sense any hatred or resentment against me. He has the disposition of someone in Umbu. I think he just wanted to make a point by trying to scare me and showcasing how dangerous he actually could be. He knows I consider him a threat, but he clearly doesn't see me as one. I don't see any malign intentions in his eyes, he's looking at me like I'm clueless. Inoichi's thoughts raced as he tried to psychologically analyze Naruto. Dad, can you stop being weird, please? Why are you staring at Naruto like that? This is embarrassing, Ino complained as she face-palmed. Inoichi then broke his gaze with Naruto and chuckled, my apologies, I was just impressed by how professional and talented your teammate's demeanor was. He seems quite mature for his age. And Naruto-kun is intense, but he's a nice person, Yamanaka-san. I am very happy to be on his team, Hinata spoke up. Don't be insensitive, Dad. Naruto is an orphan like Sasuke-kun, of course he has to act more mature since he doesn't have parents. Besides, don't fall for his edgy tough guy act. He's a goofy meathead underneath all that. You should have seen the dumb grin he was making when Hinata went all out against him, Ino stated factually. Naruto then scoffed at her, I wasn't making a dumb grin. Yeah, you were. Tell him, Hinata, he was smiling like a kid after you activated your Byakugan. Freaking battle maniac, I swear, Ino countered. Well do you mind if I stay to watch you all train for a bit? It won't be for long. I do need to pick up some things at the store for your mom, Inoichi asked as he looked between his daughter and Naruto. To his absolute shock, Naruto nodded first. That's fine with me. I was actually about to put INO through some ninjutsu drills. She needs to work on her stamina, and I've been trying to develop her chakra reserves. Based on her affinities and her clan techniques, she's best suited to be our backline. After I get her going, I was going to check and see what kind of affinities Hinata had. So, you can determine a shinobi's elemental affinities? How? That seems extremely advanced and difficult even for most sensory types, Inoichi wondered. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I can find out what yours are really quick if you don't believe me. Sure, I'm curious to see how it works for you, Inoichi nodded. Put out your hand, Yamanaka-san, and channel chakra into it, Naruto instructed. After doing so, Inoichi felt a bit tense as Naruto grabbed his hand and closed his eyes. A moment passed before the blonde spoke. Water is your strongest affinity. You have a minor affinity for earth too. Your lack of fire affinity suggests that INO probably gets that from her mom's side of the family. You have less yang energy than INO does though, so you're not really suitable to be a medic. Inoichi looked almost impressed as Naruto let go of his hand. He really can analyze elemental affinities and chakra natures, but just by touching someone's hand though. This boy is a prodigy. How did you sense me coming so easily? Inoichi then asked, deeply intrigued. He was less wary of Naruto now after seeing the Jinchuriki's willingness to showcase his abilities for him. He just touches the ground and can sense stuff. I've never seen anything like it. I think he's better than our whole clan is at sensing people. Given our mind powers, Hinata's Byakugan, and his sensory abilities, our squad is built to be the ultimate reconnaissance team, INO noted. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had that ability. I learned it from a dead clan member of mine. That's all I'm willing to say about it, Naruto sort of told the truth. Clan member, so you actually know about the Uzumaki clan and were trained by a member of it? Inoichi couldn't help but ask. Yeah, so that's why I'm a bit more advanced than most people at my age. Still, I'm hardly impressive compared to people like the 4th Hokage or the Sannin. Even Grandpa Hokage too. I mean they were running real missions at my age. The Yondaime Hokage especially was a true prodigy. He's one of the people I look up to the most along with the whole Senju clan. It's one of the main reasons I want to become Hokage one day, to be like those guys. I have a long way to go, but it's what motivates me, Naruto replied with humility. Inoichi seemed even more caught off guard by Naruto being humble. This boy, he's being quite honest and humble even despite how easily he caught me off guard. He might not actually be that bad of a person. I mean, he admires the 4th Hokage. Surely there couldn't be any malign influence from the Kyuubi if he thinks like that. Still, I'm very curious about how much he knows of the Uzumaki clan and who actually trained him. You know about the Uzumaki clan, Dad? What happened to them? INO asked. They were originally from another village called Uzushiyogakure. It was on an island off the east coast of the Land of Fire and close to the Land of Water. It was an allied village to Konoha several decades ago. It was wiped out by a combined assault from Kyumo and Kiri. I don't know much about the Uzumaki clan itself, but they were apparently powerful and feared enough for two great nations to ally against them. Survivors apparently spread to the Four Winds, and I assume Naruto Uzumaki's parents must have been among those refugees, Inoichi explained. Hinata looked a bit saddened, so Naruto-kun's entire clan was wiped out in war. That would explain why he's so driven to get stronger. I have to get stronger too so I can support him. Uzushio was Konoha's strongest ally. The red swirls on Konoha's shinobi uniforms are the Uzumaki clan symbol. Naruto added. They are. INO asked surprised. Inoichi seemed surprised by this information as well. I didn't know that. Well, it became a thing before you were even born, so it's not common knowledge even to people that know about the Uzumaki clan. Members of the Uzumaki clan also predominantly have dark red hair. I don't, but I'm not really a pure-blooded Uzumaki though, Naruto noted. That's fascinating, you're quite knowledgeable, Naruto-san, Inoichi remarked. Well, don't go telling everyone. Just thought it was worth pointing out that my clan always had close ties to Konoha, Naruto shrugged. Do you know who your parents were, Naruto-san? I've always wondered who they could be. I believe there was a kunoichi with long red hair with the name Uzumaki back when I was younger, but I didn't know her very well. I have no idea who your father could have been. Inoichi couldn't help but indulge in his curiosity. INO and Hinata both seemed interested in this topic as well and remained deathly silent. Both girls stared from afar as they watched Naruto walk closer to Inoichi and left them staring at his back. Naruto then drew one of his special kunai and held up the handle against his head for only the jonin to see. Inoichi looked confused by the seal on the handle, but not nearly as confused as INO and Hinata seemed to be since they couldn't see it. Naruto quickly put the kunai away before the girls could see the seal on it and pointed at his hair afterwards. His hair had grown a bit longer over the years to almost resemble Minato's hair now. I'm honestly amazed nobody in this village has figured it out yet. I swear you guys must be blind. The Hokage probably thinks I'm a moron too, but I understand why he won't talk about it to me and why it's not common knowledge. I know who both of my parents were and how they died, and I also know why I shouldn't talk about it for my own good. You probably shouldn't talk about it either, Yamanaka-san. I don't want you getting in trouble with the Hokage, so keep it between us, please. I've never actually told anyone before. Take it as a sign of trust. I'm loyal to the village. Inoichi stared briefly for a moment before his eyes shot open widely in disbelief. Is he implying, no, that can't be possible? There's no way. The yondaime never had a child, right? Wait a minute, that move he did to intercept me earlier, a yellow flash. His kunai had a seal on it. Was that flying Raijin he used against me? The yondaime's legendary ability? He's the fourth son. That can't be true. How did I never notice it before? No wonder he's a genius prodigy, and he knows about it too. I suppose he would be loyal to the village if his father was the last Hokage. The Kyuubi would hate the yondaime, so Naruto Uzumaki is truly good then. I've been such an idiot. The jonin quickly regained his composure and spoke calmly in response. Oh, so that's who your father was then? I can see why it would be a problem to talk about it openly. In that case, please accept my apology for any transgressions or misunderstandings I may have ever directed towards you, Naruto Uzumaki. You're certainly worthy of my respect if you're his son. I won't say anything, and thank you for trusting me and looking after my daughter. I feel a lot more assured that she'll be in good hands with you now. What the hell did Naruto just do? My dad knew his dad. I guess Naruto's dad must have been someone respectable if mine would act all sincere like this. Wow, who could Naruto's dad be? Why is it some big secret? INO gawked in disbelief at her father's complete shift in disposition. Hinata was equally curious, but it did not surprise her that Naruto apparently had some incredible and respectable father. She was more curious about why Naruto drew a kunai and why the blonde genin felt the need to tell Ino's dad that he was loyal to the village. Why wouldn't he be if he was a genin that aspired to be Hokage? Inoichi then turned his attention to his daughter. Listen up, Ino, do not ask or talk about Naruto Uzumaki's parents. He said enough to convince me that you're in good hands. In fact, you couldn't be in better hands or on a better team. Listen to anything he has to say and train hard with him. I look forward to seeing you kids grow together. Dad, what's with the sudden change? You're cool with me being on this team now? Ino asked disbelievingly. Take good care of her, Naruto-san. I appreciate your honesty and humility. I was wrong about you. Inoichi then bowed his head respectfully to Naruto. The genin gawked at him confused. Geez, I wasn't expecting him to react like that. People must have really respected my father. I have to say though, this guy is pretty sincere. Guess Ino takes after him more than her mom. I don't think it was a good idea to tell him that. The Nidaime said it would be dangerous if people started finding out who you were before your maturity. I hope this doesn't blow up in your face, Kurama sighed. Maybe it will, but at least now Ino's dad will be cool with me and back off, Naruto sighed mentally. Do you really think he's going to keep this a secret? Kurama asked doubtfully. I guess we'll find out, but even if he doesn't, then who cares? I'm not afraid of assassins or other villages coming after me. If anything, they'll probably crap a brick and think twice about attacking Konoha. Even so, I don't think Ino's dad would want to risk getting in trouble by talking about me like that. We showed him a bit of trust, so now he'll have a lot more for us, I'm hoping, Naruto explained. Well, at the very least, he knows you could easily kill him now. That's certainly going to help in keeping his mouth shut, Kurama concluded before yawning. I should probably get going and buy those groceries for your mother. You kids take care. Also, feel free to come by our home sometime, Naruto-san. I'd be more than happy to have you over for dinner one of these days as thanks for putting up with my hot-headed daughter, Inoichi waved as he walked off. Dad! Ugh! Ino got a bit flustered as Inoichi then took his leave with a smile. Ino then turned her attention to Naruto. Okay, what the hell did you do to make my dad like you so quickly? Your dad was friends with mine too. How come you never told me that? Who was your dad anyways? It doesn't really matter, at least now he's cool with us being teammates, Naruto evaded her questions. Ino crossed her arms. I can't believe he invited you over for dinner. Are you seriously going to keep me out of the loop here? Your dad just told you not to ask me about my parents anymore. I'll let him be the one to tell you. Although honestly, you'll probably find out eventually anyways. Let's just drop it for now, alright? Naruto sighed. The blonde girl sighed dramatically. Fine, keep your little secrets then. I guess something good came out of this at least. Finally, he'll stop acting so worried when I stay out to train with you. Speaking of which, how late are you allowed to stay out, Hinata? Naruto shifted his attention to the dark-haired Hyuga. She shyly looked down. I don't have a curfew or anything like that, but my father would be concerned if he didn't know where I was. I can probably stay until sunset, but I would need his approval to train later than that outside of the Hyuga compound. Do you think you could ask him for permission to stay out later? I could always ask him myself if you're cool with it, Naruto suggested. Hinata meekly frowned. I could try asking him, but my father is usually not very accommodating. Let's go talk to him then and ask for his permission. I'd like to see him for myself anyways. Is he at home? Naruto asked. And no, why you can't? Hinata got flustered at the idea of Naruto visiting her home. Ino quickly interjected, we can't just waltz into the Hyuga compound, Naruto. They're real traditional noble types. It's best if you just let Hinata ask him, herself. Alright, well, see what he says then, Hinata. If he says no though, I'll go convince him to change his mind. At any rate, we still got daylight, so let's continue with training, the Jinchuriki nodded. 2 more weeks later. The following 2 weeks progressed much more smoothly than the previous 2 as Team 10 now had a much healthier relationship and routine as they trained together in unity and became friendlier. There was still a strange tension between Ino and Hinata for some reason, but both girls seemed to get along with him quite well, and they both continued to progress exactly how Naruto wanted. To Naruto's absolute disbelief, however, Hinata's father actually did approve of her training later with her team and had no objections or strange conditions at all. According to Hinata, her father Hayashi was actually pleased that the girl was eager to train more without any extra motivation and believed that she was showing proper ambition for once. There was no telling what kind of conversation he and Hinata had behind closed doors about the situation, but Hinata's overall improved mood seemed to indicate that she was less stressed out or mentally overburdened now. She would even tell Naruto that his training helped her a lot with the training she did at home and that her father noticed progress. Naruto was grateful that he didn't have to get involved or worry about the extra drama, and he took full advantage of Hinata's extra training time to really boost her foundation and build up her confidence. Her personality stayed mostly the same, but she began to walk with a lot more confidence as the days went on and stuttered less and less. Team 10 found the use of her Byakugan to be extremely beneficial, and Naruto also took the time to train the girls in how to run reconnaissance missions and information gathering with their abilities. Not only did they train for combat, but Naruto thought it was vitally important they improved their stealth, decision-making, and teamwork. Little did the two kunoichi know, they were learning umbu tactics that Naruto learned from Tobirama, and they found ways to synchronize their individual sensory skills to work in harmony and with pure efficiency. Both seemed like true naturals at it, but that was hardly surprising considering they were both from clans that specialized in this kind of thing. In addition to all the basic improvements in Hinata's combat aptitude and general shinobi skills, Naruto was also able to identify what her elemental type affinities were. To his surprise and approval, Hinata was attuned to fire and lightning, which was good since neither he nor INO were strongly attuned to them. He liked having every element covered and Hinata having a ranged option in case she ever needed it. Similar to the things he taught Sasuke, Naruto would spend time each day trying to get Hinata to understand and use basic elemental jutsus from these schools. She was definitely nowhere near as good as Sasuke was at them, but Hinata was smart and determined and could usually pick it up within a day or two. With his help and encouragement, she had learned how to do a few ninjutsu moves from both schools. Naruto also decided to teach her medical ninjutsu after she asked and realizing how great her chakra control was. While she would never be as gifted as he was at it, Hinata seemed almost as good as INO was at chakra control and learning ninjutsu. They were both gifted at learning in different ways. INO seemed naturally talented at everything she tried enough times and had a good memory. Hinata on the other hand was good at learning from mistakes and had a relentless determination to practice something until she got it down. In that way Hinata was similar to him. It was clear she had stronger willpower than INO, but that made sense given how tough she was being trained by her clan. Hinata's chakra pool was also way larger than he was expecting it to be for a primary melee-type fighter, and it seemed to explain why she had good stamina. It made sense though given the fact that she had a dojutsu which would constantly drain it when active. The years of training with her clan had no doubt shaped her to be a strong kunoichi from the start, but the Naruto had somehow unlocked her confidence and ambition to put these things together. A confident and motivated Hinata was a much stronger kunoichi even at her genin level. As for INO, she continued to get better at the stuff Naruto was teaching her previously, but he also made it a point to make her more proficient at taijutsu and would have either himself or Hinata spar with her each day and wear her out until she was tired. Being a girly girl, INO wasn't too fond of taijutsu, especially against Hinata, but she got better at it. She would never be as good as Naruto or Hinata at taijutsu, but Naruto just wanted to make sure her weaknesses were covered and that she could hold her own if someone ever got too close. He would also continue to overload her chakra and practically force her body to develop a larger pool and relearn control over and over again. He did the same for Hinata as well, and predictably it ended up throwing her chakra control off balance and disrupting her ability to do gentle fist and Byakugan initially. However, each time he did it, Naruto would make her train until she could use them again. It was extremely grueling, but it would force her body to get used to controlling more chakra and naturally increase on its own. Naruto learned this from Tobirama and said his brother Hashirama used to do it to him. According to the Nidaime, this was similar to one physically training their muscles and breaking them down so they would grow back stronger and larger. It wasn't some big secret in the shinobi world, but chakra transfer wasn't very common for a large portion of ninjas, and most people weren't creative enough to use it in this way. It was kind of like a training cheat code similar to how beneficial training with shadow clones was. It naturally drained Naruto a lot to do this every day, but he was willing to suffer since his teammates were as well. He knew it would pay off when they were both way stronger. Both girls' fitness levels also went through the roof with their daily training, and there was no doubt that their discipline and pain tolerance went up as well. All three of them would be rather exhausted every single day and it showed in their training with Asuma as well as the lame D-rank missions. After a month of doing hardcore training that Tobirama would approve of and slumming around Konoha with D-rank missions, Team 10 was finally seeing a change of pace as they walked towards to village center to meet up with their sensei. He had requested the three genin meet him at the Hokage Tower bright and early for their mission. Normally he just got the D-rank missions for them, but this time it seemed obvious they would be doing something new. I'm so sore. Why'd he make us show up here at 6 in the morning? INO yawned as she stretched out and walked alongside her teammates. She was walking on Naruto's left. Hinata was on his right, and she looked quite tired as well. She didn't show it as much though as she spoke up. Asuma-sensei most likely wanted us here for a special kind of mission. Perhaps we've finally earned enough prestige to do a C rank. Geez, I hope so. I'm gonna fall asleep in the middle of the street if it's another lame, boring D rank mission. INO exclaimed. It's definitely a C rank mission. We probably had to wake up early because we'll need to travel today, Naruto noted. Wait, we're traveling? Why wouldn't sensei just tell us that then? I would have packed if I knew that, INO replied. Naruto shook his head. They'll probably give us time to do that before we leave. What do you think we'll be doing on this C rank mission, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked without stuttering. He was truly proud of her. She almost never stuttered anymore except when getting embarrassed occasionally. Probably traveling and delivering something. Could be an escort as well. C rank missions are usually not that dangerous. I guess the worst we could see would be bandits or something. Chunin are able to solo C rank missions, so it can't be that dangerous. We'll have a Jonin with us and we're all pretty tough for Genin, so I don't think it'll be that bad, Naruto answered. Well, at least it will be a break from your torturous training. Can't say I like the idea of camping or fighting bandits, but anything is better than a D rank mission, INO sighed. Naruto chuckled. Well, I guess you can consider it a brief vacation from our training regime. I don't think you'll have any trouble sleeping outside. And if you do, I guess we can always train on the road. It would be a good chance to get hands-on training with our scouting skills, Hinata pointed out. Just then the three Genin saw another trio passing them on the other side of the street. It was Team 7 with Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba. Akamaru, Kiba's dog, wasn't with them strangely enough though. To everyone's surprise, Sasuke diverted away from his team and walked over with his eyes on Naruto. INO and Hinata were both baffled by this, but not nearly as much as Sasuke's own teammates. He then spoke to Naruto in an almost friendly tone, haven't seen you around much, Naruto. I've been meaning to show you some of my new skills. Yeah, I've been busy training with my team lately. They're coming along better than expected. I'm guessing you already mastered those jutsus. Naruto responded. The Uchiha boy smirked, but not in a condescending way. I wouldn't say I mastered them, but I got the hang of most already. By the way, I meant to tell you that I was surprised by how good your handwriting is. Glad to hear it, Sasuke. I'll definitely have to make time for coming by. How's your team coming along? Naruto asked. How do you think? Sasuke's almost enthusiastic tone went completely blank as he looked back at Kiba and Sakura. Kiba sent him a glare when he saw Sasuke looking back but also sent one Naruto's way. The Inuzuka boy was clearly not a fan of either one of them and found their cordial attitudes towards each other baffling. Hello, Sasuke-kun. INO exclaimed as she moved up to Naruto's side and waved at him. He looked at her carelessly before turning his attention back to Naruto. I found your chakra control exercises really useful as well. You've done a lot more to help me than my useless sensei has. Where is your sensei anyways? Naruto asked. He's with our client at the moment. We just got approved for a C-rank mission. Apparently, it's some escort mission to the land of waves. You want me to get you a souvenir? Huh, sure, I'll get you one too. We're probably getting a C-rank mission as well, Naruto chuckled. INO looked shocked by Sasuke ignoring her and his team as he seemed only interested in talking to Naruto. Her reaction didn't come close to Sakura's though as the pink-haired girl ran over and tried to get involved in the conversation. She couldn't believe that Sasuke, who normally ignored everybody, would actually offer to get Naruto a souvenir or go out of his way to talk to him. Whoa, hold on a sec. Sasuke-kun, what are you doing talking to Naruto? Since when have you two been so friendly? Sakura half demanded. Sasuke then glanced at her. You guys are welcome to go on without me if I'm holding you up. I just haven't seen Naruto in a while. Are you two friends? Since when? Sakura shrieked in disbelief. The pink-haired Kunoichi then looked at Naruto confused. Naruto, when did you and Sasuke-kun start liking each other? About a month or so now. I've always respected him though, Naruto shrugged. INO then moved into Sasuke's personal bubble as she stared at him starry-eyed. Sasuke-kun, you're going to the land of waves. Can you get me a souvenir too? Sakura immediately jumped in front of Sasuke to shield him from her rival. Hey, back off INO pig. Don't make demands of Sasuke-kun. I wasn't making demands. Besides, your presence alone is probably demanding enough for poor Sasuke-kun, forehead. INO shot back. Kiba sighed before walking up with his hands in his coat pocket and looked a bit perturbed. He then looked at Team 10 and greeted them. What's up guys? Hello, Kiba-kun, Hinata greeted him. Are you enjoying your new team? He scoffed. Could be worse. At least I'm not on Naruto's team. To everyone's surprise, INO immediately ceased her standoff with Sakura and sent the boy a sharp glare. Are you joking? We're the strongest team by a long shot. Naruto's an awesome teammate. Sakura looked shocked by INO of all people defending Naruto. It seemed even more telling when Hinata spoke up as well. Naruto-kun is a great teammate, Kiba-kun. I'm really happy to be with him and INO-chan. Sasuke then looked over Naruto's teammates before smirking. I'm guessing you've been training them too, huh? It must be going well if they think highly of you already. Naruto's been training you guys? Sakura seemed shocked by this information. INO then proudly nodded as she put her elbow on Naruto's shoulder and gave a peace sign. That's right, forehead, and he's super strong. You may have Sasuke-kun and Kiba on your team, but I got Naruto and Hinata. Kiba then looked over at Naruto and spoke to him finally. No way, you really got this blonde bimbo to listen to you? Bimbo? Take that back, Kiba. INO shouted. She's actually latently talented. I was really surprised when I found out about it. Plus, Hinata's really strong too since she's a Hyuga. Naruto praised his teammates. Kiba ignored INO's fuming as he then shook his head. Man, I never would have guessed you three would get along. Guess you must be competent now if even Uchiha over here deigns to bless you with his attention. What kind of training have you guys been doing? How would Naruto of all people train you? I mean, what's he even good at besides throwing kunai? Sakura wondered. What isn't he good at? Naruto is almost as good as Sasuke-kun, INO countered. To everyone's disbelief, Sasuke then shook his head. He's actually better at a lot of things. You two are lucky to be on his team. Hearing Sasuke Uchiha of all people admit that someone was better than him at something was truly mind-boggling to everyone there. Well, that could easily change once you awaken your Sharingan. I'm not sleeping on you, Sasuke, Naruto replied. The Uchiha boy shook his head. I'm just waiting for you to pop out some other new hidden skill that I don't know about yet. I'm not sleeping on you either, Naruto. Kiba then laughed. Man, this is so weird, seeing you two blow each other in public. Get a room guys. That's not funny, Kiba. Sakura held up a fist and shouted at her teammate. Sasuke-kun isn't like that, Kiba. INO added as she joined in with Sakura's scolding. Kiba endured their brief berating comments before putting his hands behind his head and sighing. Geez, it was just a joke. I already gotta take crap from Sakura all day on the job and from my mom and sister all night at home. I have sensitive hearing, you know. Where's Akamaru at? Naruto wondered. He found the lack of Kiba's constant companion very strange and couldn't help but ask about it. The brown-haired boy glanced at him and sighed. He's with my mom at the moment. She said something about putting a tracker on his collar and was acting all worried about me leaving the village. Isn't your mom that intense lady with the red eyeliner and the wild hair? She's a jonin, right? She seemed kind of hardcore. She's worried about you? Naruto asked. Kiba scoffed at him. Who knows, she's probably just worried about me disappearing like my dad did. She doesn't get that worked up when my sister goes anywhere. Wait, what? Your dad disappeared, Kiba? Sakura asked. The brown-haired boy seemed oddly comfortable talking about this as he shrugged. Yeah, when I was a little kid. Not sure what happened, but my parents are divorced. Ever since he left, my mom gets all paranoid anytime I go somewhere. I still got a dang curfew if you can believe that crap. It's freaking embarrassing, man. That lady needs to give me some space. Tell me about it. My dad was acting like I was getting kidnapped when I was staying out late to train. He also had this weird gripe about Naruto at first. He loves Naruto now though. It's kind of weird. I guess my dad knew his dad, but he didn't want to talk about it, INO pointed out. Kiba then looked at Naruto and INO surprised. Wait, your dad knew his dad? Who was Naruto's dad? No idea, but I guess he was some big shot who died a long time ago, INO shrugged. Sakura could only stare in disbelief as Naruto stood there awkwardly trying to avoid this conversation. Her mind was racing though. Naruto had a renowned father. I didn't know that, and what's with INO Pig liking him so much now? Well, if Naruto is so great INO Pig, then why don't you just marry him and leave Sasuke-kun to me? Sakura chimed in. Everyone immediately went deathly silent as Sakura's comment seemed to embarrass the blonde girl. Hinata did not seem to approve of that comment as even she sent a sharp look INO and Sakura's way. INO had to make a furious face to hide her light blush and shook her head angrily. Get real. You wish forehead. Well, you're on the same team, aren't you? Maybe you should just accept what you get, INO Pig. Sakura and INO then clasped hands as they pushed against one another. I'd tell you to move on to Naruto, but he probably takes you less seriously than Sasuke-kun. INO shot back. Her words seemed to actually cut deep as Sakura ceased her aggression and looked confused by them. INO then proudly continued, you fumbled big time, forehead. Although even Naruto was too good for you. Hinata, Kiba, Naruto, and Sasuke were all deeply uncomfortable watching this and quickly distanced themselves a bit further away from the two girls feuding as they pretended not to hear any of it with an unspoken collective understanding. Kiba continued ignoring the weird dynamic going on with the girls as he spoke to Naruto again. Hey, Naruto. I guess I'm sorry for all those times I made fun of you in the academy. If your team and even Uchiha thinks you're competent, then I guess you might be, somewhat. Plus, you made Genin too, so we cool. Don't worry about it, Kiba. We were just kids. I wouldn't hold a grudge over something like that. Naruto smiled at him much to the dog boy's surprise. He found it baffling how the former deadlast could forgive him so easily and frowned. Yeah, I guess so. Well, good luck on your mission, guys. I'm gonna go pick up Akamaru and pack. Later, Kiba. Naruto waved. Goodbye, Kiba-kun. Hinata waved. Be safe. After Kiba left, Sasuke sighed. Well, I'll see you when you get back, Naruto. There's some stuff I've been working on that I'd like your input for. I'll make sure I get a good souvenir for you. The Uchiha boy then left as well. Hinata was almost too intimidated to talk to Sasuke, but she waved along with Naruto as the Uchiha walked off with his arm up and the other one in his pocket. Naruto then looked over surprised when he saw INO and Sakura both glaring at each other still and arguing about something irrelevant. Are they still at it? Give a rest, INO. Naruto sighed as he and Hinata approached their overzealous teammate. Come on, INO, we're going to be late. You can square off with Sakura later, Naruto intervened as he walked up and pulled the blonde girl away. Sakura had a strange look on her face and spoke before Naruto could leave. Naruto, wait a moment please. What is it, Sakura? He asked. She frowned and looked away. Didn't he used to always call me Sakura-chan? Was INO Pig right? I. Sakura looked like she couldn't find the words as she looked away. Let's go, Naruto. I don't want to look at her anymore. INO rolled her eyes before pulling her teammate along. Tell me when you get back, I guess. We're kind of in a hurry, Naruto sighed before leaving with his team. The pink-haired Kunoichi could only watch in disappointment as she saw them departing. Her thoughts kept repeating what she wanted to ask him aloud. Would you mind training me too? She couldn't quite explain why her feelings were so hurt from INO's words and was also wondering if it was actually true that Naruto didn't like her anymore. He didn't seem to have any animosity, and he didn't ignore her, but Naruto's passive disposition towards her made Sakura feel irrelevant. It was also strange seeing her rival doting over a boy that used to be shamelessly infatuated with her. It wasn't quite jealousy, but she felt weird about it. All of her former classmates were making bonds and getting stronger, leaving her behind. She was already deeply insecure about being from a civilian family and having no clan among her class of prodigies. She always had confidence though since someone like Naruto managed to succeed there too. Now, he was apparently the dual ace of their class along with Sasuke-kun, and Sasuke himself looked at Naruto like he was worthy of being his friend. Nobody looked at her that way, and it was crippling to her own pride and confidence. Sakura sighed as she turned to go home and prepare for her mission. I can't slack off anymore or I'll get left behind. I have to start training harder and studying more. I don't want to be the forgotten member of our class, and I can't let INO Pig be right. Hokage Tower, Konoha. The 3 genin of Team 10 proceeded into the tower as they made their way to Asuma. Naruto sensed him upstairs talking to someone. We're here, Sensei, Naruto announced as the genin trio came into the room where Asuma was speaking to a woman. The woman looked at the 3 genin a bit warily as she stood up from her chair. Are these your shinobi pupils, Sarutobi-san? You can just call me Asuma. My clan name is a bit weighty around here and I don't need all the formalities. This is Team 10, they're my genin squad. Go on and introduce yourselves, kids, Asuma spoke up. I'm Ino Yamanaka from the Yamanaka clan. Nice to meet you, the blonde girl bowed her head respectfully. Hinata Hyuga, heir of the Hyuga clan, Hinata followed. Naruto went last, Naruto Uzumaki. His lack of emphasis on who he was beyond his name caused his teammates to eye him briefly, but they didn't voice their thoughts. And you're confident that you and these children can protect my caravan? The woman asked Asuma. The man chuckled, you wouldn't think it by looking at them, but these kids are strong as hell for genin. Naruto especially, he's the group leader and definitely one of the top genin in the village. Since when have you been group leader? Ino asked with a chuckle. Naruto-kun is the group leader, Ino-chan, I mean he knows the most and he's the strongest. Besides, you listen to him as much as I do. Who would be the leader if not him? Hinata pointed out. Asuma then laughed, crazy to think that you kids barely spoke to each other a month ago. I've been scoping out the other genin and teams, and they don't have nearly as much chemistry as you kids do. What's our mission? Naruto asked with a calm and professional tone as he ignored Asuma's amusement. Their sensei quickly answered them, this is, Guren Ishihana. She's a merchant who primarily specializes in selling jewels. She comes from the northern territory of the Land of Fire and wanted us to escort her trade caravan to the Land of Grass. Apparently, there's been a lot of bandit attacks in the west. Kusa and Aim are unstable regions on our western border and have a lot of outlaws. Guren-san was hoping that Konoha would do the escort for 100,000 Ryo up front. This mission could potentially become B rank, but it actually got approved for us. The Hokage and even Danzo-sama, one of the elders, seemed to think you guys could handle it with me. Whoa, that's a lot. Even split 4 ways. It is split 4 ways, right? Ino asked. Don't worry kids, it is. It'll be your first real payday, but don't go celebrating just yet. We still got the mission to complete first, Asuma stated. Guren nodded as she spoke up again, yes, I don't expect too much trouble, but you can never be too safe these days. I've already paid up front for Konoha's services, but I'm willing to offer a bonus, if you can take me all the way to Kusugakure as well. Naruto stared at the woman curiously, this woman seems off to me. She has faint chakra not too different than a civilian, but something about it seems so distinct and unique. Guren was a rather beautiful and young-looking woman. She was fair-skinned and had nearly no pores or imperfections on it. Her hair was a bluish color and was tied up into a spiky-looking ponytail with strands framing her face. It sort of reminded Naruto of Anko's hair or Kasaka as he knew her better by. Guren had dark but pretty eyes, but they had a bit of intensity to them. She also wore light eye makeup and dark red lipstick as well. Her outfit was a green dress that reached her knees and had a white flower on it. The left sleeve went all the way down her arm while the right one was cuffed up to her shoulder. Beneath the dress, she wore a red turtleneck t-shirt. Its sleeve extended lightly down over her exposed right upper arm. Her dress also had a fluffy fur-like collar around her neck and upper chest. She wore a large rope belt around her waist on top of this outfit. She also had brown gloves on each hand and brown sandal boots stretching up her lower legs on both feet. You think she's not really a civilian? Kurama chimed in. I can't tell, but her chakra flow is uneven if I'm sensing it right from this range. It's a bit unnatural. Civilian chakra flow wouldn't have distinct areas like hers does. She could easily pass as a civilian through security, but I'm skeptical, Naruto responded mentally. The QB scoffed, maybe she sealed it somehow. I'm surprised she doesn't have any objections to Genin team escorting her. She seems to take your team seriously, and judging by those eyes, I can tell this woman has seen things in her life. Is something wrong? Guren asked when she saw Naruto's gaze piercing her. Don't mind him, Guren-san. Naruto can be a bit intense at times, Asuma chuckled as he tried to lighten the mood. I don't trust this woman, but there's no point in calling her out now. This mission will take us close to Taki's border. I'll just have to keep an eye on her. With that said though, if she does take us seriously, I need to make sure she doesn't, so we can have the upper hand and catch her off guard, Naruto thought to himself before relaxing his features. I was just thinking, you're really pretty, Naruto stated plainly in order to diffuse all tension and remove Guren's wariness of him. While it was indeed true that Guren was pretty, Naruto knew she would let her guard down if she saw him as a love-struck kid. What? Naruto, you can't just say that to people. INO shrieked in disbelief before putting her hand behind his head and forcing him to bow it. Please forgive Naruto's rudeness, Uchiha-san. He's a dense moron with no social skills. Guren didn't seem offended, but her features lightened up as she then giggled in amusement. Quite a bold boy, isn't he? I appreciate your compliment, Naruto Uzumaki. I don't like the way she said my name. Naruto thought warily as he looked up with a casual expression. NNR Naruto-kun, why you think she's pretty? Hinata stuttered with embarrassment and a slight hint of jealousy. To everyone's shock, Naruto then nodded shamelessly. I'm usually not into older women, but she seems like my type. Don't worry, Guren-san. We'll make sure you're delivered safely to Kusa. I'll win your heart by the time this mission is over. Believe it. Hinata nearly fainted in despair. INO looked pissed as she immediately ran up and pulled him back. Stop embarrassing us, Naruto. Geez, have some shame, will you? Since when have you been into old ladies? Old lady? Guren tilted her head at INO. The blonde girl immediately bowed her head in apology. Please forgive me. I didn't mean old lady. I'm so sorry, Uchiha-san. Naruto is such a bonehead, that I lost my composure and spoke without thinking. Hinata then spoke aloud as she looked at the ground with mortified eyes. Guren-san is Naruto-kun's type. Asuma couldn't help but laugh at this entire theatrical breakdown. Ahahaha, you kids never fail to make me laugh. Glad to see you approve of our client though, Naruto. Guren was looking at Naruto curiously now, as she seemed almost gracious that someone would be so honest and innocently admire her in such a way. She couldn't remember the last time she felt like that. Your friend is quite cute, maybe I'll take his interest more seriously when he gets older. I've never had anyone hit on me like that before, Guren chuckled. Do you believe in love at first sight? Because I do now. Naruto followed up with his act. In truth, he did find Guren pretty, but Naruto was acting like a fool on purpose so that this obviously shady woman wouldn't take him seriously. I don't know who she is, or what she might be planning, but she'll never see me coming now, Naruto thought with a dead serious tone in his head. Oh really? And what about me do you find so captivating, boy? I'm genuinely curious. Guren couldn't help but find this amusing. INO was glaring daggers at Naruto now, and Hinata seemed like she was in a state of disbelief. Asuma turned away and tried to contain his laughter at the team's antics. To him it was extra funny because Naruto seemed clueless about his teammates' own obvious feelings for him. I'm not good at complimenting girls. Help me out, Kurama. Naruto thought urgently. The fox groaned. Tell her that she has kind eyes or something. That, or mention how flawless her skin is or how nice and unique her hair looks. Kushina used to swoon when people said that garbage. I don't know, is this really necessary? It is, Kurama. I think this woman is actually a shinobi. She's clearly lying to us about something, and she might be able to tell I'm putting on an act if I don't say something sincere, he responded before taking a breath. After a brief silence, Naruto spoke up. I just thought you have such kind and innocent eyes. Your skin is pale and flawless, and I love how unique and silky your hair looks too. This is starting to get embarrassing even for me, Naruto groaned mentally. Gyuren looked taken aback by his compliments. My eyes, you think they're kind? Yeah. Naruto nodded. For whatever reason, it seemed like Naruto said the right thing because the woman smiled in approval. I like you, kid. I'm looking forward to our journey to Kusa and seeing how you'll win my heart. Alright, well, if you're done confessing your love to our client, Naruto, you kids should go home and get packed. Bring only what you need. This mission will probably take about 2 weeks tops. Meet up at the West Gate in an hour, Asuma chuckled before dismissing his team. Come on, Loverboy. Let's get ready. Ino hissed as she began to drag Naruto out of the room. Hinata followed behind them and was still a bit shaken by the bizarre event that just unfolded. As the three reached the exit, Gyuren called out, "Hey, Naruto Uzumaki." All three genin looked up before leaving and all three of them went wide-eyed when Gyuren blew a kiss and winked, "Don't keep me waiting too long." Naruto didn't even have time to process Gyuren's actions before Ino practically picked him up and started running. As the three genin exited the Hokage Tower, Ino immediately found a nearby alley and threw Naruto down and shouted at him, "What was all of that? Geez, I thought I was going to die of embarrassment in there." Hinata walked up and silently watched as Naruto stood up and chuckled, "I really sold it, huh?" "Sold it? What do you mean?" "That was the most pathetic declaration of love I've ever seen. Since when have you ever cared about things like girls' hair, skin, and eyes?" Ino asked, confused as her irritation continued to pour out. Naruto then looked between the two girls. "I did that for a reason. To make that woman take us less seriously and to let her guard down. I didn't mean any of it. Well, she was pretty, but I don't love her or anything weird. It was all an act." Hinata looked like the weight of the world had just come off her shoulders as her eyes lit up with relief and a smile graced her features. It was just an act? Thank goodness. A vein bulged in Ino's head as she gritted her teeth. "Oh, so you are attracted to her then?" "Listen, I did that for a reason. Relax, will you? Even if I did find her pretty, why would you care?" Naruto shook his head. Ino's jaw dropped as she immediately looked away. "I don't. So what was your reason for the act then?" "Well, other than trying to kill me from second-hand embarrassment and humiliation. That woman, I think she's a shinobi. Her chakra seemed kind of weird. I've never sensed anyone who had a distinct but faint chakra aura like that. She could pass as a civilian to most people, but I think she was suppressing her chakra. Hinata could possibly confirm it with her Byakugan, or at the very least identify if she has some kind of seal on her body. That's what it seemed like to me, but I've never encountered anything like it before to know for sure," Naruto explained. Ino then came closer along with Hinata and whispered in disbelief, "Are you serious? She's a shinobi pretending to be a merchant then? Should we tell sensei?" "No, I don't think we need to. She could just be a person trying to hide her powers and live a normal life. There's no reason to expose her unless she's actually a threat. I just wanted to lay the groundwork and lower her guard in case we do have to deal with her later," Naruto explained. "And you needed to confess your love for her? Why exactly?" Ino asked, annoyed. Naruto shrugged. "It was the best way to make her see me as less of a threat without seeming incompetent. I don't know, it was the first thing that came to mind." Well, now it's going to be super awkward escorting this lady." "I still think we should report this," Ino protested. Hinata frowned. Why did she blow Naruto-kun a kiss? She's a weirdo who probably likes the attention, maybe. It doesn't matter. Just keep your eyes on her and act normally. I'll try to find out more about her. This is a perfect opportunity for us to work on our spying and observation skills. Telling sensei would defeat the purpose and ruin our opportunity to get some real-world experience. We'll have to deal with threats like this ourselves sooner or later. Don't worry about her being dangerous. If things get bad, I'll use lethal force and take her out," Naruto explained seriously. "I don't like this, or the idea of us having to kill someone, but I guess this is what real shinobi do. I'll trust your plan for now, but if things get too weird, I'm going to insist that we tell sensei." This woman could be leading us into an ambush for all we know. INO shook her head. That's why I want to catch her off guard in case she does. She could be some criminal or missing nin. We need to gather information before doing anything. She could have a dozen fail-safe escape plans if we confronted her now, Naruto explained. INO shook her head, and then began to mock Guren's voice. Don't keep me waiting too long, Uchiha. She's gross. I hope we do get to kick her butt. I'll trust your plan, Naruto-kun, but I hope that woman isn't dangerous like you think, Hinata sighed. You girls go pack up and get your stuff. There's some equipment I need to go get as well. Naruto dismissed them. INO huffed in disapproval before leaping away. Hinata sighed heavily. Would you actually kill her if we had to, Naruto-kun? It'd be a last resort, Hinata. I'm just considering every option now. Ideally it won't come to that. He replied calmly. I'll see you at the West Gate in an hour, Naruto-kun. Hinata nodded before departing herself. Once she was gone, Naruto immediately turned his attention to the end of the alley where he saw Yamanaka leaning against the wall stealthily in civilian attire. It was clear that he knew Naruto would sense him as his gaze turned to look at the Jinchuriki. Naruto walked up to the auburn-haired man and stared at him blankly before speaking quietly. So, is this mission to Taki still on? Yes, it is. Here, take this scroll, kid. Danzo-sama got you a uniform and a mask. We'll shadow your genin squad until we reach the border. When you get to Great Tree Crossing, there will be a small town and a road delay to stop the caravan where your team will probably wait around for 2 days. When that happens, you need to break off and move north on your own. From there, you'll meet up with strike teams 1, 2, and 3 so we can advance to Taki. There won't be any sleep or breaks, so make sure you're fully rested before then, Yamanaka explained as he discreetly handed Naruto a scroll before walking off. Hey, wait, before you go. Do you know anything about that woman my genin team is escorting? Naruto asked the auburn-haired man. Fu turned his head around and frowned. The jewel merchant. No, why? I think she's a shinobi, or at least she's not a civilian, Naruto spoke quietly. The Umbu man shook his head. She got past village security without any detection. Are you sure about that? I can't be 100% certain, but she has an unnatural chakra flow, Naruto explained. The Umbu man frowned. Well, I'm certain you can kill her if she proves to be dangerous. That mission was simply the closest one to our actual mission. Danzo-sama delayed her postings and appeals by 2 weeks so that your team could get it in time for the raid. The retrieval of the Jinchuriki girl takes priority, but try to find out who that woman is. I'll mention your observations to Danzo-sama before we leave. Without another word, Fu immediately disappeared. Naruto sighed as he looked down at the scroll in his hand before putting it in his pack. I don't know if I'm getting cold feet, but I still feel kind of weird about this Jinchuriki abduction. You have to get her, if not for the girl, then for the Nanabai. We can't let some other village have him and use him as a weapon. At least if that other Jinchuriki is here, you can look after her. Besides, I'm still wary about this Akatsuki group that's preparing to hunt our kind. We have to be proactive. Kurama reassured Naruto. You're right, well let's go swing by the Senju Grove and get my stuff. Naruto thought excitedly. West Gate of Konoha, 1 hour later. After acquiring his Senju armor, his sword, and a bunch of other travel supplies, Naruto made his way to the West Gate of Konoha where a caravan of wagons was parked up and preparing to leave. His whole team was already there as well as Guren, and every single one of them turned in disbelief at the sight of Naruto walking up with his armor on. Over his all-black clothes that he normally wore, Naruto had orange armor that was in plated segments covering most of his torso and his shoulders. It was a very medieval and ancient look for a modern shinobi, but it was commonly worn among ninjas and samurai in ages past. The metal band of his forehead protector also looked different as it stretched upwards with 2 horn-like extensions. The front of the armor had the Uzumaki clan symbol painted on in a black swirl, and each shoulder had Senju clan symbols on them. In addition to that, Naruto had multiple scrolls tied up on his back and a sword sheathed at his waist. Naruto had weighed the pros and cons of actually wearing this armor and dealing with all the questions it would bring if he did, but he ultimately committed to it after a fair deal of encouragement from Kurama. "Whoa, who is that?" one of the merchants in the caravan asked awestruck as Naruto walked up with way more swagger than he meant to. Ino and Hinata were both in utter disbelief at Naruto's battle attire, and the latter felt her heart pounding faster than she could ever remember as the boy looked majestic, handsome, and powerful in her eyes. Ino seemed baffled but was also clearly in admiration of how cool Naruto looked in this armor. Asuma's reaction was the most extreme of them all, as the cigarette in his mouth actually fell out and hit the ground. The Jonin was staring in shock as Naruto walked up to his team. Asuma then shook his head. "You're dressed for war, Naruto. Where on earth did you get ancient armor like that?" "Don't worry about it, sensei," Naruto replied without answering his question. The Jonin stared at the Senju symbols on the shoulder plates and shook his head. "Is that Senju clan armor? You didn't steal that from a vault or something, did you?" "No, it was a gift from a friend." "What's with all the weird looks? It's just armor." Naruto chuckled at the gawking stares of his teammates and the surrounding merchants. "You do know what century it is, right? How you got it aside, I'm really trying to wrap my head around why you would want to wear that silly getup." Ino protested. Naruto shrugged. "I thought it looked cool. It offers good protection too. And Naruto-kun looks great in it," Hinata managed to say before blushing and looking away in shame. Ino then looked at his horned forehead protector and rolled her eyes. "What did you do to your headband?" "Horns, really? That doesn't look cool, it looks ridiculous." Why do you keep trying to embarrass us, Naruto?" Finally recovered from his shock, Asuma stared at the armor quietly as he drifted deep into thought. He couldn't have actually stolen that. People would notice if something like that went missing from the vaults. "I don't think there are any artifacts or antiques in the Hokage Tower matching this armor's appearance. Senju clan markings though, it has to be Senju armor. Where would Naruto have found this armor? This kid never ceases to surprise me. Clearly, he's not worried about being seen in it. I guess someone did give it to him. But who though?" Guren finally made her way over to Team 10 and had a perplexed but amazed look on her face as she examined Naruto. "Oh my, that is some incredible looking armor. You look like a medieval shinobi, Naruto Uzumaki." Orange was an interesting color choice though. "What can I say, it's my favorite color," Naruto shrugged. "If you're trying to impress me, then it's working," Guren smirked before winking at the boy. Ino cracked a fist upon hearing that as she leered at the woman. Her disapproving gaze did not go unnoticed by Guren, but she simply ignored it as she turned around. "Alright, well now that your team is here, Asuma-san, let us depart at once. Alright kids, let's split into areas and cover all sides. Ino cover the left flank. Hinata get the right. I'll cover the rear, and you cover the front, Naruto," Asuma instructed. The genin all nodded as they dispersed around the caravan and took up positions to begin their long escort journey to the border of Kusa. Naruto made his way to the front, and to his surprise, Guren patted the front of her lead caravan, where she was handling the reins of the horses pulling it. "You can come sit with me, Naruto Uzumaki. I'll feel safer if you're close." The sound of Ino making a stupidly loud huffing noise could be heard further back. The blonde genin reluctantly humored the woman as he sat on the front caravan next to her and stared blankly into the distance as it began to depart the village. "That armor is very impressive. It's eye-catching, but I can see it intimidating bandits. It's nice to have such a cute little protector with me," Guren remarked with approval. "Don't you worry about a thing, Gurenheim. Naruto Uzumaki will be your eyes and your shield." The blonde exclaimed with a grin as he looked at the woman next to him. She giggled approvingly before responding, "Nobody has ever thought of me as a princess before. Your innocent affections are so adorable. People must be blind if they don't see what I see." Naruto grinned at her. "Normally, I don't like flattery, but there's something endearing about you, boy. Keep talking like that and I may actually be receptive to marrying you when you get older." "That is assuming you'd still be interested in an older woman," Guren chuckled. It was difficult for Naruto to tell whether Guren genuinely liked this kind of attention or if she was trying to put on act for him as well. Whatever the case was, he was already beginning to regret his impulsive decision to go down this route. Sadly, he was committed now and had to play this game as best he could. It's going to be mentally exhausting having to keep this act up for her the entire trip, he thought, annoyed. Over the next few hours and days, they mostly engaged in small talk and random flirting with one another. For whatever strange reason, Guren really seemed to like Naruto the more time they spent together. As the days passed, she almost became suffocating as she insisted on them never being apart whether they were on the road, camping, or eating. INO and even Hinata had been growing increasingly unhappy about the bizarre situation, but they remembered Naruto's plan and it was the only thing that kept them from blowing a gasket at watching their teammate practically have a romance with this older woman. Asuma found it a bit funny, but even he was beginning to see Guren a bit strangely as he found her almost motherly obsession with Naruto kind of weird. All 4 members of Team 10 remained vigilant and alert the entire trip, and all of them watched Guren for any signs of trouble. Other than her strange doting on Naruto, none of them found anything particularly noteworthy of suspicion. Hinata wanted to use her Byakugan to examine the woman on multiple occasions, but she never got the chance to do it since Guren's fellow merchants in the caravan were oddly always watching the Konoha shinobi. The girl regretted not doing it back when they were in Konoha, but she did not expect the other merchants to be shady and paranoid about her. After about a week of traveling, Guren decided to ask Naruto a question as the caravan moved west into the sunset. "Do you mind if I ask you a personal question, Naruto-kun?" "Sure, what is it, Guren?" he asked, tilting his head back at her. It didn't take long for Guren to insist on him dropping honorifics and just calling her by name. She would still call him Naruto-kun, though. "Why did you decide to become a ninja?" Guren wondered as she looked up at the sky. "For the same reason as anyone else would, I suppose. People with power should use it for the sake of others," he replied with a shrug. Guren frowned. "You didn't find it scary or daunting to choose a life of war and death at such a young age? You seem very smart, you could have probably done anything you wanted. Why choose this? Was it not by choice? It can be scary, I guess, but I kind of look at it this way. If it's scary for someone like me, then how scary must the world be for people that can't fight? The civilians who live in my village are probably 10 times more scared of other nations and foreign ninjas than I could ever be. Someone has to step up and be strong for the sake of the weak and the innocent. Someone has to make the sacrifice, and I believe that those with great power are obligated to do so. Even if that sacrifice goes unappreciated, I owe it to those who came before me. The ones who gave up their lives for the safety of others and for peace. If not me, or people like me, then who else would do it? I wasn't forced to become a ninja. I wanted to do it, I wanted to have the power to make a difference," he replied much more deeply than Guren was expecting. She went silent as she stared at him for a long silence. There was no telling what kinds of thoughts were spinning in her head, but clearly the woman was moved by his words as she finally looked down and sighed. "That's such a noble way to justify it. I'm certain your parents are quite proud of you, Naruto-kun. You're very mature and sincere for someone your age, or just in general." "My parents are dead," the boy stated distantly as he looked away, "but I hope they would be. It's the life they chose as well." To his disbelief, Guren then embraced him in a hug. "If I was your mother, I would be proud. I don't think I've ever met anyone as pure-hearted as you are before." After breaking the embrace, Naruto stared at her confused. "What makes you think I'm pure-hearted? I probably should mind my own business, but I can tell by the way you carry yourself that you're a bit of a loner, aren't you? It takes a special kind of strength for someone who's an outcast to still believe in the greater good of others," she said distantly. Naruto was caught off guard by her observation and found it concerning that she could detect that about him. He maintained his composure though and shook his head. "A loner? I have friends and a good team, why would you think I'm a loner or an outcast? Just your mannerisms and body language. You're aloof and misunderstood, but you understand the feelings of others from what I can see. Even just now, you said that you would sacrifice yourself even if it did go unappreciated. That leads me to believe you have empathy for others, but don't expect any in return. Perhaps you think nobody would ever have any for you. You have a kind heart, but clearly a wounded one. It reminds me of someone I once knew," she said almost sadly. "Who would that be? Your last boyfriend or something?" Naruto asked. He added the second part to break up any odd tension and to lighten the mood. Someone who died a long time ago. Was all she said in response. Myself. The woman thought as she took in Naruto's anxiously confused expression. Man, this is going to get weird if you start comparing me to your exes. Naruto decided to derail the serious tone as he crossed his arms and looked away. Gyurin then smirked at him. Someone's jealous, I see. Pfft, yeah right. Naruto feigned with a childish face. To his bewilderment, Gyurin then placed a hand over his shoulder and scooted closer to him. Yes you are, it's so cute. Don't be jealous, Naruto-kun. I've grown rather fond of you these past few days. This is humiliating, remind me never to hit on an older woman again. This lady is crazy. I did not expect her to eat this crap up and start getting her rocks off over my fake infatuation act. Naruto thought in frustration. Trust me, this is as painful for me to watch as it is for you to experience. This woman is obviously crazy. Be prepared to kill her. At this rate she might try kidnapping you if you're not careful, Kurama groaned in agreement. You mind if I ask you another question, Naruto-kun? Gyurin followed up after some brief and playful antics between the two. He sighed, yeah sure, go ahead. Would you kill one innocent person to save another? She asked as the mood shifted back to a more serious one again. Naruto glanced at her confused, that's weird question. I guess it depends on the definition of innocent we're talking about. Say for example would you kill a civilian in a foreign nation to save a merchant or vice versa? She gave an example. The blonde eyed her a bit perplexed, are you asking if I'd kill someone innocent to save you? The woman shook her head, it doesn't have to be me, just any old merchant. What if you could only save one of them by killing the other? How would you handle that situation? I'd save them both, Naruto replied simply. Gyurin gave him an intense look, I just said you could only save one. Who says I could only save one? I don't like these doom and gloom what-if scenarios. I don't believe in putting limitations on myself. I don't see the world in black and white. If some sicko was trying to make me choose between saving people, I'd kill him instead and save both. If those two innocent people had conflicting ideals and were willing to fight to the death over them, I'd intervene and stop them. I know what the purpose of your question is for. You want to know what I consider right and wrong and if I would do the wrong thing for the right reason or the greater good. To answer your question, yes, I would, Naruto countered decisively. Gyurin nodded at him with intrigue as she seemed to approve of his words. The dark-haired woman then asked another question, one more question then, do you believe in redemption? Do you think evil people can be saved or change their ways? I get the feeling she's talking about herself. Naruto thought seriously as he looked at her and stared for a long moment in silence. For most people, yeah, but not everyone. I guess it ultimately depends on what they're fighting for. There's a lot of people who were considered villains of their time that had noble intentions. It's hard to think of everyone as good guys and bad guys. History is written by the victors after all. Everyone's the hero of their own story and one day I might be seen as a villain to others. People like that aren't really evil. The types of people I'd consider evil are lunatics like that Orochimaru guy. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but he was a Sannin who became a missing nin. The guy experimented on kids and only cared about himself and his own power. If an evil person's main goal is a selfish desire to get more power and for their own personal betterment, then I would be less forgiving. You can't fix sociopaths who would sacrifice others for themselves. If an evil person committed evil for others, and they have a corrupted but noble ideal that drives them, then that's different. Intent is the most important thing to be aware of. There's a lot of evil people who had noble intentions and just went about them the wrong way, Naruto answered. You're surprisingly wise for a kid. Though that kind of outlook seems almost impossible and too idealistic to really believe. Sorry for the heavy questions. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I've always been curious about how shinobis think. Your perspective is refreshing, but I don't know if I really believe that evil people could find redemption. Gyurin said as she looked away. Her mood seemed a bit crestfallen now as she went silent and stared off into the distance. Naruto decided to let heave the woman to her thoughts as he looked the other way and silently thought about how his words aligned with what he was about to go do in Takigakure. Attacking members of another village and abducting a girl from her home was wrong, but if IWA or this Akatsuki group was going to do it anyways, then it seemed like he had to do it for this full girl's sake. Naruto wasn't blind to the ironies of what he was about to do and how it went against his own morals. Several days later, after progressing to the northwest border of Fire Country and Grass Country, the caravan finally reached the Great Tree Crossing town. Exactly as Fuyamanaka had foretold, there was a colossal rockslide and blockage on all of the paths leading away from the town into the west. The caravan stopped in the town for a rest stop when they saw a lot of traveling merchants and passers-by travelers camping out or taking up a temporary residence while the roads were being cleared. Gyurin seemed greatly agitated about the delay, and for the first time since their journey started, Naruto saw her get angry. Team 10 and her fellow merchants were standing around along with a crowd of people as the town's leader had just finished his announcement about the delays in travel and how he would offer everyone discounts in areas to stay while the road was being cleared. Gyurin grabbed the man by the collar and almost lifted him off the ground as she hissed at him, "How long does it take to clear out a road? You seriously expect us to wait here for 2 whole days? I have a tight schedule to keep. I already got delayed 2 weeks waiting for Konoha to give me an escort. I apologize, ma'am, but the damage is quite significant. It happened yesterday and we've already sent for workers to clear it out. The ones that are there haven't stopped working since their arrival. Please try to be patient, we're going as fast as we can," the man sheepishly responded. Gyurin then let go of his collar and cracked a fist. "Erg. Is there another way around?" Asuma asked calmly, "Also what caused this damage?" "Do you know?" The town leader sighed, "There's no other way around that wouldn't be worth taking before we're finished. It's traversable on foot, but the damage is quite significant and unnatural. We believe there was a battle between shinobis that caused it. Most likely a skirmish between Aim and Kusa. I can go investigate that if you'd like," Asuma suggested. "What about our client though, Asuma-sensei?" Ino asked almost warily. The man then looked over his genin team. "I trust you 3 to keep her safe for the time being. As long as Naruto is here, I'm not worried." "Well, I won't actually be here, that's not good," the Jinchuriki thought. "Well, this sucks, but we might as well settle in for now. All the traveling has made me sore," Gyurin complained. The town leader then humbly bowed his head to her. "We have hot springs if you'd care to use them, ma'am. We'll offer you a special 75% discount as compensation for this inconvenience to your caravan." "Humph, fine," Gyurin sighed. "How long are you going to be gone, sensei?" Naruto asked Asuma casually. "Probably just a few hours. Maybe a day at the most. If there is some kind of shinobi threat out there, I'd like to scout it first. You kids take a rest and don't worry about that. I won't be gone long, and I won't go too far," Asuma said assuredly. Hinata looked extremely anxious, especially given the fact that she was aware of Naruto suspecting that Gyurin was a shinobi. Ino had a similar expression but seemed more confident as she looked at Naruto. "We should go get a room. I am not camping again if they have inns we can stay at. Come on, Naruto, Hinata, let's go find a room." Ino grabbed her teammate's arm as she began to start dragging him away. Gyurin's eyes then followed them before she looked over at the people in her caravan. "Gozu, Rinji, you two go find a place to park our haul and make sure it's guarded. I'll be back later." Gozu then walked up to Gyurin as he looked at the 3 genin departing and Asuma bolting off into the distance. "What's the deal with you and that kid, boss?" "Uzumaki, he's got the same name as that girl we're going to pick up for Orochimaru-sama," Gyurin stated quietly. "I mean, you seem to like that kid, boss. It's not like you to be fond of kids." Gozu pointed out. "I do like him, he's smart and clearly strong for a genin. From the way he talks, you'd think he's been in 3 wars. I'd love to recruit him to Oto. He seemed a bit disillusioned about Konoha's government and sympathetic to other nations. Plus, he seems to like me a lot," Gyurin replied. Gozu was a burly and unattractive man with slicked back brown hair and no eyebrows. He came across as intimidating to most people, but otherwise fairly normal. "You were right about those chakra seals," not even the Konoha security noticed. We could slip in and attack them whenever we wanted, the man noted. Gyurin sighed, yes, but Orochimaru-sama wants us to wait. We need to get Tsunade's help still. Not to mention, we still don't know what his plans are. Konoha is no joke, and it'll take a lot of preparation to pull off an attack against a greater village. Personally, I'm really considering we take that boy, but it would be problematic if Konoha found out who we were. If the opportunity presents itself though, he's mine. What's so special about him, boss? Gozu wondered. The woman crossed her arms, I couldn't say just yet, but I'm very curious. We can't do anything drastic or expose ourselves though. His Jonin instructor is the Sandaime Hokage's son. It would be beneficial if Kusa was linked to his death instead of us. So, do you think all these jewels will be enough to convince Kusa to give us the Uzumaki girl? Gozu asked. Ahaha, you think that's what they're for? We're taking the girl for free. The jewels are for the Kazekage, Gyurin chuckled. Those Konoha nin agreed to go all the way to Kusa with us, right? You're hoping they'll take the fall for our kidnapping of the Uzumaki girl and cover our escape? Gozu asked seriously. Gyurin nodded, of course I am. If we're lucky, we'll get both Uzumaki kids. When we get the girl, I want you and the others to continue our shipment to Tsuna. I'll take them both back to Oto myself. Sounds good, I'll let the others know, Gozu nodded before walking off. I don't like this delay, something seems a bit off with the mission. Can't let my guard down, Gyurin thought before walking in the direction of the inn. Great Tree Crossing, Inn. Okay, seriously, how am I supposed to relax with Sensei leaving us here with those unsavory people? INO complained. The three genin were sitting around in a shared room going over their assessments. They all took turns pointing out peculiar observations about the merchants. According to Hinata, they had all been watching her like a hawk, which prevented the girl from using her Byakugan. They obviously considered Hinata the biggest threat to exposing them due to her being a Hyuga. She seemed very uncomfortable and on edge as a result. Naruto did not like the idea of having to leave his teammates here unattended while he ran another mission with Umbu. Even so, he had to do it and somehow keep his team here safe at the same time. A double mission sounded cool at the time, but this crap is stressful, Naruto sighed mentally. You have to be patient and endure a while longer, INO. As sketchy as they seem, they haven't done anything wrong yet. I don't expect them to until we reach Kusa at the very least. There's no point in getting worked up over it right now, Naruto sighed. We need a damn plan, Naruto, I don't like the idea of walking into a trap. We should tell Sensei when he gets back. I mean, with the roads being taken out too, this mission seems way too sketchy for my liking now, INO shook her head. I'll tell him myself whenever we get closer to Kusagakure. If we put those fake merchants on edge prematurely, we could lose out on learning valuable information about who they are and what they're after. Sensei isn't an idiot, he'll be able to tell if we're walking into an ambush, and so will I. Just be cool and keep up with watching them. For now, it's best if we all get some sleep, Naruto responded rationally. Is it okay if we all share the same room? Hinata couldn't help but wonder. Naruto shrugged, we got two of them. One for you girls, and one for me and Sensei whenever he gets back. I'll be right across the hall. Make sure you two stay together as much as possible too. If they do anything weird, I'm telling Sensei immediately, got it? INO insisted. Naruto nodded, that's fine, I'll trust your judgment on that then. I'm going to get some sleep. You girls should too. If you feel weird about it then sleep in shifts. Alright then, see you tomorrow morning, INO conceded as Naruto left her and Hinata alone in their room. Hinata then looked at INO and spoke grimly, that woman, Gyurin-san, gives me the creeps. The way she looks at Naruto-kun is scary. That bozo is probably loving every second of his old-ass girlfriend, flirting with him all day. She said she was like 20. That's so gross, that hag creeps me out too, INO huffed. She's not Naruto-kun's girlfriend, he's just pretending, INO-chan, Hinata responded. INO scoffed at her, pretending or not, it still pisses me off. I mean, did you see them yesterday at dinner when she tried to feed him? EWW, like EWW. And she has this weird smirk she does every time he looks at her. I can't stand it. I'll be glad when this dumb mission is over. Naruto-kun. Are you in here? Gyuren's voice came from outside the room. It sounded like she was walking down the hallway. Hinata visibly recoiled and watched fearfully as INO moved closer to the door and held her ear up to it to listen in. Naruto's door then opened up from across the hall as his voice sounded, "Did you need something, Gyuren?" "Ah, there you are. I was wondering if you would like to browse the town with me. A beautiful woman like me would feel a lot safer having my bodyguard close," she teased. The veins on Ino's forehead were bulging as she radiated disgust from the other side of her door. Hinata soon joined her to listen in. "Sure, I'll go do a lap around the town with you. I'm kind of tired though, so I don't want to stay out too late," he replied. "You're probably hungry, I imagine. Come on, let's go have dinner together." "My treat." Gyuren's voice began to grow fainter as Ino and Hinata could hear her dragging Naruto away. A few seconds passed as Ino and Hinata traded looks with one another and waited for Gyuren to be out of range. Finally, Ino cracked a fist. "That lady is seriously annoying. I'm worried about Naruto-kun." Hinata frowned. "Did you hear her, Hinata? A beautiful woman like me would feel a lot safer having my bodyguard close." Ino mocked Gyuren's voice as petulantly and spitefully as she could. "I also don't like that woman, Ino. Her eyes seem predatory, and she has a very uncanny obsession with Naruto-kun," Hinata sighed. Ino continued to mock Gyuren. "Come on, let's go have dinner together." "My treat." "Ugh. I'm gonna kill that damn hag." "No, scratch that, I'm going to beat Naruto half to death for forcing us to watch and listen to this stupid nonsense for 8 days. That Gyuren bitch is even worse than Forehead. I don't think I've ever hated someone so much in my life. Do you think we should watch them and make sure she doesn't try doing anything to end Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked. The blonde girl looked at her seriously before a horrified expression crossed her face. "She wouldn't dare, not if I have anything to say about it." "Come on, Hinata, let's go make sure that creepy hag doesn't try anything." "Oh okay, Ino-chan," the Hyuga nodded as she followed Ino out of the room. North of Great Tree Crossing. Naruto made it about 1 kilometer or 2 north of the Great Tree Crossing town before finally stopping to pull out his scroll that Fuyamanaka gave him. He made sure to leave a wood clone instead of a shadow clone so that it could be much more durable and capable of withstanding some damage. Wood clones also had an advantage in the fact that they could mentally communicate with the original body and host. Well, at least his could. According to Tobirama, his brother's wood clones worked that way. Naruto didn't use them very often, for obvious reasons, but he figured it was worth doing since the clone would be able to update him on any major issues. He gave it a lot of chakra, but not enough to inhibit him on the mission he was about to go do. He also made sure to tag Gyuren with his flying Raijin so that he could show back up quickly if needed. The boy wasn't entirely certain about the max range of flying Raijin, but he knew he could at least cover the distance from Taki back to the border where Team 10 was staying. Teleporting over longer distances took a lot more chakra. Theoretically it had no limited distance between 2 seals and was only limited by the user's chakra, but Naruto was not willing to test it out like that lightly, at least not yet. Supposedly the Yondaime could teleport to Konoha from the battlefield, but Minato never used the ability to infiltrate other villages or to sneak attack someone he marked in their home territory. This implied there was some kind of limitation or drawback to it. He highly doubted Minato wouldn't have done this to take out Iwa or Kumo if he safely and easily could. Considering Tobirama didn't use flying Raijin the same way Minato did, Naruto lacked his father's insight into the skill and would have to learn what worked best for himself. He hoped to eventually gain a similar competency to Minato, but he was certainly skilled in it already. Naruto did know how to mark people and living things with the seals, but he didn't see himself warping into other villages to assassinate people anytime soon. It could potentially endanger him if he wasn't smart about it. For the immediate future, it would probably be in his best interest to only travel vast distances when he absolutely had to. More than likely, he'd be using it to return home quickly, but would still have to travel to his mission destinations. Even so, this gave him a lot of advantages that he was eager to experiment with in the future. After shaking aside his thoughts, Naruto quickly unsealed the scroll as he saw Umbu attire fitted for his size inside of it. The blonde removed his orange armor and several other parts of his outer clothes to put into the seal before strapping up in his Umbu uniform. It wasn't anything special, but it also came with a full head covering and inner mask to cover up his hair and face. The outer mask that was in there for him almost seemed a bit too on the nose for him. It was a creepy white fox mask. The design had a similar vertical stripe on the forehead to signify his status as a sensory ninja, and it also had 3 red stripes over each cheek. Naruto assumed it was probably meant as an insult in some way, but he actually liked it and put it on over his other apparel which completely concealed his identity now. With his other armor and clothes resealed into the scroll, Naruto was now geared up. He kept his sword out though and was looking forward to using it in action for the first time. About a minute after getting geared up and moving further north, he was soon intercepted by a group of 15 other Umbu members. "Glad to see you actually made it, Itama," Kuma's voice sounded as Naruto fell into formation and followed along at high speed. "What's our ETA, Kuma?" Naruto replied to Fuyamanaka. The bare-masked Umbu sighed as the platoon kept running. "At this pace, we'll get there in a day. It'll take another one for you to get back. Hope you rested up, we're not stopping." Sai then flanked Naruto's other side as he addressed him in a monotone voice. "Many of us are looking forward to seeing you in action, Itama. Some of the platoon here that you knocked unconscious didn't get the chance to see these legendary abilities you apparently possess. What's the latest on Iwa's movements?" Naruto asked. He completely ignored Sai's comment. Fuyamanaka quickly answered him. "Strike Team 4 went on ahead and reported that they're about a day out. We'll likely get there around the same time. How long do you think it'll take for the road to be cleared in Great Tree Crossing?" Naruto asked. 2 days at the least. 3 at the most. Also, Kasaka had something she wanted to say to you, Kuma replied. The snake mask Umbu then came up between Sai and Naruto as she joined the conversation. "Your report about those merchants being frauds was correct. I recognize the woman leading them." "You do?" Naruto asked Anko surprised. "We can talk about it on the way back, but she's dangerous. Kuma reported her to the leader per your request, and Strike Team 2 has been ordered to shadow your other team once we acquire the target," Anko stated. Naruto frowned beneath his masks. "Well, that's not good. After we acquire the target, it'll be up to you to convince her to come willingly. If she refuses, we have to take her by force. The leader would prefer her to return with your squad as a refugee fleeing her village. Given the danger your other team is in though, we will hold her until after that's dealt with," Kuma added. The Jinchuriki nodded. "Got it. Anything else I need to know?" "There was one other thing, Itama. Strike Team 4 reported a dangerous adversary among Iwa's forces. Members of the Kamizura clan are leading their assault. Captain Torian of Strike Team 4 confirmed them himself. Their strongest member is apparently a girl about 2 years older than you. The report suggests she is the Tsuchikige's granddaughter and his likely successor. This girl is incredibly powerful and belligerent from what we know. She and her father are the leaders of the 1st Iwagakure Shinobi Battalion." Kino, or Yamato, chimed in. "I'm guessing you don't want us to kill her?" Naruto deduced logically. Kuma nodded. "That is correct. We could start a full-scale war with IWA if she gets killed in this mission. It could ignite a 4th Great Shinobi World War as well. The secondary purpose of the mission is to weaken IWA and halt their expansion. They're less likely to feel emboldened if we deliver a decisive strike and spare their leaders. It will make them fear us. Killing their Tsuchikige's heir would make her a martyr and rally their village to further conflict. It would also give them a casus belli against Konoha politically. Try to hold back against her. I heard Iwagakure was hardcore, but who sends a 15-year-old girl as a commander on a mission like this anyways?" Naruto wondered aloud. "Funny coming from a kid younger than that," Anko muttered just loud enough for them to hear. "You and Sai are both 13, Itama, and you're not the only prodigy children in the shinobi world. I wouldn't underestimate her. Those of the Tsuchikage bloodline are dangerous and powerful. Projecting strength and showing off personal might is their way. IWA shinobi only respect powerful leaders, so it speaks volumes about a Chunin girl being their vice commander. She is not just a product of nepotism. According to our spies, the girl's name is Kuratsuchi and she's even more powerful than her father, Commander Kitsuchi, Kuma explained. Great, another crazy girl I have to deal with, Naruto thought. Pick up the pace. One of the front Umbu captains announced, causing everyone to start running faster. Takigakure outskirts, 20 hours later. Naruto was extremely grateful for his superhuman stamina as the long trip to Taki was quite exhausting, even for him. His body felt mostly fine, but it was the anticipation and the boredom that made it all the more difficult to maintain a disciplined mindset and a constant pace for such a long time. Nevertheless, Naruto and the 15 Umbu members with him finally reached what he assumed was the outskirts Takigakure, where they joined up with 5 other Umbu members which were identified as Strike Team 4. This was apparently the primary surveillance and scouting team. Along the way, other members of the platoon had informed Naruto that Takigakure had never been successfully invaded by another nation before and that its entrance was hidden. Danzo in all his scheming machinations had somehow intercepted reports from IWA scouts about its entrance and its possession of the Seven Tails. That was also how he learned about the traitor who was selling Taki out. The man's name was Suin, and he was marked for execution. Hearing that Taki had never been successfully invaded before made the mission seem even more daunting to most of platoon, but the Konoha squad was confident in being able to break into the village since it would likely be busy dealing with Iwagakure as well. Toryun, the captain of Strike Team 4, was about as professional as a shinobi could possibly be. He had a beetle-like Umbu mask which made it pretty obvious to Naruto that he was from the Aburame clan. Not only did he actually find the entrance to the village, which went under a waterfall cave system, but Toryun also managed to identify where and when the IWA invasion force was going to strike and how large it was. Based on his approximation, IWA would be able to succeed in their assault and mission to acquire the Seven Tails Jinchuriki with relative ease, barring any outliers such as a particularly powerful Taki ninja. IWA was apparently going to send half their forces through the waterfall passage, and the other half was going to blow a hole through the side of the mountain to attack on 2 fronts and create chaos. The Kamizura clan and the elite members of their strike force were dedicated to the retrieval of Fu, the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. According to Toryun, the girl was tan-skinned, had short minty green hair, and orange eyes. She would also be wearing a white crop top and a white skirt with fishnets. Toryun's report on Takigakure itself was even more interesting. The village was apparently in a deep valley surrounded by mountains on all sides as well as a river, and it had countless waterfalls. There was also a massive tree at the center island of its inner lake as well, which covered up a lot of the village from above. Half of the village's architecture was built along the cliff edges while the rest was mostly around the water below. It was extremely well concealed and had an extremely defensible geographic and tactical layout. He made sure to explain the importance of not getting trapped. The village leaders apparently had a mansion on the center island beneath the great tree, but the town center itself was built around a bridge leading up to it on the primary side of the village. It was a massive plaza apparently, and the main location where the village elders and most of its major headquarters and offices were located. It was also the most defensible position in the village. Toryun finished his initial report before continuing, "The enemy has been camping out and preparing their assault the past few hours. It's fortunate you arrived early. They're waiting for the sun to set to move in. We should let them attack first and attack them from behind through the main entrance. Any eyes on the target currently?" Kuma asked. Toryun nodded. She is usually in isolation, but her hut is on a branching dock not too far from the main plaza according to my bugs. Given the time of the upcoming attack, we can expect her to be in her home or close to the village center. I would have kept eyes on her, but I had to pull my bugs out since the Kamizura clan's bees were also present in the village. I'm certain one of our sensors, either you or Itama, can find the girl once you're inside. We need to get there before IWA does. It might be a good idea to sneak some of our people in before Iwa's attack, Kuma stated. No, Kuma, we can't risk their bees spotting us until the attack. They have no idea that we're here, so we need to maintain the element of surprise at all costs. Their force vastly outnumbers ours and we can't rely on these Taki Nin to help us in battle. Torian shook his head. A moment later, the Strike Team 1 captain, who Naruto didn't know yet, or even what her name was, spoke to the platoon. Strike Team 2, you're responsible for the retrieval of the target. Strike Team 1 and Strike Team 3 will attack the IWA forces from behind after they begin their assault. Strike Team 4, your job is to provide battlefield analysis, kill any runners, and recover any of our fallen. You will also keep our escape route clear. Understood? Everyone present simply nodded without saying a word. The female Strike Team 1 captain then looked at Fuyamanaka. Kuma, establish a mind-body transmission with everyone. Maintain it the entire raid and limit your participation in combat if possible. Keeping communications up is vital for this mission. Yes, Captain Kurokaze, the man nodded as he began to place his hand over everyone's heads to establish a telepathic link for them to all communicate in silence. As he was doing it, Naruto mentally spoke to Kurama. It's probably best if you don't talk if they manage to link me up telepathically with the rest of the platoon. I can't be certain if they'll be able to hear you or not. I suppose you make a good point. Before I'm relegated to silence as to not scare your teammates, I have a request. Use my chakra when you encounter the Nanabai. Kurama requested. That's not a good idea, Kurama. The whole point of this outfit is to conceal who I am. If they see me using your chakra, those people will easily be able to figure out my identity as a Jinchuriki, Naruto pointed out. Chome isn't as aggressive as I am, but he won't react well to seeing with style and he's very likely to take over his Jinchuriki if he feels cornered or threatened. He'll take this better if he knows I'm giving you chakra. The Kyubi sighed. Chome, is that his name? Naruto asked surprised. Yes, use it when you're dealing with him. We Bijou don't share our names lightly with mortals. Call him Lucky 7 Chome. He'll know I told you if you do, and he'll be more likely to cooperate. I suppose that might also work if you can't use my chakra on this mission. Just don't do it in front of any of the other humans, Kurama sighed. I'll do what I can, but one way or another we're getting Fu and Chome out of here, Naruto stated in response. A moment later, Fuyamanaka reached Naruto last as he placed his hand on the Jinchuriki's head. Unlike with the other Umbu there, he seemed to struggle a bit more establishing a telepathic link with Naruto. Eventually he got it to work, and Naruto could hear the other speaking in his head. Did it work on Itama, Kuma? Anko asked. There's no telling if it will considering he has that fox inside of him, someone else commented. I can hear you guys, Naruto responded without speaking. Fuyamanaka then nodded silently as his voice sounded in the telepathic link, looks like we're all synced up. Everyone try to limit communication unless absolutely necessary. It'll put a strain on me otherwise. Acknowledged, most of them spoke in unison. For the ever briefest moment, Naruto couldn't help but think of how useful Fuyamanaka's clan ability would be for his genin team. If INO could learn that skill, their whole team could communicate telepathically on missions. Naruto then stood up as he went about preparing himself for the battle. He made sure to set up some seals so that he could teleport away if things got too crazy. Part of him felt like he could do this mission by himself, but at the same time, Naruto couldn't help but feel anxious about actually taking part in a life-or-death battle for the first time. All the training in the world didn't exactly compare to the real thing. Plus, it didn't help that every single member of the Umbu platoon had their masked faces turned in his direction as they all waited to begin the attack. A lot of their lives and the success of the mission heavily depended on him, and they knew it. They were putting their lives in his hands whether they'd admit it or not. Clearly most of the Umbu platoon did not trust Naruto still, and many more were likely still wary of him after he battled them over a month ago. Most of this platoon were the same Umbu members that Naruto took down alone prior to his meeting with Danzo. It would take a lot to make them trust him completely, and Naruto could tell that they likely spoke about him before linking up last in the telepathic link. The blonde boy took a deep breath as he calmed himself in preparation for the battle. If they screwed this up, they were going to accidentally start a war with IWA and possibly a fourth great shinobi world war. If he screwed up, he would lose whatever little trust these Umbu members had for him and never be able to get it back. He was going to succeed. Takigakure, village center. A young, minty-haired kunoichi walked through the streets of Taki as she made her way to her riverside hut. She was normally upbeat and energetic in public, but she couldn't even hide her own sadness right now as she went to her shack of a home. The village leader Hizen had been sick for the past few weeks but was finally well enough for her to talk to today. After patiently waiting for his recovery, she had just asked him if she would be able to enter the next Chunin exam, which was apparently going to be hosted in Konoha, but the man refused. The girl, Fu, could only sulk in disappointment as she sat down on the docks and looked down at the water in self-pity. All she wanted was to get stronger and higher ranked as a shinobi so that she could prove herself to her village. Why was the universe so poised against her? Everything she ever did was treated with scrutiny, contempt, and disregard. No matter how she acted, what she did, or how she talked, people just didn't seem to like her. She knew why, of course. Hizen, the village leader, was the one to tell her. She was a Jinchuriki, and was apparently too valuable of an asset to leave the village. She was trapped in this accursed place with people that despised her and didn't want her to grow. If it were up to them, she'd be locked up and ignored forever. It was why she couldn't help but act out to get attention. She wore a mask of happiness most of the time and willed herself to try and fake it in the hopes that being friendlier and endearing would make people want to befriend her. It usually only resulted in getting negative attention and a scolding from Hizen or his son Shibuki. Even so, bad attention was better than none at all. She didn't know what she would do without Hizen or Shibuki. They were the only people that remotely treated her like a human being, and even still, they were afraid of her. She could see it in their eyes. They wanted to control her. They wanted to cage her. It's just not fair. Fu said aloud as tears unexpectedly began to fall down her face. She never cried in front of other people. It was the only amount of true pride she even had anymore. She didn't want them to see her pain or her fragility. She wished every single day that she could be someone else, be somewhere else. Nobody in the world could understand this pain, and beneath her happy mask that she wore in public, Fu was a deeply depressed girl on the inside. Hizen's refusal to let her take the Chunin exams in Konoha hit her way harder than she thought it would too. It made her feel like nothing would ever change. That she would just have to suffer alone forever, and that they didn't care about all the hard work she had put in. Despite being a relatively skilled young kunoichi, she was the village pariah. Nothing she ever did seemed good enough for anyone else. They all called her annoying, petulant, freak, bug girl, monster, and worst of all demon. Even the rare few instances where she did almost make a friend, it was ripped away from her by the village elders as she was forced into further isolation. The village leader's son Shibuki seemed nice, and she could almost call him a friend, but he was no different than the rest of them deep down. In his eyes, she would never be a true friend, and Shibuki would never understand how she felt all the time. If they want me to be their weapon, the least they could do is let me rank up as a shinobi. Fu continued to cry. She was used to crying out here, especially because her home was nowhere close to anyone else's and almost nobody ever came to visit. It was her one safe place in the world. The girl wiped her tears away as she looked up at the massive tree in the village's center. Past it, she could see the night sky finally coming out and went wide-eyed as a shooting star flew over the horizon. Her heart almost skipped a beat as she smiled weakly. She read in a book that shooting stars could grant wishes and almost saw it as a good omen. Without hesitation she made her wish, "I wish I could make a real friend, someone who can truly understand me." The girl then sniffled before standing up and heading into her little hut. She sprawled out over her bed and snuggled up comfortably in it as she grabbed a nearby book on her nightstand and started reading. She loved to read, it was her only outlet and escape from reality. This particular book was about a downtrodden girl being rescued by a prince. She loved stuff like this and always wished that she could be like one of the girls from these stories. Despite being a tomboy in most regards, Fu had a super sensitive and romantic side. She would never share it with anyone, but she wanted her prince to come save her one day, if one even existed. A dark and deep voice then filled her head, still reading that romantic smut, girl. I thought I told you not to talk to me when I'm reading, she yelled in her head at the Nanabi. That was another strange thing she had to deal with. The monster that lived inside of her would actually talk to her. At first it was terrifying, and she thought she was going crazy, but over the past few years, the bijou and her developed something almost akin to a symbiotic relationship. Fu didn't hate the bijou, but she was scared of it and its powers. A part of her sometimes felt like the creature might have been trying to manipulate her or take advantage of her emotional instability, but the Seven Tails did not seem to be genuinely evil. It was certainly a monster with its own motives, but it always seemed generous in trying to help her get stronger. The creature had taught her a lot of things, and against her better judgment, she would sometimes listen to its advice. Despite it being the reason for her being an outcast, the bijou was ironically enough the only person that gave her any sort of validation in her life. She would sometimes practice using its chakra in secret. She hoped that one day when she mastered it well enough that she could run away. It often encouraged her to do that, and the idea seemed more tempting the worse Takigakure became for her. The only thing that kept her here was her loyalty as a shinobi. Fu strongly believed in keeping oaths and promises. I was thinking, Fu, we should start practicing with more tails tomorrow. You've made exceptional progress being able to use 3, the bijou suggested. Yeah, I guess so. If we're stuck together forever, then I might as well at least progress at something. It's not like I have to worry about training for the Chunin exams anyways. Stupid Hizen. Stupid Shibuki. Stupid elders. Stupid Takigakure. Humans are rather stupid. Though the ones in this village are just overly cautious from what I can tell. They're just waiting for you to get stronger and master my powers so that you can safely leave the village, the Nanabi noted. Safely leave the village? Who the heck would ever attack me? I'm a Taki Nin, we don't have any enemies. We're just a minor village. Besides, nobody outside of Takigakure knows I'm a Jinchuriki. Fu shook her head. I wouldn't be so sure about that. The larger nations collect tailed beasts and like to stockpile us as weapons. If one of them were to find out that I was here in this small village, I have no doubts that they would try to acquire us, Chome explained. The minty-haired girl then shook her head. Fine by me, at least then I could leave this hellish place and be around other people like me. In fact, you know what? I hope that happens. It would lead to a lot of the humans here dying if it did, not that I'd miss them. The Nanabi replied blankly. So what, why should I care about them? They don't care about me. She scoffed. In that case, you should listen to me and not these stupid humans here. I've been rather patient with you since you're not the worst host I could have had. You're actually lucky you're stuck with me and not another bijou. At least I'm willing to help you, girl. Lucky you say. Pfft, how is being a pariah lucky? Also, what other tailed beast would you consider unlucky for me to be stuck with? The girl asked. The Hachibi, the Sanbai, and the Ichibi would all hate you. They are very intolerant towards Jinchurikis and humans in general. The Kyubi would be the worst one though. He hates humans more than those 3 combined, and the seal that contain me inside of you would not be strong enough to contain him. He's also the most infamous bijou, and his hosts have probably been far more hated and feared than you've ever been. Consider yourself lucky, even I would pity the human who had to bask in his hatred and rage, Chome answered. The Kyubi, is he more powerful than you? Fu asked. The Nine Tails is probably as powerful as the rest of us put together. There is no human capable of wielding his power or earning his trust. If you think I'm a monster, then you can't even fathom what his Jinchuriki must go through. It's why I find your sulking ridiculous. You're lucky, the bijou noted. Fu frowned. What village has the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? I believe the Leaf Village does. The Kyubi was so powerful that only humans of a certain clan were capable of containing him. I don't remember their name, but they were masters of Fuinjutsu I believe, the Nanabi explained. The minty-haired girl glared at the wall. Man, this sucks. I could have met another Jinchuriki if I got to go to Konoha for the Chunin exams. You're a fool if you think another Jinchuriki would befriend you so easily. You humans are obsessed with your nations and tribalistic differences. They would likely see you as a threat, especially the Kyuubi's host. Chome practically scoffed at her. Before Fu could respond, she heard a massive explosion go off from outside. She quickly leapt out of bed and ran outside as she looked around in confusion and concern. The girl almost cursed herself for her earlier thoughts as she saw fire and could hear screaming in the distance. What the hell is going on? She thought anxiously as she quickly ran over to grab her stuff before running down the docks. As she got closer, she saw countless Taki-nin running over to the source of the fire and the explosion. It was chaotic and confusing, but in the midst of the mayhem she heard someone announce, "We're under attack." No way, nobody has ever invaded Taki before, the girl thought horrified as she stood there blankly and stared. One of the nearby jonin quickly saw her standing there and ran over. "Get to the village center, bug girl. They're most likely here for you." The way the man told her that caused Fu to go weak at the knees. It was almost condemning the way the man was projecting the blame of this attack on her. She then cracked a fist as she thought about running in to help her village fight off the attack. Maybe this was a chance where she could prove herself to the village and save people. Fu never got the opportunity to make that decision, when she spotted Hizen, the village leader, running up to her as fast as he could. His son Shibuki was with him. "Fu, fall back, now. Shibuki, take her to the village center. I want a full company of jonin guarding Fu and the elders. Everyone else, with me." Hizen shouted. I can help." Fu tried to volunteer herself but was quickly shut down. "I said fall back, girl. That's an order. Shibuki, get her out of here, now." Hizen shouted. "Yes, father." The meek-looking Chunin nodded as he pulled Fu against her will along with a group of jonin towards the village center. Hizen then turned his attention to the incoming Iwagakure nin who were pouring into the village now. How did they find out? Do we have a traitor in the village? Strike Team 2. Shortly after IWA began their attack, the Konoha forces moved in behind them. Before the IWA nin even knew what was happening, they soon found themselves surrounded by Taki nin on one side and unmarked umbu on the other. None of the root umbu had any village markings to distinguish who they were, and they seemed to spook the IWA nin a great deal as the merciless umbu platoon started slaughtering them silently from behind. Obviously, they would be able to figure out there were Konoha nin after seeing their abilities in action, but the platoon did its best to limit ninjutsu in the early stages of the battle. The umbu attacked IWA from behind on both of their attack fronts and prevented any of them from retreating, which locked the majority of the IWA nin in a fight to the death on both sides of both fronts. It was a perfect ambush. Given their lack of identification, many of the IWA nin initially believed they were Taki shinobi since they actually seemed to be helping the Taki nin at such a convenient time and not attacking them. Meanwhile, it didn't take long for Naruto's group to slip past the enemy lines as they didn't bother helping the Taki nin fight off the IWA nin. Strike Team 3 covered their advance to attack, however. Naruto used his sensory abilities to try and locate someone with abnormal chakra that fit the description of the Jinchuriki they were looking for. It didn't take him long to sense a presence moving towards the village center along with a large, consolidated force of Taki nin. Naruto then landed on a rooftop and held up his hand before pointing in the direction of the village center. "Itama here, the target is in the village center, inside that central plaza near the cliff overlooking the tree. I sense a full company of defenders. They're bunkering down. Strike Team 2 has met no resistance yet. Kino here, a lot of their forces are falling back on this side. It'll be tough to break through if they're all concentrated." Yamato spoke up. Kasaka speaking, "Do you think we should draw some off, sir? We'll need a diversion to create a hole," Enko stated calmly into the telepathic link. Sai then spoke up, "This is Sai. I could potentially fly us over the defenders with an ink bird and closer inside. Hold off on that, Sai. My bug spotted dozens of ballistae with explosive tag bolts. An aerial advance is too dangerous at the moment and too flashy," Torian chimed in. Kuroke speaking, "Strike Team 1, fall back and wait for a moment. I have eyes of the Kamizura clan coming through. Do not engage until they pass," the Strike Team 1 captain spoke. Kuma then spoke into the telepathic link, "Kuroke's, why are you letting them through? I thought the plan was to distract them until we secured the target. They're obliterating the Taki defenders with ease. We shouldn't attack them divided. We'll meet back up at the village center with Strike Team 2 in a bit. What's the status on your side, Strike Team 3? Kurokaze spoke again. Strike Team 3, INO speaking, we're making steady progress. Taki forces are more concentrated on our side, and they're handling the IWA invaders over here without much trouble. We're staying back to kill stragglers and pick off the back line. Strike Team 2 just passed us untouched a few minutes ago. We can regroup whenever you give the word, a man then spoke into the link. INO was apparently the Strike Team 3 captain. He never bothered introducing himself to Naruto, but the boy did remember that this particular man had brown hair and wore a dog mask. Naruto had no idea who Kurokaze was or why this woman was apparently the leader of this operation. From what he knew about the chain of command, she was the Strike Team 1 leader, Kino was the Strike Team 2 leader, INO was the Strike Team 3 leader, and Torian was the Strike Team 4 leader. Kuma was also highly ranked in the platoon but wasn't a squad leader. The woman Kurokaze was a huge mystery, but she had been the person to heal Kuma during Naruto's battle against this platoon. All Naruto knew about her was that she had black hair and wore a raven mask. The groups had been communicating concisely and regularly over the course of the battle, but they were professional and to the point about every situation that arose. No small talk, no panic, and no urgency could be heard in anyone's voice as every Umbu member that spoke into the telepathic link had a calm and ominous tone. Kurokaze speaking, I want Strike Team 2 to wait for the Kamizura clan to pass them and join up with our assault from behind. We cannot kill the enemy leaders, but they are more likely to flee if we cull their ranks prior to engagement, the Strike Team 1 captain announced. Itama here, do I have permission to advance alone if the Taki leaders are in danger of dying? It's risky letting the enemy leaders through. If things get too rough, I can try teleporting them and the target out of the village center. I could also teleport Strike Team 2 into the village center after getting inside. Naruto asked. A brief silence filled the telepathic link, and it was quite obvious that everyone thought Naruto was being audacious to request something that was seemingly suicidal and showy. His suggestion of being able to teleport was likely incredulous to many of them, but this particular platoon did know he could use flying Raijin. Almost none of them actually understood how this ability worked, but them hearing that this was an option would likely change their initial plans. Kurokaze then answered him, permission granted, Itama. If you get overwhelmed, then teleport out with the target and the village leaders. You're also authorized to kill anyone except the Kamizura clan members. Strike Team 2 should still remain with the combined force. Even without anyone speaking, Naruto could tell that it was a big deal for this Umbu captain to grant his request or to trust him to do something so crazy. Clearly, she took him seriously, but that made sense considering that she had been present to watch Naruto do a demolition job on the root platoon back when he first met them. Strike Teams 3 and 4, finish up what you're doing and move in to regroup afterwards for the final assault. Try not to get bogged down with unnecessary engagements. Kurokaze followed up. Sai here, I have eyes on the Kamizura clan leaders. 5 of them by the looks of it. They're pushing through the defenders, Sai stated. INO here, we're moving in, the Strike Team 3 captain added. Strike Team 4 is on the way as well. We just need to finish killing these scouts in the back, Torian followed. Takigakure Town Center, village headquarters. Fu could only watch with crippling despair and anxiety as the horrors of actual war and death hit her hard. She could tell from her vantage point and from the increasingly frenzied hysteria of the nearby shinobi that the invaders were winning. The sight of unusual-looking bees swarming around the village center soon caught everyone's attention as they swept in to cause disruption. The gates to the town center were then blown off by a massive and powerful earth jutsu which took quite a few Taki nin with it. Fu gulped fearfully as she saw Hizen retreating back to her and to Shibuki who were surrounded on all sides by the defenders ready to make a final stand. Hizen, they're here for the demon bug bitch. Just let them have her. We can't win this fight. Someone shouted despairingly at the man. It was one of the village elders. This comment seemed to light a spark among everyone there as many of them started to agree that defending Fu wasn't worth their lives. I'm sorry, was all Fu could say as she looked around with a horrified expression at everyone. They were all staring at her like this was her fault. Anger, fear, resentment, hatred. Their eyes were piercing her soul, and it took everything in her not to cry. To Fu's surprise though, the cowardly Shibuki then spoke in her defense, it's not her fault. She never asked for this. It's our duty to protect her. She is important to the village. We're fighting for Takigakure. Shut up, you hypocrite. Didn't you blame her for your mother's death? Spare me that crap, boy. You may think your little pet is human, but all that fiend does is bring misery everywhere she goes. This bug bitch isn't worth dying for. One of the jonin shouted hatefully at Shibuki. Hearing that caused Fu to send a horrified glance Shibuki's way. She was not aware of that information, and it genuinely hurt her feelings more than she could explain. Shibuki tried to comfort her as he placed a hand on Fu's shoulder and looked at her sincerely. To his concern, Fu recoiled and backed away from him as if he had just betrayed her. That's right, bug girl, this is all your fault. Someone else shouted. Fu, that's not true. Suin-sensei, why would you say that? Shibuki shouted at his sensei. The older jonin shook his head. I told you trying to keep this monster was a mistake, Hizen-sama. I told you the great nations would come after us if we kept this thing here. I say we give her to them so they'll leave. Are you insane, Suin? We can't just hand a weapon of mass destruction over to a bordering village. Where's your pride? We have to fight them off. Another jonin countered. Enough, all of you. This is no time to be pointing fingers. IWA is breaking through our lines. Form up everyone. Hizen shouted. Shibuki and Fu both looked on in horror as the man then pulled out a bottle and began to start drinking water out of it. Father, no. Don't. Shibuki protested despairingly at the sight of his father drinking the special water which was produced by the massive tree in their village. This water was typically only produced once a generation at most and was called hero water. It could apparently boost one's chakra tenfold, but it was usually lethal. This special water was one of their village's secret weapons, but it came at a great cost and was often used as a last resort. Hizen then went through a series of hand signs as he prepared to unleash a massive water jutsu into the charging IWA Nin. He then shouted, water style, exploding water wave. An enormous surge of water shot out of his mouth as his chakra began to radiate powerfully and he shot the enemy IWA Nin back. His success was short-lived as a female voice sounded over his, lava style, slaying fire dragon. All of the Taki Nin winced in fear as a colossal dragon made of lava shot through the water wave and began to start steaming up the battlefield as it solidified into solid rock. Earth style, erupt. Multiple IWA Nin all shouted in unison. This caused pillars of rock to start tearing apart the center of the village and launching Taki ninja in all directions. Through the haze, a group of powerful-looking IWA shinobi swaggered their way closer as they took in the horrified looks of Hizen, Shibuki, and Fu. Many of the nearby guards were either beginning to flee or were busy fighting off the other IWA Nin pouring through. There were 5 IWA shinobi leading the assault. 3 men, 1 woman, and 1 girl. One of the men was massive and burly buff with black hair sticking out of his bandana. He had a chinstrap beard with no mustache that came to a point under his bottom lip. His nose was large and bulbous, and he wore a red bandana with a forehead plate proudly displaying Iwa's symbol. To his left was another large and imposing man, with black hair and dark eyes. He had a full beard and mustache and was wearing a gray coat, black baggy pants, and red sandals. He lacked a bandana and wore a regular headband instead. His hair was almost square-shaped at the top as well. To that man's left was a woman with short brown hair that barely reached her shoulders. She had grayish eyes and was wearing a short purple kimono with red trimmings at the bottom and at the edge of her sleeves. She also had black gloves and black thigh-high legging sandals. Over her waist was a yellow sash and she had bees orbiting around her. To the first man's right side was a man with long blonde hair and dark eyes. He was dressed similarly to the second man and also lacked a bandana. He had a regular headband as well. This man also wore glasses and also had an orbiting cloud of special chakra bees. The final person was the younger-looking girl at the end who had short black hair, dark eyes, and a regular forehead protector. She wore the standard attire of IWA Nin, which mostly consisted of red and brown. She had a red turtleneck t-shirt missing its right sleeve and wore a brown Chunin flak jacket over it. The girl's lower half was covered by red short shorts and fishnet stockings, and she had a lapel down her right leg which reached the knee. She seemed the most unremarkable and least intimidating out of the bunch, but the girl was easily the best looking and radiated the most arrogance. Hizen looked horrified at the Iwagakure's raid leaders. Looking over the bees for a moment, he was quick to realize who they were, the Kamizura clan. Oh ho ho, these backwater hicks actually recognize us. I guess even the lesser villages know a proper shinobi clan when they see one. The brown-haired woman in the kimono laughed as she covered her mouth with a sleeve. It can't be helped, Suzumabachi, the Kamizura clan is still relevant regardless of what the politics like to pretend, the blonde-haired man chuckled. Aniki, what do you reckon their odds are of defeating us? The brown-haired woman now identified as Suzumabachi asked the blonde man. He adjusted his glasses and smirked smugly, not good it would seem. These Takigakure shinobi are a joke compared to Iwa's elite 1st Battalion. You got that right, Jibachi, these people are pathetic. I'd much rather fight Suna or Konoha than weaklings like them, the other man with the matching outfit and square hair remarked condescendingly. Just then a jonin ran up behind them and spoke to the leaders in a hurried voice, Kitsuchi-sama, there's a secondary force attacking from behind. A secondary force? Who? The man with the bandana and the obvious leader of the attack asked. Umbu sir. We don't know how many, but they're decimating the back line. I saw chakra bugs attacking Company 3. They're Konoha forces. The jonin announced seriously. The bandana man, Kitsuchi, then looked at the other bearded man among his group. I guess you get your wish after all, Kurobachi. Chakra bugs. The Aburame clan. Kurobachi hissed angrily. How in the world would Konoha know about this attack, Dad? The younger IWA girl asked as a serious expression crossed her face. We'll worry about that later. Let's deal with these people first. That's the Jinchuriki girl over there, Kuratsuchi, she's the highest priority. Secure her while we deal with the rest of them, Kitsuchi ordered the black-haired girl. Kuratsuchi was apparently his daughter, and she smirked proudly as her dark and haughty eyes met a fearful fuzz. I'll get her, Dad. Let's wrap things up quickly here so we can go slaughter those Konoha fools. Suzumabachi exclaimed with bloodlust. Water style, drilling water spears. Hizen, the Takigakure leader shouted. Pillars of water spiraled and shot towards the IWA leaders, but they quickly countered with earth jutsus forming a wall. The Kamizura clan bees then began to swarm around the battlefield stinging anyone they could. Earth style, earth plate barrage. Kitsuchi shouted as he flashed through hand signs. Chunks of the ground began to lift up and launch towards Hizen. His water drills were able to deflect most of them, but they gave Kitsuchi enough cover to run in and start engaging Hizen in taijutsu. The man formed rocks over his fists as he charged and managed to get an early sucker punch in. His attack landed successfully as he cracked Hizen square in the jaw, sending him flying in the opposite direction. Father! Shibuki called out, but before he could even move and assist, bees swarmed around the Chunin stinging him repeatedly. Some bees had explosive tags on them and flew suicidally into the other jonin there as explosions and countless elemental jutsus began to cause chaos in the battle. Kurobachi, Jibachi, and Suzumabachi were all fighting the rest of the elite jonin with their own forces there while Kitsuchi and a few jonin dealt with Hizen. This left full unprotected, and she could only back away in fear as the girl, Kuratsuchi, strutted up to her with a dangerous and condescending smirk. So, you're the demon girl, huh? Well, are you going to come quietly or are you really dumb enough to try fighting me? Kuratsuchi taunted her as she got in closer. Fu then felt a surge of emotions boiling within her. She couldn't be certain if they were all her own, or some of the Nanabai's as well, but she detested the way this smug girl looked at her and spoke. "I'm not a demon." Fu spoke angrily as her newly arisen anger overrode her fear. "How does slummy little village like this even manage to get a tailed beast? You Takigakure Hicks are pretty audacious, aren't you?" Kuratsuchi remarked condescendingly. Fu looked around concerned as she saw everyone around them fighting as hard as they could. Hizen was not faring well against Kitsuchi, and the other Kamizura clan members were making quick work of the Jonin company there. One of the village elders then walked over and bowed his head. "We surrender. Please take this accursed girl and cease your attack." Kuratsuchi looked at the older man blankly for a moment and then looked back at Fu, completely ignoring him. "What's the matter, demon girl? Are you mad? By that look on your face, I'm guessing we're doing this the hard way, aren't we?" "Huh, fine by me." Kuratsuchi chuckled at Fu's obvious anger. The IWA girl was clearly powerful and confident as she didn't even flinch when Fu's chakra erupted out of her body and scared the nearby village elder away. The Jinchuriki was now glowing a sparkling greenish-gold color, which was clearly the Nanabai's chakra. Fu seemed beyond angry and the look in her eyes was full of hate. "I'd rather die than surrender to some arrogant bitch like you," Fu shouted as she charged in to attack the IWA girl. Right before she could hit Kuratsuchi, the other kunoichi formed stone over her fists and fainted before sucker punching her in the gut. It was very reminiscent of her father Kitsuchi's opening attack against Hizen, and it was clear where the girl learned it. Fu spat out blood and groaned in pain as Kuratsuchi proceeded to bash her repeatedly with powerful punches and beat her down with brutal taijutsu combos. It wasn't long until Kuratsuchi had Fu sprawled out on the ground. Before Fu could get all the way up, Kuratsuchi put her in a headlock from behind and started compressing both arms against the front and back of the girl's neck. The IWA girl was unbelievably strong for someone with her physique, and Fu couldn't do anything to overpower it. The minty-haired girl tried to reach back and felt herself reflexively tapping in desperation against the chokehold. A moment later, Fu's anger skyrocketed tenfold as she felt years' worth of repressed emotions rising to the surface. The Nanabai's voice then sounded in her head, "Kill these people, Fu. Use my power." Kuratsuchi seemed caught off guard as Fu began to start peeling the other kunoichi's arm off her throat. To her shock, Fu then bit her arm. "Arg! You really are a beast. Who bites someone in battle? You're a savage little bitch, aren't you?" Kuratsuchi shouted in pain as she was forced to let go of the Jinchuriki. Fu then leapt back across from her and had a deranged and almost bestial look in her eyes as more of the Nanabai's chakra started pouring out of her. Kuratsuchi could only watch with concern as a pair of bug-like wings erupted out of Fu's back. Fu looked like she was shaking and struggling against something for a brief moment before an even larger surge of Bija chakra exploded out of her and she roared, "Agh!" Kuratsuchi didn't waste any time to prepare her defense as Fu then flew at her like a rabid beast. Lava-style quicklime congealing. The IWA kunoichi shouted as she launched a white substance from her mouth. It hit Fu midair, which caused her to lose altitude and set her up for another attack. Earth-style, erupt. Kuratsuchi shot a series of pillars out of the ground in front of her to launch Fu into the air. Earth-style, lightweight rock technique. The IWA kunoichi followed up as a strange fluctuation of chakra enveloped her body briefly. Kuratsuchi then began to levitate into the air after Fu, who was still launching up. The Jinchuriki looked shocked by this as the IWA girl flew above her before delivering an earth-shattering kick from above. This sent Fu crashing back to the ground. She couldn't even get up in time to move as Kuratsuchi went through another series of hand signs, water style, water trumpet. The IWA ninja cupped her hand over her mouth as she then launched a jet stream of high-pressure water down on Fu. This caused the quicklime covering her body to harden into a cement-like texture and immobilize her. If it wasn't clear to anyone participating in this battle at the village center prior to this moment, it was now. Kuratsuchi was the strongest person in their invasion force. Her presence there despite her young age made perfect sense now. Many Taki ninja could only look up in fear as the IWA kunoichi levitated lower and hovered over the trapped Fu. The hardened quicklime kept Fu from moving and it was beginning to burn as she felt her chakra cloak sizzling against it. Earth style, added weight rock technique. Kuratsuchi followed up as she landed and touched Fu on the head. This caused the minty-haired Jinchuriki to slam into the ground with an enormous surge of gravity. She felt like her body was way heavier now and it was impossible to stand up. I kind of expected a Jinchuriki to put up a better fight. Even Han and Rashi are tougher than you are. I guess your weakness is a result of this pathetic village's training system, Kuratsuchi noted. A nearby group of Taki nin then jumped in and tried to attack the young Kunoichi, but they were blasted back as a swarm of exploding bees intercepted them. Kuratsuchi then looked over and saw her father Kitsuchi was struggling against Hizen now. The Taki leader's surplus chakra was making all of this attacks extremely potent. Go back up Commander Kitsuchi, I have things under control here, Kuratsuchi ordered any nearby IWA forces. Obeying her orders, dozens of them ran in to reinforce the girl's father as they started overwhelming Hizen with earth attacks. Shibuki himself was with a large group of Taki nin that were trying to get closer to Fu, but they were all busy fighting against Kurobachi, Jibachi, and Suzumabachi. Glancing down at the immobilized Fu now, Kuratsuchi then formed earth over her fist again. It quickly lit up with intense heat and almost seemed like magma after a moment. The IWA girl proceeded to bash Fu in the face with these strikes, causing massive damage and breaking her out of her cemented quicklime. Lava style, volcanic ash. Kuratsuchi followed up as she blasted an ashy substance from her mouth which enveloped the down Jinchuriki and quickly solidified all around her body. Fu's chakra cloak was beginning to dissipate from this overwhelming surge of attacks, and she could feel herself slipping in and out of consciousness as Kuratsuchi looked down at her and waited for the girl to pass out. Erg. Arg. Fu howled as she unleashed more power. A second pair of wings then erupted out of her back as chitinous armor began to form around her skin. This caused the volcanic ash and the quicklime cement holding her down to explode in all directions. The girl then got up and radiated more chakra. Many of the individual fights between Taki and IWA nin also ceased as everyone, including Kitsuchi and Hizen, all turned in horror to see the Jinchuriki going berserk. Everyone get back. Kuratsuchi ordered as she stared down the partially transformed Jinchuriki with seriousness. Fu had very little control at this point and started to flash in and out of cognitive awareness. Her clarity was fading quickly. The sounds of battle around her became muffled as her peripheral vision began to darken. Fu, no. Don't. Shibuki cried out as he ran in to try and stop her from transforming further. Fu was no longer in control of herself as she grabbed the Chunin by the throat and started fluttering her four wings to lift him in the air. A tail then came out of her lower back as more chitinous armor formed over her body. Shibuki gasped for breath as the Jinchuriki's grip tightened. The Nanabai was now in control, and it had no sympathy for this village or its people. Before the Jinchuriki could kill the man, Hizen abandoned his fight and used up the last of his chakra to stop her, water style, waterfall drill. With the added benefits of the special water he drank earlier, Hizen's jutsu was so overwhelmingly large and powerful that it blasted Fu back to the ground, causing her to let go of Shibuki. It created a twisting waterspout that the size of a skyscraper and spun incredibly fast and with immense pressure as it condensed into a sharp point at the bottom. This jutsu not only kept Fu from moving due to the enormous pressure, but its drilling spin began to start cracking her chitinous exoskeleton armor and puncturing through her chakra cloak. Seeing the benefit of taking the Jinchuriki down for good, Kuratsuchi launched another stream of quicklime as well, which caused the entire waterspout to begin hardening to a stop after about a minute. As Hizen expended the last of his chakra, he could no longer pump more water and collapsed to the ground wheezing as he looked at his son Shibuki. Both of them then saw the hardening waterspout crack and shatter moments later, causing cement to rain around the battlefield. The aftermath revealed a severely wounded Fu. The minty-haired girl had lost her chakra cloak and was barely conscious as fragments of hardened quicklime coated her entire body. Her four wings and tail were now gone, and she looked soundly defeated as her cracked chitinous exoskeleton started to flake away. Kitsuchi then smirked, "Nice of them to help us take her down, Kuratsuchi." The girl then levitated down towards her father and shrugged, "I had it under control, but I won't complain about an easy takedown. It's a good thing she doesn't know how to use her powers." I might have actually had to start getting serious otherwise. That's my favorite niece. Suzumabachi laughed as she walked over and pat the younger girl on the head. Kuratsuchi quickly brushed her hand off. Don't touch me. Everyone in the Taki forces was now standing there with anxious uncertainty after seeing their leader Hizen and his son sprawled out on the ground in defeat. The sight of their village's Jinchuriki grimacing in defeated pain was also a troubling sight. Father. Shibuki began to start crying as his dad struggled to get up but couldn't. The Chunin then rolled him over onto his back and lifted him upright. Father, are you alright? Shibuki, help me get up, the man commanded his son. Doing just that, the Chunin lifted the village leader up and supported him so he could stand. By this point, Fu was also trying to get up herself. Her clarity seemed to have returned somewhat, and she could only look around in horror at the sight of everyone no longer fighting. Nobody moved to stop her as the minty-haired girl limped over towards Shibuki and Hizen. She reached out as she struggled to get closer. Hizen-sama, what do we? Shibuki then slapped her hand away, almost reflexively causing Fu to nearly fall backwards. She saw the look in his eyes was one of fear. Get back! He shouted emotionally. Shibuki, I. Hizen then lost consciousness as he went limp, causing his son to nearly fall to the ground with him. Father! Father! Shibuki shouted before checking the man's pulse. The village leader was still alive, but he was not waking up anytime soon. The IWA Nin simply just watched as the Taki ninjas wondered whether they should keep fighting or not. No words could describe the betrayal Fu felt in her soul as she could only stare at the sight before her. It seemed uncanny since Shibuki was normally understanding and compassionate. Fu had no recollection of what had just happened and found his rejection of her and his wary glare heartbreaking. Shibuki, he helped me. Fu tried to get his attention again. It took everything in her to stay standing and she could feel her legs shaking beneath her. You came here for the Jinchuriki, take her. We surrender. Just please allow me to get my father medical attention, Shibuki sighed heavily. You don't get to decide the terms of your defeat, boy. As of today, Takigakure is now under the vassalage of Iwagakure. Considering your relation to the village leader, we can't let you live and stage any ideas of a revolt. Nothing personal, kid, but you need to die along with your father. In your stead, we will select one of your senior members to run the village. Who is the next in line? Kitsuchi announced. Fu could only stare in disgust as Suien seemed all too eager to step up and announce himself. I am. Good, you're in charge now and we will discuss the terms of your vassalage after we've dealt with the Konoha Umbu. Are there any among you here who object to the deaths of these two? Kitsuchi asked, looking around. Many of the Taki shinobi looked like they did, but they were smart enough to stay quiet so that they could live. Shibuki was looking at Suien now and was horrified that his sensei wasn't objecting. Kitsuchi then formed a rocky fist and reared it back to crush Shibuki and execute him. Fu could only stare on in despair and seemed too weary to even scream out. Shibuki then closed his eyes as he shielded his unconscious father and waited for the end. Before the blow could land, everyone saw kunai launch towards Kitsuchi. It was infused with wind chakra and flew almost faster than anyone could see. Not even a split second later, someone practically appeared in front of the IWA raid leader holding it. The figure was obviously young, but he was wearing Umbu attire and had a creepy-looking fox mask on. Kitsuchi looked spooked and caught off guard by the arriving Umbu and looked over at the countless IWA and Taki ninja surrounding the area in disbelief. How was someone able to get here this fast and past so many other ninjas? There were several companies worth of shinobi between the village center and where the Konoha Umbu probably were. The fox-masked Umbu didn't speak, and the IWA forces backed away cautiously at the sight of him as he drew the sword at his waist and dual-wielded it with the kunai in his other hand. Both were lit up with wind chakra. It's one of those Konoha Umbu. How did he get past everyone? Suzumabachi gawked. Fu looked at the fox-masked individual with fear and confusion. A Konoha shinobi? The fox-masked Umbu then spoke up darkly through his mask. I object. Hearing him say that implied that the Umbu actually heard some of what was being said before his audacious entrance. Is he a kid? Konoha Umbu has kids in it? Jibachi laughed. Kitsuchi didn't seem to think it was as amusing as some of the other IWA nin did and stepped back warily as the fox-masked Umbu looked over the IWA nin. "Where's the rest of them?" Kurobachi shouted. Just then a jonin came running in closer. "Sir, Umbu are moving in. They're tearing through our ranks. We spotted at least 2 dozen. The jonin who made that announcement looked mortified when he saw an Umbu had somehow slipped into the heart of the village past countless shinobi already. Kitsuchi ignored the jonin's hysteria as he looked down at the fox-masked Umbu boy warily and growled at him, "You object? Bah, you're brave coming up here by yourself. I respect the courage at least." Shibuki looked relieved and similarly confused by Naruto's presence there and stared in bewilderment as the Umbu fearlessly looked away from Kitsuchi and back at him. "You should know there's a traitor in your village who is responsible for all of this. Our intel said it was a man named Suein who sold you out to IWA. I'll kill him for you and deal with these IWA nin. Suein-sensei." Shibuki spoke the man's name in a pained tone as he looked over at him. The man Suein looked mortified by Naruto announcing this as he stepped back fearfully at the furious glares all of the surrounding Taki nin sent his way. "That Konoha ninja is clearly lying, Shibuki. They're after the Jinchuriki too," he shouted. Naruto then spoke to Shibuki again. "I could have easily taken her already, but I'm actually here to save your village and rescue Fu. Clearly you guys can't protect her and we're not about to let IWA get a 3rd Jinchuriki." Fu seemed surprised by the Umbu using her name and not just calling her Jinchuriki, demon, or some other derogatory adjective. His phrasing also seemed surprising as she repeated the words in her head, "He's here to rescue me." The fox-masked Umbu then glanced Suein ominously. Nobody could even process what happened in the following second as Naruto launched the kunai in his left hand towards the man. Suein had just enough reaction time to dodge it, but he and nobody else could fathom the next moment. Naruto teleported to the kunai and grabbed it again whilst simultaneously swinging his blade in a vacuum sword arc, beheading the traitor in a flash. Dead silence filled the area as everyone could hear and see Suein's head plopping on the ground and blood spewing from his neck. Naruto stood there in silence after landing and reflected on the moment internally. "I just killed someone, a human being, for the first time." Nobody moved or spoke for another few seconds as the fox-masked Umbu turned to look down at the headless corpse. "This is what I trained to do, this is necessary for the greater good. I knew I wouldn't hesitate when the time finally came. Tobirama-sensei's training really prepared me for it." Naruto composed himself as he shook the strange feeling from his head. He knew this was inevitable and he didn't regret it, but there was something strange about killing another person that he couldn't quite describe. Naruto then looked up again as a stronger resolve filled his heart. "IWA shinobi are too proud to retreat unless they know they can't win. I need to break these people. What the hell just happened?" Jibachi finally broke the eerie silence as the fox-masked Umbu stared at them again. Naruto said nothing in response before throwing his kunai into a group of nearby IWA nin. A split second later, another random IWA nin was now beheaded. What the hell is going on? Kill this bastard. Another IWA ninja shouted before charging in. The IWA leaders could only watch in bewilderment and a bit of fear as they saw the fox-masked Umbu child reap through dozens of charging IWA nin. His wind-infused sword was cutting them apart with ease and the Umbu seemed impossibly fast. Naruto could feel a strange numbness filling him as he killed multiple IWA nin. The odd knot in his stomach was still there, but he separated his emotions from his actions and simply did what he had to do. After wiping out a lot of the fodder, many of the nameless IWA forces fell back in terror when they realized they stood no chance against him. The surrounding Takigakure forces also moved back in fear after Naruto finished killing the rest of the IWA shinobi that were brave enough to try fighting him. "Everyone get back. We'll deal with this Leaf Village fiend," Kitsuchi commanded. The 5 IWA leaders then moved in and were staring at the fox-masked Umbu boy with deadly serious eyes. They didn't seem to think he was a joke now. Jibachi, Kurobachi, and Suzumabachi actually looked intimidated at the silent and utterly composed Konoha shinobi. Kitsuchi was glaring at him like he was a real threat, and Kuratsuchi looked horrified that someone that young was a Konoha Umbu member capable of killing 24 people in seconds. How did he kill so many people that quickly? Suzumabachi exclaimed with anxiety creeping into her voice. Fu could only stare in utter awe and amazement at the fox-masked Umbu. This person was terrifying of course, but he was incredible. Seeing how seriously the IWA Nin were treating him was definitely eye-opening as well. None of them were cocky anymore like they were against the Taki forces. Fu could only look at Kuratsuchi, whose smug demeanor was rapidly dissipating into anger and fear. I suggest you all retreat, the fox-masked Umbu spoke again as he stared down the IWA leaders without fear. This kid is a monster, Kurobachi remarked. Kitsuchi himself was staring at him confused as he tried to make sense of how the Konoha shinobi was moving so fast. Is he using some kind of body flicker? His combat style seems so unique. The wind chakra is definitely giving him speed too. I can't even see him move. Naruto then sheathed his sword and kunai much to their bewilderment before flashing through a series of hand signs, wood style, wood dragon. A colossal dragon made of wood then erupted out as it coiled around and launched its way towards the IWA leaders, splitting them up. They were all shocked beyond belief at the sight of the legendary wood style. Lava style, slaying fire dragon. Kuratsuchi countered the wood dragon before it could do any real damage. Her attack caused the wood dragon to ignite and then splinter everywhere. The Kamizura clan bees all moved in to swarm the Umbu boy afterwards as the IWA leaders dodged the smoldering remnants of the wood dragon. Unfortunately for them, the bees never got close as Naruto followed up with another jutsu. Wind style, vacuum wave. Naruto shot a massive gust of wind out in all directions which began to start shredding the bees all around him and blasting the flaming splinters of his destroyed wood dragon into countless IWA Nin. Earth style, rock wall. Many of them shouted as they created cover from the flaming splinters, beginning to impale any IWA Nin who were unfortunately still too close. He can use wood release too. Kurobachi gawked almost fearfully. Naruto then went through another series of hand signs before speaking ominously, wood style, deep forest emergence. Colossal trees began to sprout out of the ground all around the battlefield now as they demolished buildings. Many began to coil into sharp points as they moved and obliterate the surrounding IWA shinobi. If they weren't scared of him before, they definitely were now. Wood style was terrifying to Iwagakure and the shinobi world in general, and many of the surrounding people were beginning to understand why almost immediately. Kitsuchi and the other leaders seemed smart enough to realize that the fox-masked Umbu wasn't actually targeting them with this terrifying attack, as he specifically attacked their onlooking forces instead. This attack was meant to massacre the army and to split the Kamizura clan up from them. Naruto then drew his sword and a kunai again, once dispatching, scaring away, or immobilizing all of the enemy onlookers. The cover of trees made it hard for them to track the Umbu's movements as Naruto pinballed between trees and was seemingly coming at them from multiple angles. Earth style, erupt. All of the IWA leaders said in unison as they combined their jutsus into a massive one. This leveled a portion of the new miniature forest at the village center and caused earthen chunks to uproot many of the trees as they tried to hit Naruto. Just then, Kitsuchi saw Naruto pop out in front of him and managed to punch him with a rock fist as hard as he could. To his horror, it cracked into splinters, revealing a wood clone. He then looked over and saw Jibachi had been stabbed multiple times as the man cried out in pain. The blonde man fell from the attack but was caught by Kurobachi before he could hit the ground. Wind style, divine mountain wind. Naruto's voice could be heard blasting Jibachi and Kurobachi with a gale force wind into a nearby destroyed building. Itama, we're coming in now. Status report, Kuroke's voice sounded in Naruto's head. I'm beating down their leaders. I made the trees to separate them from their army's line of sight and sow confusion for your advance, Naruto answered. Good, strike teams 1 and 2 are coming in to back you up. 3 and 4 are picking off the rest of the enemy out here, Kuroke's responded. Lave style, volcanic eruption. Kuratsuchi shouted, catching Naruto's attention. A pillar of earth then emerged from the ground before spewing magma in all directions and melting his small forest that he had just created. Not even a second later, the kunoichi levitated towards him and had magma fists as she tried to land a hit. She actually managed to get a few in, much to Naruto's surprise, but her success was short-lived as a moment later snakes shot her way and wrapped around the girl from her flank. The arrival of Anko or Kasaka was the source of this attack. Countless other Umbu then began to arrive at the scene of the burning forest at the village center. Kuratsuchi nimbly wrestled free and drew a sword. The blade lit it up with lava, cutting off the snakes a second later. She ignored Anko as she flew down to engage in a sword battle against the fox-masked Umbu. Many additional IWA nin ran into the flaming forest to battle the arriving Umbu now, and before long a massive clash erupted inside by all of the battle's combatants. The IWA girl was deadly with a sword, and Naruto was forced to use his own against her as they clashed back and forth in a battle of blades now. His wind-infused sword versus her lava blade. By this point, all of the trees had either been cut down or burned to the ground as the battlefield became more open. The Konoha force was clearly winning, and their arrival rallied the remaining Taki forces to join them as they whittled down over half of the IWA forces remaining. Kuratsuchi seemed very distressed at her inability to defeat the fox-masked Umbu. Naruto couldn't help but admire how powerful she was for someone her age, but it made sense considering that she was the Tsuchikige's granddaughter. While neither opponent got the upper hand for a good minute or so, the girl was not expecting what happened next. Both Yamato and Anko managed to combo attack her while Naruto had her pressed back with his blade against hers. This gave the Jinchuriki the opening he needed to mark her with seal. Not even a second later, Naruto was behind the girl and had his blade pressed against her throat. His voice then sounded across the battlefield, "Commander Kitsuchi. Surrender now or I'll kill your daughter." Everyone who was fighting immediately stopped and could only stare in horror as they saw the fox-masked Umbu holding Kuratsuchi hostage. Kitsuchi immediately complied when he saw his daughter was somehow a hostage now. Everyone stop. Countless onlookers could only stare in disbelief as Naruto, Anko, and Yamato all carried the restrained girl closer to the IWA leaders. "Call off the attack and leave, or she dies," Naruto threatened again as all the various leaders in the battle gathered around and stood across from each other now. Kuratsuchi looked humiliated and ashamed to be in this predicament and even tried to break free before Naruto pulled her hair and pressed his blade even closer against her throat. While IWA shinobi were prideful, Kitsuchi was not willing to risk his daughter's death. In spite of that though, he asked a very valid question: "How can we so sure you'll let us go?" To everyone's bewilderment, Naruto then threw the girl at her father's feet. Several of Naruto's Umbu allies were confused and asked why he released the hostage so early, but he didn't answer them. The IWA nin seemed equally surprised by the fox-masked boy doing it, but to them it was likely meant to show that the fox-masked Umbu boy didn't think his victory depended on holding the hostage. He thought they were weak from their perspective of this action. Naruto then looked around at all the remaining IWA ninjas before speaking out loud, "We're not here to start a war. We're here to protect Takigakure and retrieve Fu and the Seven Tails. You can leave, and we won't kill you. Keep fighting, and we'll assume you wish to go to war with Konoha." Many of the Taki shinobi began to voice their disapproval of this boy making the decision to let the invasion force retreat, but it wasn't like they were in any position to object considering that the Konoha forces were the ones who won the battle and were stronger than them. Pretty much all of them took the fox-masked Umbu seriously after witnessing his use of wood style and his solo job prior to that. The idea of Konoha declaring war on them also weighed heavily on Kitsuchi, who didn't want to be responsible for that without approval from Inoki. "Are we really going to retreat, Dad?" Kuratsuchi looked at her father in disbelief as she got back up. The arrogant girl seemed extremely bitter and unhappy about this turn of events. Her dad then nodded, "Yes, we're leaving. Everyone retreat." The IWA army looked extremely deflated and could only hold their heads down in anger and shame as the Konoha and Taki forces parted to allow their retreat. Kitsuchi remained behind and watched warily in case the defenders tried to attack his retreating forces, but nobody did. His daughter was standing there with him, and she looked pissed as her gaze stayed on Naruto. Naruto was standing sentry as he watched the IWA forces leave. Behind him, many members of the Umbu platoon were beginning to group up. Yamato and most of Strike Team 1 and 2 were all surrounding Fu to make sure she couldn't leave, and nobody could make a grab for the girl. Kuratsuchi then called out to him, "Fox Mask Boy. Hey! What's your name?" To her complete annoyance, Naruto didn't answer her as he simply stared in silence. "I'll take your silence as disrespect. Don't think IWA is going to forget about this," she shouted. "Looks like you made a friend, Itama," Enko chuckled aloud. She couldn't help but revel in the sight of the proud Iwa Kunoichi looking flustered and humiliated. The black-haired girl then leered at the snake-masked woman and Naruto. "Itama, huh? I won't forget your name." Naruto finally responded to her, "Hopefully I won't have to kill you next time, Vice Commander Kuratsuchi." "You're certainly impressive." Kuratsuchi's eyes ignited with fury as she seemed desperate to charge. To her it sounded like the fox-masked Umbu was mocking her. Before she could though, Kitsuchi then grabbed his daughter and held her back. "Let's go, Kuratsuchi." "Ugh." Kuratsuchi huffed as she left with her father. Many of the retreating Iwa Nin had also picked up their dead or wounded along the way and seemed genuinely surprised that they were being allowed to leave and that they had lost. Once they were gone, Naruto turned his attention to the Taki Nin, which were all gathering up around a hysterical Shibuki who was trying to shake his father awake. Naruto thought about walking over to heal the man, but before he could, Kurokaze beat him to it. The female Umbu captain knelt down next to him as her hands lit up with a green glow. She then spoke a moment later, "He's in a coma, we can stabilize him, but he would need a much better healer than any of us to wake him up." Shibuki was crying, but he seemed relieved to hear that his father was at least going to survive. The Chunin then looked around at all of the Taki shinobi staring at him uncertainly. Considering he was their leader's son, he was technically in line to take over Takigakure now. "Konoha will continue to protect Takigakure, and we won't even demand your vassalage. All we want in exchange is the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. Do you consent to turn her over to us, Shibuki-sama?" Kurokaze asked the young man. Shibuki then looked over at the emotional and mortified Fu who was still recovering from her shock of everything that just happened. He then turned his gaze down on his father again and nodded, "Take her. Shibuki." Fu tried to think of something to say but couldn't. Many of the Taki shinobi were glaring at her and they would likely never forget that their village was attacked because she was there. "Just go, Fu, it's what you've always wanted. You're too dangerous to stay here, I hope you can have a better life in Konoha," was all Shibuki said in response. He couldn't even look at her. The girl felt her heart shattering all over again as she looked down in complete shame and despair. This was not how she pictured going to Konoha. "Itama, pick up the girl and let's get out of here. You're responsible for her, so don't let her out of your sight," Kurokaze ordered Naruto. He nodded before walking over to Fu. The boy was taller than her, but Fu could tell that they were close to the same age. "His name is Itama?" Fu thought as she tried her best to show a brave face. "Shibuki-sama, is it really a good idea to just let Konoha take her?" A nearby village elder asked. "A lot of people died to get the Seven Tails in the first place, and many more died to keep her here in Takigakure. I have no objections if Konoha offers their protection in exchange. Get this monster out of here." Another one of the village elders spoke. He was the same one that tried to surrender to Kuratsuchi earlier. Fu shrunk back fearfully as the Umbu all backed away and gave her room. The fox-masked boy then picked her up and threw the girl on his back without saying a word. "I'll meet you all outside," Naruto announced into the telepathic link before teleporting away with Fu on his back. Everyone could only stare in bewilderment at the boy going on ahead and warping out of there. Naruto's voice then sounded again a moment later, "I'm cutting myself off from the mind link, meet me at the spot we prepped for the assault. I want to calm the girl before we leave. Don't worry, I'm not running." Fu looked around in desperate confusion when she saw that she was now outside of the village and alone with the fox-masked Umbu. Naruto gently set her down and squatted next to her as he took in the tan-skinned girl's horrified and confused expression. The boy then spoke to her, "Everything is going to be alright, Fu. Just relax and let me heal you." The girl seemed to be in disbelief as Naruto began to start healing her wounds with medical ninjutsu. She couldn't help but voice her confusion though. "Why you're healing me? Jinchurikis can naturally regenerate, but your body looks like it took quite a beating using so much of the Nanabai's chakra. From what it looked like, the Nanabai took control of you after you reached 4 tails, or wings in your case, Naruto responded. The girl then looked away bitterly. How did we get out here? Just who are you people anyways? I know you're Konoha ninjas, but nothing else. We teleported out here. It's a skill of mine. We came here to take you to Konoha and to prevent IWA from acquiring you. We also couldn't let them vassalize Taki. It would put them in a favorable position to start a 4th Great Shinobi World War. We let their forces go so that we wouldn't cause a major political incident. That black-haired girl is the Tsuchikige's granddaughter. Killing her or any members of the Kamizura clan would have caused issues. Naruto explained the situation to Fu. The girl looked at him seriously, as she is. She certainly seemed to think I was a beast or a demon. That's how most people see Jinchurikis. Takigakure is not exclusive in that regard. Jinchurikis are too dangerous to leave in a smaller village like this. Plus, there's nobody in this place capable of keeping you from going on a rampage. That's the other reason we have to take you away, Naruto explained. Fu looked gravely depressed as she looked back at his fox mask and spoke solemnly. You think I'm a monster too, don't you? Just some demon that doesn't belong around normal people, right? I didn't ask for this. It's not my fault. I tried to help them, I tried. The great shinobi nations collect Jinchurikis like weapons of mass destruction. They're not the only people who have an interest in them either. A group called Akatsuki is also looking into abducting them according to our sources. You can't stay in this place, or you'll put yourself and everyone around you here at risk, Naruto sighed. So, what's going to happen to me now? I'm going to Konoha with you guys. She trailed off uncertainly. Naruto nodded, yes, and I'll be looking after you there. I've been entrusted to keep you under my watch. He's a wood-style user, Fu. That Kekii Genkai is ideal for taking down Bijou since it can absorb chakra. How unlucky. The Nanabai spoke in her head. The girl then looked away bitterly. So I'm just your pet instead of Shibuki's then? Pfft. You're nobody's pet. We want you to assimilate into Konoha. As far as I'm aware, nobody except the higher-ups of Konoha are even going to know about you being a Jinchuriki besides the members of our Umbu platoon. You can live a normal life there and you won't have to suffer alone, Naruto followed up. Fu then shot a glare at him. What would you know about my suffering? I'm not dumb. I know you Konoha guys just want the Nanabai's powers too. How could any of you people possibly understand how a Jinchuriki feels about being seen as a weapon or a monster? I'm not a traitor to my village, even if they didn't want me. Naruto sighed heavily before removing his fox mask. This caused Fu to go wide-eyed as he placed it down and pulled back his head covering underneath as well as the inner mask. Fu felt her heart skip a beat at his beautiful blonde hair and crystal blue eyes. He was extremely cute, the kind of boy she dreamed about. The kind she envisioned in her books. Naruto then lifted up his flak jacket and his undershirt showing Fu his 8 trigram seal. I know what it's like because I'm a Jinchuriki too. We're here to help you and Lucky 7 Chome. What did he just say? Is he the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki? The Nanabai's voice rang through Fu's mind. It was clear her tailed beast had a very strong reaction to hearing the words, Lucky 7 Chome, and the Nanabai was equally surprised by Naruto actually being a Jinchuriki as well. Fu then went wide-eyed and stared in utter disbelief as she leaned back and began to stutter. Why you're the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails? Ask him what he meant by, we, Fu. This can't be possible. Chome exclaimed in her head. What do you mean by, we? You mean you and your tailed beast? Fu asked for Chome. You can drop my name for them, Naruto, but only this once so that we can convince Chome to trust us, Kurama spoke in the boy's mind. Naruto sighed, Kurama and he doesn't like me using his name around anyone else, but he wanted Chome to know that he and I are allies. Kurama, impossible. He's working with a human. He told his Jinchuriki his name. Chome sounded amazed by this information. Fu could feel her tailed beast's emotions somewhat. The Nanabai was clearly less agitated now and seemed almost in as much awe as she was by this situation. So you're the Ninetails Jinchuriki from Konoha, and you came here to rescue me? Fu asked for confirmation again. It seemed like she couldn't even believe that this was a real scenario. Did her wish really come true? Someone like her, someone who could understand her, a boy her own age. Could they be friends? The minty-haired girl half expected to wake up from this dream any second now. All of her despair and sadness earlier that day and all of the emotions she suffered in the battle were beginning to bubble to the surface again. Can we be friends? She asked with her voice cracking. There were so many times in her life where she had asked people that question and so many times where she had been stung with rejection. For whatever reason it took every bit of courage and faith inside of her to even dare ask this question to Naruto. If he rejected her, then she couldn't imagine going on living anymore. She began to freeze up as her body was paralyzed with feelings she couldn't even describe. A moment later, Naruto hugged her, which Fu was not expecting. He then spoke calmly, "It's going to be alright, Fu. I'll be your friend if you'll be mine." Tears uncontrollably fell down her face as the floodgates of her heart opened fully. She clutched onto the boy like he was only other person in the world and cried harder than she ever did in her entire life. She wailed and sobbed as she flushed out all of her sadness and despair. Yet at the same time, these tears weren't only of sadness but joy. She felt a warmth inside of her that she had never felt before. It was as if she was shedding all of her loneliness in that very moment. No words were spoken in the following minutes as Naruto simply held her in the embrace and let her exhaust her emotions. To his own surprise, he was actually crying too. Despite all his mental toughness and stoicism, there was nothing in the world that felt as good as embracing someone else like him. No matter what else happened in either one of their lives, they were no longer truly alone in their plights as Jinchurikis. After a long silence, Fu finally spoke up between sobs, "My wish, it came true." Naruto finally broke the embrace and Fu could see that he had been crying himself. He quickly wiped away his tears as he put his inner and outer headwear back on. The sight of him crying made Fu feel a lot better. This probably meant just as much to him as it did to her, even if he was less vocal or outwardly emotional about it. The girl was smiling now as she wiped away her tears and had an optimistic look on her face. "So, your name is Itama?" "I'm Fu, but well you already know that I guess," Fu broke the silence and asked as Naruto placed his fox mask back on. "That's my Umbu name. My real name is Naruto Uzumaki. We can talk some more later. I sense my allies closing in. We're going to have to move out soon. I'll explain more once we get some distance from this place," he responded. The girl was beaming as she spoke his name, Naruto. "Is this my prince?" she couldn't help but think. Chomei had not spoken at all for a while, but his voice filled her mind as well. "We really are lucky, Fu. This boy must truly be special if Kurama would work with him. Maybe Konoha won't be so bad after all." "Lucky 7 Chomei, so is Chomei your real name then?" "I didn't know you had one," Fu asked. "Don't use my real name or Kurama's around other humans. You have no idea how unprecedented it is for the Kyuubi to tell a human his name. If this boy came here to help us, could he be the one? He must be if Kurama trusts him." Chomei trailed off. "The one what?" Fu asked. "Nothing, we can speak later." "I need time to think about all of this," Chomei responded. Moments later, all of the Umbu from the Konoha route platoon arrived all around the cliffside. All of them were staring at Naruto silently. Naruto had a feeling they were probably not happy about him going on ahead with Fu and cutting himself off from the telepathic link. Even so, nobody voiced their disapproval as Kuroke spoke aloud to him, "Good work in there, Itama. I wasn't sure about your plan at first, but it worked better than expected. Is the girl stable enough to travel?" "She's fine, Kuroke's," Naruto nodded. "Let's get out of here in case IWA decides to pursue us. You also need to get back to your other team within 24 hours, Kuroke stated simply. Naruto then looked at Fu and knelt down as he looked back at her. "You're probably still too weak to travel, Fu. I'll carry you." The girl didn't even hesitate to jump on his back as she wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. Her mood seemed to be greatly improved as she spoke up enthusiastically, "I'm ready when you are." It seemed a bit odd to some of the Umbu that the girl had taken such an immediate liking to Naruto, but given the fact that both of them were Jinchurikis, it didn't take a genius to figure out why. The boy most likely told her to make the girl compliant. "Move out," Kurokaze ordered.